Chapter 4439. Jian Wushuang has returned to the Temple of Life for 3 months. There was a constant stream of people who came to visit him. These people are either the Lord of one holy land or the Emperor who opened up the kingdom of God. They are all lame, and the whole universe will shake the power of heaven. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang was quite patient. He talked with them about brewing wine, and he was very polite. But after a long time, he found that he had no time to practice, so he closed the door and refused to let the other Supreme of Life Shrine go with it. Chat. Life Shrine, the 6th mountain. Inside the Sword Unparalleled Manor. Blood Wave Supreme and Great Axe Supreme come to the guest. The 3 of them sat by the lake beside the manor, and made a cup of spirit tea for the 3 as cold as frost, and they resigned gracefully without affecting the 3's conversation. Extreme Blood, I have always had 3 questions to ask you, and I want to ask you to help me out, Wu Jianshuang said. Okay? Subobo Supreme raised his eyebrows and quipped. Jian Wushuang, you have been the hottest person in the universe recently. Do you still have anything to ask me? After a long pause, Blood Wave Supreme smiled. Well, if you have any questions, just ask directly. Why should we be so polite between us? Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and after groaning for a second or two, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, Extreme Blood, what is the universal battle of catastrophe? What is the extraterrestrial battlefield? Also, when Tai Luo Supreme was extremely prosperous, rarely meet rivals in the universe, who will kill him in an instant. Even the kingdom of God is destroyed together? Shueba Supreme heard the words, looked at the giant axe Supreme, and did not rush to answer, but his expression gradually became dignified. After a long time, Shueba Supreme said, Jian Wushuang, even if you don't ask these things, this seat was originally intended to tell you. Since you asked today, then this seat will give you confusion. First, when it comes to the Holocaust, I have to tell you about the universe first. Jian Wushuang, do you think the universe is unique? When Jian Jianshuang heard this, he couldn't help but start a deep breath and calmly replied, I don't know, but the universe I see is the only one. Blood Wave Supreme said, took the ling cha at the table and took a sip, then said, Before that catastrophe, all of us, like you, thought that the universe was the only one until the Battle of Havoc is coming. 100,000 prehistoric times of chaos suddenly appeared in the edge of the universe with a big slap in the void. At the beginning, everyone didn't take the void crack as a thing, and it went on for a long time until a man with 3 heads and 6 arms crawled out of the void crack. This man claims to be the true queen, from another universe. He is terrible and terrible. Obviously only the Supreme can cultivate, but he can slaughter the Supreme, and there is no room for a backhand. Even the half-step invincible Supreme is not his opponent. It is a celebration of heaven to be able to pick up a life in his hands. After this true queen came to the universe, he immediately launched a killing, and brought a storm in the universe. Numerous races were annihilated by him, and countless powers died in his hands. For a moment, the entire universe was filled with sorrow and sorrow land of smoke. He could not use any words to describe the tragic universe at that time. After a pause, Blood Wave Supreme looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang, sighed lightly, and said, It is a pity that Jiedong, who was the first day of 100,000 chaos prehistoric times, also died in his hands. Falling down, I'm afraid that at this moment is already the ultimate power of the universe standing at the peak. Speaking of which, Blood Wave Supreme is a little bitterly sighing. Wu Jianwushuang heard that his pupils shrank, and the first master of the 100,000 pre-chaos prehistoric world, the previous master of the Wuchang Chaos Tripod, had fallen like this. Thought of this, Jian Wushuang could not help feeling a pity. At this time, Blood Wave Supreme continued to speak. At this time, we finally realized that there was another parallel universe beside our universe. And this universe, we call it virtual. Virtual? Jian's eyes narrowed, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. The giant axe nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, because their practice is completely different from ours, and they rely on an empty spirit, so we call them the virtual universe. The monks in the virtual universe, on the whole level, are better than us in the same realm. Therefore, they are also particularly difficult and difficult. Is that so? Jian Wushwang raised an eyebrow and thoughtfulness appeared in his eyes. Sword unparalleled, the battle of catastrophe was caused by this man called True King. At that time, he strangled the universe, and was finally noticed by the strongest in the universe. A total of 3 invincible supreme shots and suppressed him. However, Rao still allows this person to perform mystery, escape from serious injuries, and return to the virtual universe. In the universe there is peace. And just after the 7 Chaos era that this man escaped, the void crack that had been mended by power was torn again. Thousands of people in the virtual universe crawled out of the cracks. Our entire universe is suddenly caught in the boundless flames of war, and the entire universe is filled with fierce water. This battle is known as the War of Holocaust. Hearing here, Jian Wushwang finally understood. Just by imagination, he could imagine how terrible the catastrophe that swept the entire universe. What happened then? How was this battle calmed down? Jian Wushwang continued to ask. Su Xiuhua Supreme heard the smile, raised his head to look at the sky, and a look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Later the Lord of the Gods rises among the tens of thousands of people, and Fu building immediately falls, turning the tide into a slump. The victory and defeat of this battle was established in one fell swoop. Under the leadership of Master God, this battle has finally been reversed. We defeated the monks in the universe. It is precisely because of this battle that the name of the first person in the universe was established. We call him the of the universe. Wu Jianwushwang heard the words and couldn't calm down for a long time. If you want to come to that era, it must be a time of epic generation, bright stars, and a magnificent epic era, right? Sun Xiuhua Supreme saw a slight smile, took up Lingcha, and blew the rising heat of Lingcha, and laughed. Sword warriors, the extraterrestrial battlefield you asked before is the product of this war. Although the monks of the void universe were led by us to kill them back, but the fissure in that void has not been closed. Until now, from time to time, there are still powerful men in the void universe who want to come in through that crack. However, there is a person who is sitting in the town personally, and there are several invincible and supreme perennial inspections. Generally, people who have no virtual universe can truly enter our universe. Wu Jianwushwang heard the words, and after thinking about it for 1 or 2, he arched to Bloodwave Supreme. Thank you, Bloodwave Supreme, for your confusion, I understand. You're welcome. Sun Xiuhua Supreme nodded, put down the teacup in his hand, and replied. Next, I will tell you how Taylor Supreme has fallen. Chapter 4440 Temple of Life, 6th Mountain. Inside the Sword Unparalleled Manor. The misty waves on the great lake of Yunzi are small. A little white mist rises from the surface of the lake, and then spreads out. The water and the sky are all colored. Wu Jianxuang and Bloodwave Supreme were sitting on the bow of a awning boat. The awning boat automatically swayed on the lake without wind, drawing 2 long, calm water marks. The 3 sword-making swordsmen, Bloodwave Supreme, and Giant Axe Supreme boil tea and burn incense, but also quite elegant. The sword is unparalleled. Taro Supreme was extremely strong at that time. He was famous in all directions. His fall in the universe is not a big secret, but it rarely spreads in the universe. At first, he was afraid of spreading the truth by distorting the truth. Because of the fear of getting people's hearts frightened, all of them are at risk. Sun Xiuhua Supreme lifted up the wide, long-sleeved cuffs, raised the ceramic teapot, and poured 2 cups of tea for the swordsman and Giant Axe. The watercolor is green, and an aura is mixed with the light tea fragrance. This cup of tea is very valuable. If an ordinary mortal drink a cup, it will be able to transform into an immortal and immortal. Even if they are supreme, drinking is still a whole body, and the power is nourished. People's heart? Wu Jianwu lifted the teacup and took a sip, then frowned and asked. Extreme blood, what does this mean? Sun Xiuhua Supreme replied. Taro Supreme, it was not killed by people in our universe. Jian Wushwang heard the words, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, His eyes flashed sharply. Blood Supreme, do you mean Supreme Tai Luo died in the hands of the virtual universe? Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head. His expression gradually swelled with a heavy expression, and said, Yes, 300 years before the chaos, suddenly there was a group of strong men who called themselves Phasing. The universe, the head of their organization, is called the Emperor. At that time, Tai Luo Supreme, who was preparing to take turns to suppress the battlefield outside the territory, happened to meet them in the universe. So, as soon as the battle broke out, Fang entered the most stalemate situation at the beginning. No one knows the specific details of that battle, only knowing that the days were like the sky in the sky, and the battle was undefeated. The Supreme Master Taro, who reached the peak of the universe, suddenly died suddenly. Subsequently, the kingdom of Tai Luo was smashed into the door, and the hundreds of millions of souls in God were killed in one fell swoop. The Supreme Tai Luo could only slap the Tai Luo Divine Sword into the depths of the universe before he died. Taro ruins. Then, it was Lord Elder God who arrived and killed the Byte organization, but it is worth mentioning that the Emperor was the one who won 3 defeats against Lord Elder God without defeat. With the phasing organization retreat safely. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's brow frowned tightly. His eyes blinked constantly. Wu Tailuo's supreme power, others don't know much, but Jian Wushuang and him have been in the trial space for thousands of years. He can't understand it. Jane is a dictatorship of eternity. Kendo shines in the power of the night. Few people can overcome him in the universe, let alone kill him. There is no chance of escape. Sun Xuebua Supreme continued to say, Jian Wushuang, speaking of the disaster that occurred in the Jiui star field that year, it seems to be the phasing organization. Is it them? Wu Jianzhou suddenly panicked, and his eyes skyrocketed. In that year, the annihilation disaster of Jiui star field naturally remembered that if it wasn't for the heartbreaking Supreme and others who arrived, I'm afraid he would fall into Jiui star field that day. I just heard that the group of mysterious black robes seemed to have come for the sake of their master Xian. Wu Jian's thoughts flashed like electricity, and he instantly grasped several key points. Devour the Emperor, the virtual universe, the extraterrestrial battlefield, the of the universe, and his own master Xuani. These characters, who seem to have nothing to do with each other, are invisible, with a faint line connecting them together. At the grand event of the universe, the of the universe told him that his master Xuani was his old friend and was in the next big picture. So, what is the purpose of this overall situation? His master Xuani, what identity does he play in the overall situation? His sword is unparalleled. What is his identity? Wu Jianwushuang fell into silence, and his eyes kept thinking. He began to remember himself and Xuani, from the beginning to the present, thinking about the bits and pieces of Xuani. After a long time, Jian Wushuang took a long sigh, with countless confused colors in his eyes, looked up at woody starry sky, and shook his head. Master, what do you want? Blood Supreme and Great Axe noticed this scene, and looked at each other, and said, What is wrong with you? Nothing. Jian Wushuang turned his head and smiled at them. After a short while, Supreme Blood Wave and Great Axe Supreme laughed. Wu Jianshou sat alone at the bow of the awning boat, frowning into a long thought. Fu Jun. The cold, frosty figure appeared on the back of Jian Wushuang, stretched out his slim hand, and gently smoothed the word, Chuan, wrinkled between Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. What's wrong? Is there something bothering you? You can talk to your body, maybe you will have an idea. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and shook his head and smiled. Shuang, I'm fine, don't worry about me. After finishing talking, Jian Wushuang extended his finger and gently scratched on the frosty nose bridge, stood up, and shot into the manor. He had a hunch, maybe it won't be long before the universe will be chaotic again. Before that, the only thing he could do was to improve his strength. As long as the strength is achieved whatever the virtual universe is, it is better to eat the organization, or a chess game played by Master Zunchuan, when the soldiers come to cover the water and cover the soil. Only strength is the foundation of standing in this world. Huh! Wu Jian stepped into the practice room and opened a long retreat. For him, it is not difficult to break through the medium supreme, just need to push the boat down the water and continue to condense the power. After he broke through the middle extreme, his strength will reach a qualitative leap. In an instant, 3,000 years have passed. In these 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang has continually condensed his strength and cultivated steadily, finally pushing the elementary supreme realm to the top. For ultra-perfect chaotic creatures such as Jian Wushuang, breaking through the barriers of the great realm will be 10 million times more difficult than ordinary people. But breaking through such small realms is much easier. Jian Wushuang is about to take that step, ready to impact the medium supreme. A decree of the gods of the universe suddenly came to the Temple of Life. The sword is unparalleled, the of the universe has orders, come to the Supreme Temple. The sound of Sun Zuibo's supreme sound rang in Jian Wushuang's mind. Okay? Wu Jianshou slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of fascinating light in his eyes. Chapter 44-41. Why did the order of Lord Elder God reach the Temple of Life at this time? Wu Jian's brows frowned, but from the tone of the Bloodwave Supreme, he could hear the emergency. As a result, Jian Wushuang did not delay, and flickered into the manor. He came to the Supreme Temple, where there was a solemnity. The Supreme Bloodwave Supreme and the Great Axe Supreme stood respectfully and acted like a bow. In the first hall of the hall, a young boy with red lips and white teeth was standing with a roll of edict. This person is one of the disciples under the seat of the Colossus, Lan Su. Jian Wushuang, I've seen Lord Lan Su. Jian Wushuang glanced at Shuebo Supreme and others, then bowed slightly. Xingli said, Warriors Supreme, no need to be polite. Wu Lanci smiled kindly at Jian Wushuang. He was quite polite to Jian Wushuang, who was about to become a brother-in-law with him at the cosmic race. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded, and then asked, Master Lan Su, you have spared no effort this time to come to the Temple of Life. What's the matter? Tong Lanci replied. This time when we come to the Temple of Life, we really need to discuss things. Speaking of this, Lan Su paused, with a look of solitude on his face, looked around the hall, and solemnly said, There is a riot in the extraterritorial battlefield. As soon as he said this, the audience was shocked. What? The extraterrestrial battlefield is rioting? Isn't the extraterrestrial battlefield suppressed by the Lord God of God himself? How could a riot occur? The virtual universe has been peaceful with us for tens of thousands of chaos periods. How could this happen suddenly? What's the situation over there? Are people from the virtual universe coming soon? Didn't it happen, and we will start the war again? Everyone was disappointed, even the Supreme of Bloodwave, and so on. Their faces changed slightly. Looking at this scene, Lan Su's face eased a little, and he shook his head and said, You don't need to be so nervous. The situation is not serious enough. There is my master sitting in the outfield battlefield, and there is no wave in a short time. Hearing this, everyone just breathed a long sigh of relief. Wu Jianshuang frowned and asked, Master Lan Su, why did you come to the Temple of Life this time? Lan Su glanced at Jian Wushuang, and smiled back. This is the case. This time, the extraterrestrial battlefield riots. A large number of virtual cosmic virtuosos have come out in a row, and the Lord God cannot do everything himself, but only by virtue of the supremacy of the extraterritorial battlefield is no longer enough to suppress this riot, it is too strenuous. Then Master God of the Gods asked me to deploy manpower in the universe. Everyone who has the supreme power in the martial arts must send at least one supreme power to the extraterritorial battlefield to suppress the riots. There are 2 places in the Temple of Life for the battle, that is, your palace must send 2 strong men in the supreme realm to the extraterritorial battlefield. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the Temple of Life looked at each other face to face, and there was no sound for a while. Wu Lanci is not in a hurry to ask for an answer now, Xinxing said. This matter is related to the safety of the universe. I also ask you to set aside life and death and help the gods of the universe to end this riot. Well, now I have to go to the Dragon Clan, and I have to inform the major forces, so I will take a step. 10 years later, I will wait for you at the ferry in Xianyang Starfield, and rush to the extraterritorial battlefield together through the cosmic passage. After I finished speaking, Lan Su didn't stay much, so she strode away. I can see that this time, although not so serious, it is urgent. After Lan Su left, everyone in the Supreme Temple frowned and didn't speak. Don't say that Lord Elder God has issued an order in person. Even if Lord Elder God has not issued an order, they will definitely go to the extraterritorial battlefield. As Lan Su said, this matter is related to the security of the entire universe. Once the riots in the extraterrestrial battlefields cannot be suppressed, a large number of virtual cosmic virtuosos flood into the universe, and then they will cover their nests. And will they be finished? The two supremes of this faction went to the extraterritorial battlefield, but it became a problem. Now the supreme governance, the Palace of Life, is awaiting revival, and it lacks the pillars. If something happens to the people sent to it, the Palace of Life may be completely shattered like a collapsed dike. After a short while, the Bloodwave Supreme groaned and said, "The battlefield outside the territory is extremely dangerous and murderous. If the ordinary Supreme went forward, I would be afraid of 9 lives, which is too dangerous." He froze. It seems that Senshiobwa Supreme has made a decision and said, "So, this time, the 2 people who went to the extraterrestrial battlefield will go to me and Tian Sun Supreme, and the giant axe will be responsible for guarding the Palace of Life." As soon as this remark came to an end, the Tentacle Supreme next to him nodded. Both of them are top-level Supreme practices. Even if they meet the half-step Invincible Supreme, they have the power of a battle, and the two have been fighting side by side for many years. Then they can support each other on the battlefield and have a care. Regarding this, the giant axe has no objection. He has not recovered from the injury, and he can recover the injury while sitting in the Palace of Life. I decided that this decision was about to take effect, when the Supreme of the Blood Waves and the Supreme of the Heavens decided to pack up and go to Xianyang Starfield Ferry. Qi Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiawang stepped forward with a tacit understanding, with the same voice. "My sword is unparalleled / I am the king of 9 robberies, and I went to the extraterrestrial battlefield to fight for the Temple of Life." As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience was surprised. Senshiobwa Supreme laughed absurdly. "You two have a tacit understanding." Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiawang also couldn't help looking at each other, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Wu Jianshou shook his head and converged his thoughts. Extreme blood, this extraterrestrial battlefield, even if Lord Lan Su is not here today, I am ready to go. Oh? Bloodwave Supreme heard his words, narrowed his eyes. As early as when Jian Wushuang asked him about the battlefield of the outer world and the fall of Tai Luo Supreme, he had some conjectures in his mind, just because Jian Wushuang had something to do with this virtual universe person. However, the sword's unique talent is the ultimate hope for the future rise of the Temple of Life. If there is any good in the extraterritorial battlefield, sword unparalleled, that extraterrestrial battlefield is too dangerous. What you have to do now is to grow slowly. Blood Supreme just wanted to refuse, and saw Jian Wu stepping forward in 2 directions. Shinshin said, "Blood Supreme, if it is dangerous, now with my strength, I am afraid that the risk is even lower." Speaking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes shot strong confidence. Senshiobwa Supreme heard the words, first a moment, then immediately dumb. He almost forgot that Jian Wushuang now can invincibly exist. He is a lot stronger than himself. Bloodwave Supreme is not an indecisive person. When I think of it, my eyes flicker and I take a deep breath and say, "Also, the sword is unparalleled. You will go to the Shrine of Life on our behalf and rush to the extraterritorial battlefield to suppress the riots." Chapter 44-42. Sword unparalleled, take command! Suddenly, Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, and he arched his hand. This time he went to the extraterritorial battlefield. He was bound to get it, one to suppress the riots, and the other to himself. Regarding Master Xuani, he had long been guessing. With Xuani's strength, if Xuani is still in this universe, I am afraid that there will be absolutely no news at all. It is very likely that Xianyi was in the extraterritorial battlefield. Alas, he should inquire about the news of the Emperor. Finally, his strength has now fallen into the bottleneck stage. Even if he stays in the universe blindly, he will not be of much use. Whether it is the Diwu Temple or the Dragon Clan, he has an invincible supreme power. With his current strength, he can't counteract what threats do these two top forces have. Instead of that, it would be better to go to the extraterritorial battlefield and enhance the strength in the Battle of Killings. Besides that, there is one more point. Is that ice supreme? Wu Jian Wushuang remembers that the Emperor Taishu said before leaving that he would take the Binyu Supreme to the extraterritorial battlefield. Qi Jian Wushuang once swears to heaven, this life and this world will cut the ice supreme and others, otherwise he will fall to Jiuyo, vow not to be human. His sword is unparalleled, never just talking. Extreme blood, what about me? The king of Jiujia said beside him. He saw that Xiuhua Supreme arranged Jian Wushuang, but did not mention himself, and he frowned. Bloodwave Supreme glanced at King Jiujia, and he could not help but grin at the corner of his mouth. King Jiujia was also a stubborn character, afraid that he would not be allowed to stop, and could not stop, but nodded helplessly. Okay, you and swords are perfect, just go together. King of 9 robberies, take your life! Suddenly, a slight delight flashed in the eyes of King Jiujia, and he arched his hand. Well, now that this matter is finalized, let's step back. Sun Xieba rubbed his eyebrows, and his face was a little tired. Now Gvu is sleeping, he is in charge of the Palace of Life, and he is really tired. Yes. Everyone retreated. When he walked to the gate of the Supreme Temple, King Jiujia glanced at Jian Wushuang and smiled lightly. Jian Wushuang, the strength of this seat is not as good as you now, but we can compare them, who will be in the extraterritorial battlefield. There are more false slayers in the slain virtual universe. Wu Jianshuang heard the words, and could not help showing an interested look in his eyes, and nodded. Okay. Well, Jian Wushuang, Xianyang Starfield is not close here. You and I will go back and prepare each other, and let us go together 1 year later. After a few words of embarrassment, the two broke up separately. After returning to the manor in the 6th mountain range, the situation that Jian Wushuang is about to go for an expedition told Ling Rushuang that suddenly, Ling Rushuang couldn't help it. Fortunately, cold as a frost is not a man of arrogance. Despite the reluctance in his heart, he had to instruct Jian Wushuang in his mouth to be more careful. Wu Jian saw nothing but sighed. Over the years, the two have always been together and separated, with few chances of intimacy. Also, in the last year, I will be with you. Wu Jianwushuang made a decision in his heart. 1 year later, outside the Palace of Life, Wu Jianshuang and King Juya bid farewell to the Bloodwave Supreme and others who came to see him off, and immediately drove the spacecraft towards the Xianyang Ferry in Xianyang Starfield. On the deck of the cosmic boat, Yan Jian Wushuang stood side by side with King Jiujia. One was in a wide black robe, wearing a hood, blocking most of his face, and the other was in white clothes, winking with snow, his eyes blanched, and his white hair hanging down. The two are black and white, but they are the two most arrogant in the universe. Sword unparalleled, there is almost no cultivation of the vein in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and they can release a strange light wave, which is not easy to deal with. The king of Jiujia took the hand and said lightly, although he is arrogant, he is not reckless. In the past year, he has also collected a lot of news about the virtual universe. The more I know, the more dignified and angry he is. The monks of the imaginary universe are cruel and addictive by nature, and treat the people in their universe almost to the extreme. I do not know how many cosmic strongmen are killed to death in every chaotic era. Strange light waves? Wu Jianshou raised an eyebrow, and a curious expression appeared in his eyes. Yes. King Jiusai nodded his head and replied, the monks of the virtual universe have an associated supernatural power, which is the weird light wave. We call this weird light wave virtual explosion. Because of the existence of this virtual explosion, The vagrants of the imaginary universe are often better than the monks in the same realm of our universe. Wu Jianshuang nodded and nodded, but he didn't care. In the same realm, no matter how strong the monk in this virtual universe, Jian Wushuang did not think he would be stronger than him. This is his confidence. Besides that, the powerful men of the void universe look strange, with 3 heads and 6 arms, and headless axemen. In short, they look more like evil, but one thing is that they are very good at identifying them. Every person who has a virtual universe has long marks on their shoulders. I do indeed know who is below the Supreme, but above the Supreme, there is a long mark on the shoulder of the Supreme Supreme, and there are 2 long marks on the Medium Supreme, and so on. The vagrants of invincible supreme strength are 5 long marks. The King of 9 Emperors continued to speak. Understood. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. Alas. As the two discussed, they flew towards the Xianyang starfield, and the speed was not slow, as if a meteor crossed the sky. Xingqian circulation, the galactic circle. 10 years passed in a snap. Sword unparalleled, Xuanda star field is ahead. Wan Jiujian looked up and looked forward, and said, I saw a vast star field formed by countless nebulae and many planets and stars, and in front of everyone I could see. Well, let's go, they should be here. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. Immediately, the two walked down from the cosmic boat, put away the cosmic boat, and walked towards the ferry in Xianyang star field. Xianyang ferry is also a gathering place of many cosmic channels in the universe, extending in all directions, connecting the universe's major star domains and top forces. The two just arrived at Xianyang ferry and saw Lan Su and others waiting on that knee. Huh! Supreme Master? Jiuzai Supreme? Life Shrine sent 2 people this time? Sensing the approach of Jian Wushuang's breath, Lan Su slowly opened her eyes to look, and her eyes flashed slightly surprised. Wu Jian Wushuang and King Jiujia are now the most precious cards in the Palace of Life. He thought that this time, the Palace of Life would not send 2 of them. King of Warriors / King of the 9th Calamity, met Lord Lan Su. Qi Jian Wushuang and Jiujia Wang arched their hands towards Lan Su, then looked around, looking at the several figures standing next to Lan Su, a sneer gradually drawn from the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect that I could meet many acquaintances here. Chapter 44-43. At this moment, the young man standing next to Lan Su with twin horns in his head, wearing a gold robe, and a sullen face, was not Long Qing or who? Sword unparalleled! At the same time, Wu Longqing also noticed Jian Wushuang, and suddenly Li Guang's sword in his eyes, murderous. Next to him, there are 2 dragons, 4 generations of dragons. However, the strength of these 2 people is much worse than Longqing. He is the sword unparalleled? It's him? A rudimentary elementary supreme, lets us dragons so prosperous? How many shots have you made? The 2 dragons glanced at each other, their eyes flashing with suspicion. It's been a long time, but I miss you so much. Qi Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes to Longqing, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Compared with Bingyu Supreme, his hatred for Longqing is far more. At that time, he was chased by Longqing crazy, and almost fell into his hands. He stomped that foot and foot, constantly trampled his body to destruction. Of course, if it weren't for this person, he would not have met the Patriarch's ancestors, and obtained the Chaos Patriarch. Okay. Sword unparalleled. I thought I wanted to kill you. At least, after 10 million years, I didn't expect you to participate in this expedition outside the territory. Wu Longqing looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes flashed cold, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Sword unparalleled, wait until the extraterritorial battlefield, we have fun. After finishing speaking, Longqing turned his eyes and looked at the King of 9 Calamities next to Jian Wushuang again, and said with a cold voice, There is also the King of 9 Calamities. When you were at the end of the universe race, you asked me what was right. Right? Hee, these account books are always remembered. Wait until the extraterritorial battlefield, you see how this book accompany you two to play. Wan Jijiawang looked indifferent, did not raise his eyelids when he heard the words, and calmly replied, "Is it worthy of you? You!" Suddenly, Long Qing's heart was furious, her forehead was violently jumping. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but look funny. The king of 9 calamities seemed indifferent and whispered, but once he uttered his voice, he could hit the pain point directly. Lan Su frowned and said, You are all the elites of our universe, in the middle of our suppression of the riots. How can the external enemies not be annihilated before they are annihilated? After a pause, Lan Su said in a deep voice, Dear everyone, now the enemy, I hope you all put down your old prejudices and kill the outside world. Otherwise, if I find out you have affected the battle because of personal conflicts, just blame me for reporting to heaven and telling Master Zeus. As soon as this remark came to an end, although everyone didn't speak again, their faces were still chaotic. Wu Lansu is not a senior supreme practitioner, but if it wasn't for the Lord God standing behind him, he would have been slapped with a slap. When Lan Su saw this, she had to smile bitterly in her heart. She shook her head helplessly and said, Okay, wait a minute, and then we have to set off. You are the first group to go to the extraterritorial battlefield. I have to come back and adjust the second group. Everyone nodded and stopped speaking. Then, one after another, people came from all over the universe. Wu Jian Wushuang has encountered many acquaintances, such as the Jiuxing son of Jiuxing Holy Land, and the Mo Luo Yan Gu of the Mo Luo family, and a supreme of Di Wu Temple. In the last 2 wars, the Temple of Life suffered heavy losses, and the Di Wu Temple was not much better. Almost the Supreme Realm was dead. It is very rare to be able to send a High Supreme at this moment. The Supreme of the Di Wu Temple was still high-spirited. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he immediately lowered his head like a mouse when he saw a cat, for fear that Jian Wushuang would bother him. Today's sword Wushuang's sword is invincible in 2 major steps, and has long been famous, not comparable to the past. After 3 months, Tong Lanza looked at the crowd, nodded, and said, Well, the first batch of candidates have arrived, and we can start. I saw at the moment Xianyang Ferry, scattered 11 Supreme. The 11 Supremes are extremely powerful. In addition to Jian Wushuang being the Elementary Supreme and Jiu Jia Wang being regarded as the Medium Supreme, the rest are the lowest and are the High Supreme. Next moment, I saw Lan Su flip her right hand, and a small white flag with 4 handles appeared. Go with, he whispered, and suddenly 4 small white flags shot into the sky, and then formed an enchantment. Ding! In the void, the rays of light suddenly flew, and beams of light were drawn side by side to form a matrix. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, the boundless void was torn, and a vortex was formed violently. In the center of the vortex, a golden beam of light fell, forming an aperture at the ferry. Let's go. Su Lansu turned back and said something to Jian Wushuang and others, then stepped forward and shot into the vortex of the sky first. Wu Jian Wushuang and others nodded their heads, all of which were working divine power, turned into a streamer, and shot into the vortex. Alas! Moments later, the vortex is closed, and the sky cleared again. The figures of Wu Jianshuang and others have disappeared. When time passed, Baiku passed the gap. In a flash, 100 years passed. In this century, Lan Su led Jian Wushuang and others, riding the cosmic passage all the way, traveling through the stars, and rushing towards the extraterritorial battlefield. They are extremely fast, often just flashing and disappearing into the cosmic channel. When they appear again, they are already out of several star fields. Gradually they completely moved away from the center of the universe, and reached extremely remote parts of the universe. On a desolate planet, 11 supreme figures, such as Lan Su, Jian Wushuang, Jiu Jiawang, and Long Qing, jumped out of the void. Here it is? Everyone walked out of the cosmic passage and looked around. I saw that this star was incapable of growing, the divine power was extremely thin, and there were void storms everywhere. In front of this star, there is a wind howling zone, a black wind like a sword, roaring around and shattering the void. In the midst of the faintness, You can still see in this stern wind zone, there is a powerful and fierce starry giant lurking, and his eyes are constantly emitting red light. Lan Su glanced up at the front, and said, "You, through this area of the 9 secluded winds, is the place where our universe is stationed in the extraterrestrial battlefield. There is no cosmic passage here, and we must rely on our own strength to cross." The words fell, everyone nodded. The breath of these starry beasts is not the ultimate dominating strength. Even if they are the most powerful, they are barely forced to reach the supremacy, and the presence of the highest supremacy, naturally, will not be seen by everyone. Among the crowd, Long Qing, who walked at the end, first glanced at the windward area in front of him, and then looked at the back of Jian Wushuang and King Jiujia again, and licked his lips. 9 Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 44-44. Let's go. Tong Lanza glanced back at them, and immediately stepped on, turning into a streamer, first shot towards the windy area. Yan Jian Wushuang and others followed closely, like a sharp knife, stabbed directly into the Feng area. Alas! In the howling zone, black howling winds tore the void, and terrible sound explosions continued to sound around. This black howling wind is enough to tear the monks below the Supreme directly into pieces. Even if they cross the Supreme, they feel a slight pain. Fortunately, they are the mainstays in the universe, and they are the big names who dominate the party. Although these black squall winds can cause trouble to them, they are just that. Wu Jian's warrior urged the Chaos Domination body, and the lines of God's veins flickered suddenly, and the whole body was exposed to intense golden light. The wind that was originally like a knife cutting meat suddenly became soft like a spring breeze. Roar! Roar! He stared at a giant starry sky, hiding in the howling wind, roaring and roaring. These starry beasts are all composed of meteorites. Except for the instinct to kill, there is almost no fear. Wu Jian Wushuang didn't need to draw a sword at all. He just punched out with a punch, which was to pull the force of 1,000 mountains and directly collapse an inch of starry beast. Others also used their own means of casting, and the magical powers flew and bombarded for a while, crushing a starry beast instantly. Gradually, Jian Wushuang and others gradually deepened into the deep wind belt. Lan Su walked in front, and Xinxing said, "Be careful, not far away is the most dangerous place in the howling belt, with the existence of the beast master of the starry sky. If it is just one head, it is nothing, but if it causes a beast tide, it will pose a threat to us." Therefore, everyone whispered a little, no noise, disturbed the existence of the beast master level. Everyone nodded when they heard the words, and understood the heart. Alas! The people were not slow, and soon they reached the depths of the wind belt. I saw a starry beast that was several times larger than it was just now, and was asleep in the wind. There was a strong breath that was taken from them. Even if everyone was supreme, it also felt a slight dignified meaning. Tong Lanza walked in front of her, and turned her back to a gesture of hush, motioning everyone not to make a sound. Suddenly, when Jian Wushuang passed by a giant monster king, Suddenly, a black light wave was shot by Long Qing, who walked at the end, and smashed into the starry monster king next to Jian Wushuang. Boom! Suddenly, the body of this star beast king burst violently, and countless black beasts' blood fell on Jian Wushuang's body. Howling, howling, dash! Howling, howling, dash! In an instant, the entire howling belt fell into a riot. Countless heads of giant beasts awakened, opened their eyes, and stared at Xiang Wushuang. They noticed it on Jian Wushuang, and killed the same kind of breath. In a moment, countless heads of the beast king of the sky flew fiercely towards the sword unparalleled. Long Qing. Lin Lance's face suddenly gloomed, and he looked back at Long Qing and said, "Long Qing, what do you mean?" I said it again and again. Don't disturb this starry beast. Have you put my words in your ears? Others also frowned. This seat is not intentional, careless. Long Qing spread his hand and said with fearlessness, "If the of the universe is here, he will not dare to presumptuously. This Blue Su is only an apprentice of the universe, and his strength is not as good as him. Although he is unwilling to offend, he cannot talk about how much fear. Ha! Wu Tai Luo's Excalibur came out of the sheath instantly. The sharp sword pressure spread. The sword had no double-sided expression, but the heart was sneer. He had long guessed that this guy, Long Qing, would overshadow him here. Cut! A giant roar rushed towards the sword Wushuang. A sharp sword blade has been severely cut off. This sword slashed the entire wind-howling belt directly, and the sky was torn directly to both sides. Roar! I saw this starry monster king, who was already comparable to the supreme strength, was cut into two directly from beginning to end, and countless blood fell. However, this sword of Jian Wushuang not only did not let those starry beasts retreat, but rushed towards the sword Wushuang even more crazy. In just a few breaths, Jian Wushuang was drowned in the huge beast tide. King Jiujia, Jiuxingxingzi and others frowned and were about to help, and saw that Lan Su's face was not very good-looking and said, "Don't shoot, let Jian Wushuang solve it by himself, otherwise it will only inspire a greater beast tide, we all have to be pulled in." The words fell, and he gave Long Qing a cold look, and there was a disgust in his eyes. Roar, roar! I saw the sword Wushuang submerged in the tide of beasts. The Tai Luo divine sword continued to be chopped, and each sword was taken away to take away a starry giant. Sure enough, killing can help increase the power of the Taro Excalibur. In the center of the beast tide, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since he got the Taro sword sheath, he found that with each killing, the power of the Taro Excalibur will be stronger, and the vertical eyes of the sword handle will become more demon. Especially the stronger the enemy's strength is, the greater the improvement of the Taro Excalibur. For example, after beheading Yu Ding Supreme, he felt the power of the Taro Excalibur, at least by 10%. Don't look like it is only 10%, but for today's Jian Wushuang, the power of 10% is already a huge improvement. The most important thing is that with the existence of the Taro sword sheath, he does not have to worry about the impurities that the Taro Excalibur will absorb too much. www. Novel. Affects the quality. Because you only need to put them in the scabbard for 1 or 2 to warm up, these impurities will be cleared up. When I saw this starry beast, Jian Wushuang naturally saw the hunting delight, and I was still thinking about how to trigger the beast tide, and justly slaughtered to enhance the power of the Taro sword. I never imagined that Long Qing would be better, and sent the beast tide directly to his hands. However, the starry beast king in this area is limited after all. After a few hours of fragrant incense, the starry beast king was slaughtered, and the ordinary starry beast did not have much effect on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang closed the sword and returned to the sheath. His expression came out step by step from the center of the beast tide. Wu Longqing looked at Jian Wushuang's unscathed appearance, and could not help but feel boring. He shook his head and said, "What kind of star monster is really wasteful and useless?" Lan Su saw that Jian Shuang was okay, and he felt a little relieved, and then stared at Long Qing with a cold vigilance, and said, "I would advise some people, if they bring their personal hatred to the extraterrestrial battlefield, blame me, report it directly to Master, and punish the family behind you." After I finished speaking, he snorted and led the crowd again, and led the other side across the wind. After a while, the 11 swordsmen and the Supreme Master passed through the wind band safely. A camp in the void appeared before the crowd. Chapter 44-45. Arrived. Lan Su stopped and smiled slightly. We are in front of the camp." Everyone heard the words, couldn't help looking at each other. Their faces were all novel. I saw a dormitory palace sitting in the void, and from time to time I saw the supreme-class strong man hurriedly walking around. Among them, there was still a lot of supreme staleness, and the body was wounded. "That's Supreme? Hasn't he disappeared hundreds of times of chaos? And that one, but the imitation Supreme who once became famous in the universe? The entire universe thought he had fallen, and he never thought he would have been outside the battlefield. Kanwu Supreme is the one whose body was on the verge of breaking just now, right? When Kanwu Supreme was so strong, he suffered such a serious injury here. It seems that the vagrants of the virtual universe are very difficult to deal with. Everyone's faces were full of solemnity. At this moment, an elementary and supreme will march in one step, arching his hand, saying, Lord Lan Su, God of the universe, has been waiting in the main hall for a long time. As soon as I saw you, I asked you to go to the main hall to hear the announcement. Yes. Shi Lanza didn't dare to delay, and quickly took the sword Wushwang and others and walked towards the main hall. In the main hall, the Zhou is sitting on the throne, but now he is much more tired than he was at the cosmic event of the universe. Wu Jianshuang saw goodbye this time, and he had a little more respect in his heart. If it wasn't for the god of the cosmos, he would have turned the tide. I'm afraid that the entire universe would have been destroyed once, and destroyed by the virtual men of the virtual universe. And since these tens of thousands of chaos periods, while the of the universe was sitting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, he was taught nothing, and he has cultivated a large number of strong men in the universe. I can say that there is a large part of the reason why the entire universe can be so stable today. It must be attributed to the of the universe. I'll wait and see Lord Yogo. The 11 supreme men were all whirling, half knelt on the ground, and said with arched hands, No need to be polite. Wu Zhou God smiled, stretched out his hand and held it up, and suddenly a soft force poured out to lift everyone up. Immediately, the God of God looked around at everyone, and said, Everyone wants to know something about the virtual universe? Everyone nodded, groaning. Well, the old man will not go into too much details about the virtual universe. The old man will now tell you about the situation in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Speaking of this, there was a touch of tolerance on the face of Zhou God, and with a wave of his right hand, a picture suddenly emerged out of thin air and was exposed in front of everyone. In this picture, a full 3-foot-long void crack stood like a mysterious gate in the void. Countless terrifying monsters roared out of the void crack. Some of these monsters have 3 heads and 6 arms, some have huge tails, and some have eyes all over their bodies. Their breath is completely different from ordinary supremes such as Jian Wushwang, but their strength is far beyond the supreme realm. Beyond the crack, a supreme team led by the invincible supreme, followed by the monsters to fight with these monsters. Fighting to the extreme. From time to time, you can see the powerful who has the supreme level fall from time to time. The Supreme Lord who is famous in the depths of the universe on weekdays is like a rain falling on that battlefield. No one flinched, no one was afraid, everyone fought to the last minute. There was nothing in the hall of the grandmother, and no one thought that this extraterrestrial battlefield had reached this step, and it was so tragic. 5,000 years ago, for some reason, the void crack suddenly became large, and a large number of virtual monks poured out of it. Moreover, these virtual monks did not fight as they did before, but they held groups together. If they are wrong, they can move forward and backward freely, and they should be led by one force of the virtual universe. The god of phenology opened his voice in a deep voice, and there was a dip in his eyes. As soon as this remark was made, everyone's face changed slightly. If according to the of the universe, the virtual cosmos in attack at this moment is only from a sectarian force, then it is not difficult to calculate that the strength of the opposite universe is far beyond their imagination. After all, now they have gathered the top combat power in the universe and gathered here to resist the attack. In other words, that is, the universe itself can only compete with the sectarian power of the virtual universe? Zhou God glanced at the changing faces of everyone, and continued to say, This is not much, mainly because the crack has become bigger and bigger. I'm afraid it won't take long for this crack to open completely and form a channel. By that time, I am afraid that the opposite virtual universe will bring the whole army under pressure, and if we stay dead, the entire universe will fall into catastrophe again. Hissing. Everyone took a cold breath. Among them, one of the Supremes asked, Master God, can't you even wipe out these false men? The god of Zhou looked at him and said in a deep voice, 3,000 years ago, a huge dark arm bound by a chain was stretched out in the void crack. The old man made a move with this dark arm. Although he forced it back, however, it can be sensed that the master of this black arm is afraid of not being weaker than the old husband, and even being able to be in the middle with the old husband. As soon as this discourse came out, it was definitely not worse for everyone. Even the sword is unparalleled, and his face is dignified to the extreme. God looked at everyone with a nervous look, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course, the words of the husband above, there is no room for salvation. Now everyone just needs to resist the offensive of the virtual universe, and the husband will look for 7 handles." One of the ancestral soldiers of Jintian Shinchi. Once the old man finds Jintian Shinchi, it is very likely to completely seal the void crack. Okay, now you know the situation in the extraterrestrial battlefields. Remember, the old man just said the word must not be rumored, otherwise the universe will be shaken and people's hearts will be upset. It crashed. After the god of Wuzhou spoke, he looked at Lan Su and asked, "Lan Su, now you break them up and put them into the 9 teams, under the control of the 9 teams." "Yes, the disciples obey." Shi Lanci nodded quickly, and led the 11 Supremes, including Jian Wushuang, to join the 9 teams in the camp. In the battlefield outside the realm, the Zhou is in charge of overseeing the overall situation. Each major team is Invincible Supreme as the captain, and under the captain, there are 2 deputy captains. These 2 deputy captains are often half-step Invincible Supreme, or Top Supreme. Wu Lanci led the crowd, broke it up, and joined the 9 teams. And Jian Wushuang was assigned to the 7th team. Chapter 44-46. The 7th team's camp is in a lush bamboo forest. Ran Lanci did not send Jian Wushuang in personally, but informed Jian Wushuang that the master of the god had transmitted the sound to the 7th team, and let Jian Wushuang directly go in to report. Before he left, Lan Su also kindly reminded Jian Wushuang to say that the 7th team leader He Yuan Supreme had a bad temper, but his nature was not bad. If there was a discord, let Jian Wushuang be more tolerant. He Yuan Supreme? Jian Wushuang was in a black robe, holding the slanted Tai Luo Excalibur sword handle at his waist, walking into the bamboo forest step by step. He Yuan is supreme, he is no stranger. There are not many invincible supremes in the universe. Almost every one is famous and glorious. He Yuan is supreme, among the invincible supreme realms, its reputation is at the forefront. If Ruo Tailuo is said to be the first sword of all ages, then He Yuan Supreme is the first sword of all ages. He Yuan Supreme took the sword into the path, and 8,000 chaos prehistoric eras claimed the invincible supreme realm. However, he has always been alone, so he has not left any Taoist forces in the universe. The universe does not know much about him. A piece of bamboo leaves fell swiftly, and the more you walked in, the more open the path in the forest. It didn't take long for a bamboo house to appear in front of the sword without double sides. The door of the bamboo house opened, and more than a dozen Supremes sat cross-legged at the door. They were wearing uniform white robes. After seeing Jian Wushuang, their eyes were full of novelty, and they kept looking up and down. The name of Jian Wushuang, although they have been staying in extraterritorial battlefields, I have heard of it occasionally, what seems to be the first genius in the universe today, and has the power to leapfrog. In this regard they are doubtful. Wu Jian Wushuang also looked at them. There were a total of 20 Supreme Masters, all of whom were above the Supreme Master, and one of them was a Supreme Master and a half-step Invincible Master. The 2 men's robes are also different from other Supremes. Although they are also white robes, they are sewn with gold threads at the corners of the robes. These 2 people should be the vice-captains of the 7th team. Wu Jian's pupils shrunk slightly. Both of them have the spirit of killing. Just a glance, there was a terrifying intention. Wu Jianshou continued to raise his head and look toward the deepest part of the bamboo forest. There was only one person standing. The man is extremely tall and burly, carrying a long black knife on his shoulders, and wearing a large white scorpion. The large satin embroidered on the back of the shovel is the large 7 teams word, and his back is facing the sword. Sunda just stood there, just like Taishan Hingyue stood in front of him, a huge coercion spread. Next moment, the person slowly turned around. A face with long scars, a square face, not angry, appeared in Jian Wu's eyes. For this person, he is the captain of the 7th team, Invincible Supreme Heiyuan. Heiyuan Supreme, with the sword to enter the path, the universe has been famous for 9 days and 10 Invincible Supreme. He is full of monstrous spirits. Jian Wuxuang just touched his eyes in the air and felt a terrible horror, enough to cause the suffocating cold in tension. At first glance, I know that this person is definitely a super strong man who walked out of the blood of the dead. Sword unparalleled? Heiyuan Supreme raised his eyelids and looked at Jian Wuxuang with an expressionless expression. Heiyuan Supreme! Jian Wuxuang's expression was indifferent, and he saluted slightly. Heiyuan Supreme nodded his head and said, Jian Wuxuang, this seat has heard of you. You seem to be the first genius in the universe right now. No matter how amazing your talent is, this ugly word is in front. This seat needs as a reminder. When you enter this extraterrestrial battlefield in your majesty, you should not bring your arrogant arrogance as the first talented genius. Here, you only need to know 4 words and obey. Alive! Do you understand? Jian Wuxuang heard his eyes narrowed and saw Heiyuan's expression indifferent, so he nodded and said, Relax, I understand. Well, this is also for your good. Heiyuan Supreme paid attention to Jian Wuxuang's look. Seeing that Jian Wuxuang was not like those other geniuses, when he heard that his face was full of disapproval, he couldn't help his face slightly, nodding. Well, Rong, you take the sword unparalleled to change into the uniform of our 7th team. Yes, Captain. One of the 2 deputy captains, among them the top Supreme Xiao Wei, and a short hair of the honorary Supreme congratulations, and then looked at Jian Wuxuang smiled. Warriors Supreme, please hear. Trouble. Wu Jianso nodded at him. A moment later, under the leadership of Rongjing Supreme, Jian Wuxuang quickly changed the clothes of the 7th team. Like everyone else, he was dressed in a plain white robe, chest position, and embroidered the words 7 teams with black lines. Wu Shuang Supreme, the captain's words just now, don't take it to heart. The captain, he is a straightforward character, not intentional against you. Every one of us who has just entered the 7th team, the captain will click it, because you are afraid that we are too aggressive and not stable enough to lose our lives on the battlefield. Rongji Supreme smiled. Wu Jian Wuxuang nodded his head, signaled to understand. The 2 of them chatted while walking. Basically Rongjing Supreme introduced them, while Jian Wuxuang listened silently, nodded from time to time, and made clear. After some conversation, Jian Wuxuang's impression of this honorable Supreme was quite good, and did not feel that his position and cultivation were higher than Jian Wuxuang. He was aggressive, but rather mild. Well, Jian Shuang, in front of you is your harem. If there is no war, the team has no restraint on individuals. You can cultivate with peace of mind, but if a war occurs, you will receive a message from Captain Heiyuan. Regardless of what's on hand, be sure to come and gather as soon as possible, otherwise Captain Heiyuan's thunder is not easy to extinguish. After Rongji Supreme said, he gave Jian Wuxuang a token and strode away. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, and immediately opened the gate of his own palace, and went in one step. This dwelling house covers an extremely large area. A futon is placed in the center, and a matrix method is drawn next to the futon, which can make the monk sitting on the futon quickly recover the divine power. Creak. Wu Jianwu closed the door, sat cross-legged, his eyes flashed with thought. Whenever you come, you can rest assured. The crisis in this extraterrestrial battlefield is perilous. Even the Invincible Supreme is in danger of falling. The danger is far from comparable to the universe. I am still too weak now. You must first think of ways to improve your strength. Qi Jian Wuxuang silently whispered to himself, immediately closed his eyes, began to condense his strength, and hit the medium to supreme state. At the same time, King Nine Dragons, Long Qing and others settled down. Among them, Long Qing stepped up into the sky and directly joined the 3rd team to make up for the fallen vice-captain position of the 3rd team, and become the 3rd team vice-captain. Time flashed, time passed. Chapter 44-47. At the same time. Millions of miles away from the universe camp. It was like a vertical eye, and the cracks about 10 feet in length were constantly twisted, and a breath completely different from this universe was taken from the inside. The starry sky before this crack has turned into a sure hell. Ha ha ha, a bunch of weak and poor garbage! A monster with a huge body, an upper body, no head and neck, and a human face on his stomach, laughed wildly. I bang bang bang. There was a scarlet shock wave, like bombs, bombarded wildly. On the left shoulder of this headless monster, there are 5 traces of long marks like claws, especially evil. 5 marks voids! The 8th team responsible for guarding the cracks in the void heard a terrifying hiss. 5 marked voids, corresponding to the invincible supreme level strong in this universe. The leader of the 8th team, Zerowood Supreme, holds a sharp gun in his hand that can tear the sky, and his expression is dignified to the extreme. Kill this seat! The next moment, Zerowood Supreme opened his mouth coldly, and when he stepped on it, he suddenly turned into a streamer and killed the headless monster. Yes! Behind him, more than a dozen supreme powerful men forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts, and each performed their magical powers and rose into the sky. Babu General, eat this bunch of garbage! The headless monster saw the face growing on the chest, sparks of excitement flashed in his eyes, stepped under the heavy footsteps, stretched out his big hand and grabbed at the Zerowood Supreme. Behind him, 8 shadows stepped out of the darkness. Hiss, it's delicious! A monster with 3 snake heads and a lower body is a human monster. Oh, the taste of meat is really fascinating. A monster with a very fat body, like a ball, a monster with its mouth and jaw cracking all the way to the back of the ear, laughs vaguely. Kill! Kill them! A strange man who looks like a horned warrior, but has thick and sharp fangs, growls with excitement, and the fighting in his eyes is crazy. The 8 people are extremely weird. On their left shoulders, several long marks are shining. Among them, the man with the least long marks, a man with a pale face and black eye shadows under his eyes, also has 2 long marks. That is to say, these 8 generals, the least powerful, are also medium to supreme. Hey! The next moment, the 8 flashed their bodies, disappeared behind the headless monster, and looted towards the 8th team. What? For a moment, countless screams sounded. A medium supreme, just rubbed by the palm of the headless monster, instantly burst into blood mist, extinct. This starry sky was directly stained with blood. Damn! Zerowood Supreme looked gloomy, and the dragon's spear in his hand strangled all directions. Sahan's gunman was enough to explode dozens of stars together. Boom! This shot exploded, and the vast sky was instantly torn open to a huge mouth, and a explosion sound burst instantly, as if being stabbed by Zerowood Supreme instead of a gun, but a 9-clawed dragon of arrogant world. Under this gun, the whole world must bow to his head. Ha ha ha, good job! I ate you! The headless monster laughed even louder. There was a dark wave of destruction, condensing in front of his chest. Void explode! Universe Base Camp. Jack! On weekdays, almost all the gods of the universe are beautiful and cheerful, but this time they have changed to the gentleness of the past, and the coldness in their eyes is extremely cold. Wu Zhou stood up, raised his head to look at the endless void, countless avenues evolved in his eyes, and the darts flowed, forming yin and yang. His eyes directly passed through the endless void, and saw the tragic battlefield outside the cracks of void. Sahan's voice came from his mouth. Pass the old husband's order, the 6th and 7th teams, immediately go to the cracks in the universe and support the 8th team. Yes. Lan Su had a dignified expression and knew in her heart that this time it was a big deal. 7th team camped among the daggers of Wujian Shuang. Warriors Supreme immediately got up and hurried to the main hall, 100,000 in a hurry. A voice sounded like a thunderous thunder in Jian Wushuang's head. Wu Jianso slowly opened his eyes, and a regret flashed across his face. Just a little bit, just give him a little more time, he can break through the middle extreme. At that time, his combat power will be upgraded again. Nothing. Wu Jianshou shook his head and knew in his heart that Supreme Heiyuan was so anxious to convene them, for fear that something urgent had happened in the battlefield outside the realm. There was no more delay, and the sword unparalleled stepped out, as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch, and the whole person instantly disappeared into the palace. Everyone is here? Heiyuan's face was ugly, his eyes glanced over the team members in front of him, and he saw that everyone had gathered, which made his face look better. You, Lord Elder God, has orders. I need to rush to the void of the void immediately, Heiyuan Supreme said in a deep voice. As soon as this remark was made, everyone could not help but look at each other. Captain, why is this so urgent? Hasn't the crack in the void been stable recently? What's wrong? A team member asked in confusion. Heiyuan heard the words and looked at him, took a deep breath and replied. There was a riot in the fissure in the void, and a 5-mark virtual soldier led the team. What? 5 marks? Several Chaos Ages haven't appeared in 5 marks, have they? If the time is right, the 8th team of Zerowood Supreme is now patrolling the void crack then, aren't they over? Everyone's face changed. Heiyuan Supreme had a heavy expression, nodded his head after hearing the words, and slowly replied. Yes, according to the news from Master God, the 8th team is almost completely annihilated, leaving only Zerowood Supreme and a deputy captain, holding on with a few players. After speaking, Heiyuan Supreme took a deep breath, no more to say, and said, Okay, it is not too late. You wait to set off quickly with this seat, to support the 8th team. Fight for this time from the cracks in the void. The dummies that have emerged are wiped out on the extraterritorial battlefield. Yes. Everyone should be shocked, with 3 inches of war in his eyes. Wu Jianshuang also flickered his eyes full of war. He remembered that the emperor who killed Taro Supreme was the virtual universe, and he accepted the inheritance of Taro Supreme, and sooner or later had to kill the emperor and complete Taro's last wish. Therefore, he had better be familiar with the way the virtual universe fights. And is also in desperate need of a battle to become the final breakthrough in the supreme stepping stone. Go! Suppress the war! With a wave of his hand, Zhong Heiyuan took the lead and turned it into a billowing black wave, which suddenly rose into the sky and rushed towards the extraterrestrial battlefield next to the fissure in the void. Huh! Yan Jian Wushuang and others have performed their magical powers closely, followed closely behind. Chapter 44-48. Boom boom. Ha 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 ha. Go dying dying dying. The headless monster Zhang chuckled smirkily. One after another the crimson shockwaves kept blasting out from the palm of his hand. These crimson shockwaves exploded in the starry sky like a bomb, and the entire starry sky trembled with scars. Fortunately, this battle occurred in this extraterrestrial battlefield. Otherwise, if it is in the depths of the universe, relying on this person's horrific power, I am afraid that even the depths of the universe, even with thousands of star fields, will be destroyed by him. Damn! The Supreme stepped on a meteorite half-knelt, and his chest violently undulated. At the moment, the shotgun that was made from the dragon bones and dragon souls of 3 generations of dragons had been cut in 2. Captain, what do you do now? We can't hold on for long. Qingguang Extreme, the deputy captain of the 8th team, whispered. Zanmima Supreme looked back, and his face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. The 8th team was almost wiped out. In addition to the deputy captain Qingguang Supreme alive, there were only 2 players remaining. The 2 were also seriously injured. The body was on the verge of collapse and would fall at any time. Fighting power at all. He took a deep breath, and Zerowood Supreme asked in a deep voice. Is there any news back from Lord Elder God? Shi Qingguang nodded supremely, and quickly replied. Captain, Lord Zhou God said that the 6th and 7th teams have been sent, and they are on their way. Is this the 2 guys, Lucy and Heiyuan? Zerowood Supreme heard his face a little slower, then took a deep breath, and the killer flickered in his tone. Still a few more incense sticks. Be sure to all these monsters, the burial is here. Boom! Extreme divinity, a thought of the kingdom of God! Suddenly, Zero Wood Supreme clasped his hands, and countless black chains spread out around him, forming an eternal kingdom. Come in! Healing Mu grabbed his right hand, and immediately caught the headless monster with 5 marks in his mind. Kill! Suddenly, the deputy captain Qingguang Supreme also had a murderous act. He displayed the supreme supernatural power that destroyed the heavens and the earth, and blasted towards the 8 parts. Tickling. Sun Heyuan Supreme took the lead and walked in the forefront. More than 20 supreme masters such as Jian Wushuang followed closely, continuously performing the movement technique, jumping and flickering in the void. After about half a column of incense. Ha! Heyuan Supreme stepped out of the sky, and sprinted forward. There is a crack in the void ahead, everyone be careful. He took a deep breath and looked up. At this glance, I couldn't help but feel cold. I saw that not far ahead, beside a crack like a vertical eye, it had turned into a Shura purgatory. Countless blood floats in the void, and there is a wave of divine power after the Supreme falls. A strange man with 3 snake heads is biting a Supreme in his mouth, chewing and biting. This Supreme has not died yet. His eyes are distantly looking into the distance. His eyes are full of despair. On the other side, the headless monster's big hand clutched Seramis Supreme's head, as if raising a chick, madly bombarded in the air. Weak, weak, weak! You are too weak! The headless monster yanked his hands fiercely, tearing Zero Wood Supreme into 2 pieces, and throwing them aside like throwing a sack. Card. I haven't waited for Zero Wood Supreme's body to be reorganized and resurrected again. The headless monster has already strode away, lifting its huge feet, and stepping on the Zero Wood Supreme's body. I dare! Heyuan Supreme saw this, and immediately fell into rage. Dead? He stomped his right foot and turned it into a shard of darkness that ran across the sun and the moon and went straight. With this knife, Daomong surpassed 100,000 miles and traversed Qinghe to sweep the sun and the moon. Ding! For a moment, this knife was severely split on the right leg of the headless monster that was about to step down. A half-month arc of dagger flashed, and with a tear, the entire right leg of this headless monster was cut off instantly. Roar! Suddenly, the headless monster roared in pain and stepped back a few steps. Xingmu, you can't do this? Heyuan Supreme reached out and raised Zero Wood Supreme, who had reorganized his body. Heyuan, this guy is hard to deal with. Zero Wood Supreme gasped slightly, his expression solemnly said. Another one. The face on the headless monster's chest, his eyes twinkling, constantly looking at Heyuan Supreme. Alas! I saw countless tentacles pouring out of the wound of his severed right leg, and then a flash of light flashed, these tentacles condensed into a huge right leg. Injury, instant recovery as before. Let's go. The headless monster grunted coldly and turned to re-enter the void crack. Behind him, Babu will sneer and shake his head. Want to leave after killing someone? A cold voice sounded in the void. Soon afterwards, he saw a thin young man wearing a white robe, walking out of the void and step by step, cutting off the path of the headless monster. On the back of the white robe, the huge dazzling 6th team is embroidered with black thread. The 6th team captain Brooks Supreme came. Behind him, more than 10 players walked out side by side. Jiu Xingxingzi joined the 6th team. He nodded toward the sword Wushuang, shouted the leader of the line. Qi Jian Wushuang slightly jaw ahead, knowing that things are urgent at this moment, not a moment of chatting chills, he ordered a voice to let him live well. Oh! The face of the headless monster's chest twisted, and he glanced back at Xuanxi Supreme, then turned his head to look at Heyuan Supreme. Instead of being afraid, he opened a radiant arc of excitement and whispered in a low voice. Interesting, really interesting. Next moment, he lifted his head sharply. Zhang angrily laughed. Babu generals, eat them! Boom! Countless energies condensed in the palms of his palms, and he saw that there was a huge mouth in his palms. Open this mouth, and the crimson light wave cannonballs condensed out instantly, blasting towards Heyuan Supreme. Heyuan Supreme slashed the huge knife in his hand and blasted a shell that smashed over, whispering coldly, "Seventh team, kill!" Yes. All members of the seventh team are roaring and using various magical powers to kill those 8. Hiss. Among the 8 generals, the monster who had 3 snake heads but had a human body suddenly spit out the letter strangely and smiled. There is food coming to the door again. He narrowed his eyes, his face was full of greed, his turquoise pupils twisted, his eyes continued to glance across the faces. Finally, his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang. Interesting, so small and weak, dare to come to trouble us? Huh! He stomped his right foot, and suddenly turned into a ghost, rushing towards the sword unparalleled. Chapter 44-49. The first is more. Huh! It was just a lapse of time. The 3 snake-headed monsters had already appeared in front of Jian Wu's double-sided, open enough to swallow the mouth of Sun Moon Snake, and bite hard at Jian Wushuang. There are countless stench winds blowing at you. For marks? Top extreme? Wu Jian's expression was dignified, and Tai Luo's Excalibur appeared in his hands. The strength of these fictitious men is far beyond the corresponding realm. Don't look at these 3 snake-headed monsters are just top-level supreme, but they are far more terrible than ordinary top-level supreme. Even if it is Jian Wushuang, I dare not take it lightly. Cut! Just when Jian Wushuang lifted the Tai Luo Excalibur and was ready to fight with the 3 snake-head monsters, Rongzuan Supreme had already taken a step ahead, swiping his right foot fiercely, and will be facing the 3 snake heads bitten by Jian Wushuang. Fly together. Sword unparalleled, you are weak, not his opponent, give him to me. Sun Rongji glanced at Jian Wushuang, and then stared at the snake-headed weird with countless dignity. It is good. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, without evading politeness. At this moment, it is extremely critical, not the time for him to fail. Hiss, are you in a hurry to come to death? The 3 snake-head monsters' mouth opened a playful smile. Looking at Rongzhen Supreme, the cruel light in his eyes continued to spit. Tong Rongzhen is obviously higher than him, but he is not half afraid, but instead has the light of greed in his eyes. Whiteness, that kid is over to you, the 3-headed snake said to the young man with a pale face and black eye shadows under his eyes. This person is the weakest one among the 8 books, and the one with the most human-like appearance. It is good. Baidu heard his words and tilted his head, and the whole person revealed his numbness and stiffness. Alas! Countless black light waves condensed in his hands and turned into a thin sword. Next moment, 2 imaginary forces exploded at the foot of Baidu, and he rushed out instantly, like a white lightning, fiercely chopped to the sword unparalleled. Can you still use it like this? Wu Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and the Tai Luo Excalibur was cut off instantly. Wu Tai Luo's Excalibur collided with the sword made by Su Li, and suddenly the sword with Su Li shattered. Huh! Nianjian Wushuang's neck twisted, and his right fist was slammed out, just like pushing a round of the sun. Numerous bright golden lights condensed on Jian Wushuang's right fist and banged heavily on Baidu's cheek. Boom! Instantly, the whiteness was hit by a smashing hammer, and the body flew upside down. The whole head was directly blasted by this fist. Shusher, but that's it. The sword has no double-sided and expressionless. This whiteness is 2 marks, which corresponds to the medium supreme strength, even if his strength is far superior to the medium supreme, to improve a grade, but only the high supreme. High supreme has long been no longer in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Is it? Countless thick tentacles poured from Baidu's neck, and in a short time, he recovered as before. Oh? The speed of recovery is much faster than us. A slight surprise flashed in Wu Jianhua's eyes, and then an interested look appeared on his face. Come on, let me see, how powerful are your vagrants? Do not let me down. Ha! The sword Wushuang rose to the sky, a majestic sword pressure, centered on the sword, spread instantly. The battle between the 2 parties and horses has fallen into the most intense state from the beginning. Heiyuan Supreme and 11 Supreme shot at the same time, strangling headless monsters back and forth. The two invincible extremes join forces. It's not as simple as 1+1. Either of them has the terrifying power to level the universe and destroy one side. At the moment, when the two of them join forces, the entire starry sky is exploded, as if to reshape the universe and open up a chaotic world. I can't use any words to describe the power of both shots. In their hands, the sun and the moon are just of mud and that are free to play between their fingers, and the Milky Way across the sky, but the stream flowing under their feet. They can raise their hands and throw their feet at will, and can directly overturn the entire universe and blast its supernatural power. A little bit of mighty power is enough to squash countless stars. Although this headless monster is strong, it can even be said that he has repressive strength in the face of any of these two people, but in the joint effort of the two, he was suddenly beaten back and can only keep roaring. On the battlefield, horrible magical powers exploded, and sword blades tore through the sky. If someone in the depths of the universe saw this scene at this time, they would be exclaimed that this is a battle for extinction. With the joining of the 6th and 7th teams, the 8 generals that had been devastated and destroyed were immediately contained and the situation reversed. Among them, in addition to the headless monster, the one with the highest build is the monster with a fat body and a mouth split to the ears. The teeth in his mouth were uneven and long, but he opened his mouth and bit a bite, but he directly crushed a supreme soldier who pierced him. Ha 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 ha! Explode! A horrifying purple light wave spewed out of his mouth like a thunderbolt, and the 5 supremes who besieged him were all driven away. These 8 books are really too powerful. Although each of them is faced with enemies that are several times their own, and is suppressed by death, they have not really fallen to the stage of life and death crisis, and they can even counterattack. I can say that if any of these 8 books are placed in the depths of the universe, they will be the masters of the hegemony. Cut Star. A blue sword mang, nearly 10,000 square meters thick, condensed in the sword without hands. The sword has no double sides and no expression, and it is easy to split. The entire sky was ripped apart by the mighty boom. Instantly the dummy named Baidu was severely split again. How can it be so strong? Tong Baidu's eyes shrank. This was the first time he had met. The opposite universe had a state under him, but he could crush him. His numb and stiff face was now full of fear. Boom! He picked up again, and countless virtual forces in his hand turned into a long sword. Under the flash of his body, he appeared on the top of Jian Wushuang's head and severely chopped off. Click! However, this sword was directly held by Wushuang's 5 fingers. Numerous violent virtual forces exploded between the 5 fingers of the sword pair, but they were unable to shake the sword pair. I heard that you have a companion supernatural power called Virtual Explosion. If you do and to use it again, you have no chance. Wu Jianshou shook his head and shook his finger, and the endless majestic strength immediately condensed at his fingertips, and instantly flew this whiteness. He looked down at the man condescendingly, his eyes indifferent. Okay, well, I'll do as you wish. Baidu struggled to stand up from the ground, holding his hands in a fierce space in front of him, and yelled in a low voice. Virtual Explosion! Chapter 4450. Second more. Boom! Suddenly, this starry sky stagnates suddenly. Immediately, 2 long marks on the left shoulder of Baidu burst into countless red lights. Immediately, a stream of energy overflowed from him, forming a red ball of light between his palms. Alas! Around this crimson ball of light, as if the void was being squeezed by the giant force, and began to frantically shatter. I am so strange to the extreme, a breath that is completely different from the divine power permeates, representing destruction. Dead? The next moment, Baidu looked up sharply, looking at Xiang Wushuang, pushing his hands forward. Roar! In an instant, this crimson ball of light, like a bomb that destroyed the world and destroyed the world, jumped across countless spaces and slammed straight towards the sword unparalleled. The power of this blow is more than hundreds of times the energy of this person before, even enough to threaten the half-step invincible Supreme. Is this a virtual explosion? No wonder in the same realm, virtual scholars are much stronger than our monks. Jian Jianwushuang narrowed his eyes, staring at the horrible red ball approaching him quickly, and his interest became strong. Immediately, Jian Wushuang did a move that was enough to make the audience crazy. He slowly reached out his hand and grabbed at this scary red ball. Warriors Supreme! The Rongji Supreme, who was fighting fiercely in the distance, noticed this scene, and suddenly changed his face, yelling, Wu Shuang Supreme, quickly escape! The other 8 books will notice this scene. Firstly, it seems to be a little surprised that the whiteness is used to deal with a rude elementary supreme, and it is forced to use a virtual explosion, and then a sneer will appear on his face. Yan Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as if he was oblivious, and continued to reach for the scary red ball. It was almost within a short time before Jian Wushuang's right hand touched the scary red ball. Boom! A violent and distorted power burst into the sword without hands. The outstretched arm of Wu Jianwushuang burst directly. Is this the power of imagination? Jian Jianwa's eyes shined out, feeling the power inside that terrible red ball. That is a very different power from the supreme divine power. Huh! On this horror ball, the entire arm of Jian Wushuang was smashed, and when it was about to be on the sword Wushan body, the 2 sides of the sword said, Town! In an instant, Chaos Overlord was urged to the limit by Jian Wushuang, and the surface of the whole Buddha's skin spewed a godlike pattern like a twisted tree root. At the position of his eyebrow, the purple word, Chuan, also instantly became demon-dazzled. Countless sword chi burst out on Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, the original terrible horror ball was destroyed, and it broke instantly. Numerous magical powers evolved on the arm that Jian Wushuang blew up, and turned into his arm again. Wu Jianshou looked at Baidu indifferently and said, This associated supernatural power is really strong, but unfortunately you are too weak. After speaking, Tai Luo Di Jian reunited in the sword without hands. Wu Jian Wushuang is full of sharp breath like the magic sword with the same sheath. He could feel that the Taro Excalibur in his hand could not help but be ready to bleed. Well, let's go to death. The sword has no hands in the tailored Excalibur, splitting towards that whiteness. No! How could I die in the hands of your lowly humble universe monks? The whiteness screamed, but turned and rushed towards the void crack. Want to escape? Wu Jianshou sneered. Talented, amazing life! Boom! Instantly, a coercion from the highest level of life came to the audience. Under this coercion, the entire starry sky is stagnant, and space and time seem to freeze at this moment. The sound that Baidu was running away stopped in an instant. He turned his head and stared at Xiang Wushuang, as if he had found something that shocked him. His eyes enlarged sharply and he lost his voice. Your body, how could there be a breath of his life? Huh! The breath of his? He Jianshuang heard the words, and couldn't help a frown, and the Tai Luo Excalibur, which had been split off, was taken back by him. He stepped in front of Baidu, looked down at him coldly and asked, Who is the he? You said? You don't know him? Baidu heard a word, seems to be accidental sword Wushuang. I do not know who he said this person, then laughed ha ha. Ha ha ha, there is his breath in your body, humble and poor guy, you are dead. They will come to you. What are you talking about? Wu Jianshuang frowned. He could feel that the person in front of him did not open the river in the mouth. This person must know something. You want to know? At this moment, Baidu no longer had the fear of death, but there was a strangeness in his eyes. Humble and poor guy, you have a relationship with he and you will die. No matter where you flee, those lunatics will find you and you will surely die. Huh! The voice dropped, Baidu's body exploded. At this moment, he even chose to blow himself up. The horrible might exploded, setting off a monstrous white wave. The sword Wushuang receding back, waved his hands again and again, and waved the shock wave formed by the whiteness self-explosion. What is this guy talking about? Wu Jian Wushuang stood with his sword. His face was cloudy for a while. Baidu's words before his death were like curses, echoing in his mind. Who is he? Who are those lunatics who are going to kill me? The meaning of Ji Jian was eyes blinking quickly. He was not a stupid person, and soon realized that Baidu would suddenly say so, after he released his talents and shocked his life. And Jian Wushuang was very keenly aware of it. The first sentence this person said revealed the word breath of life. A breath of life? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. It can be said that his special life was all created by his master Xian Yi by his own power, so this person just said he's master? Then the lunatic in his mouth, was he the one who hunted down Master in Jiui Starfield? In the faint ambiguity, Jian Wushuang seems to feel that in the endless darkness, there is an invisible line, which is controlling everything. The master of this line is his master Xuanyi. He can now be 100% certain that his mysterious master is absolutely inextricably related to the virtual universe. Even, Jian Wushuang felt more and more that every step that his master took was meant. He began to wonder if it was his first meeting with Xuanyi, which seemed to be an unintentional coincidence, but in fact it was already a planned plan. In addition, Jian Wushuang has another problem that he is most concerned about. Then, if his master is really in the next big game, what role will he play in this big game? Nothing, now the most important thing is to improve our strength. After she took a deep breath, Jian Wushuang no longer thought about it, but turned his eyes and looked toward the battlefield. With Jian Wushuang ending the battle, other people's battles also came to an end. Chapter 44-51. Third More. On the battlefield. The 8 generals headed by a headless monster, under the pressure of the 6th and 7th teams, can only retreat steadily. The headless monster tried to escape several times, but was stopped by Supreme Hiyuan and Supreme Shi. One after another tearing the heavens and the earth through the sky, crossing the sun and the moon, suppressing all directions. Under the cooperation of Hiyuan Supreme and Cece Supreme, the headless monster was gradually forced to the corner, and had no choice. The waste of Baidu was actually killed! The headless monster noticed the scene where Jian Wushuang beheaded Baidu, and a loud humming sound came out of his nose. Then he looked at the 3-headed snake and said in a low voice, Willow, before we retreat, you killed the guy with the sword. He was facing 3 snakes of the top siege of the 2 vice team level top sieges. He nodded and heard the words. The 3 snake heads opened their mouths at the same time. Immediately, he swept away and rushed to sword unparalleled. Hiss, you can even kill Baidu. It seems that I look down on you. The turquoise pupil in the eyes of the 3-headed snake twisted, and a strange laugh was made in his mouth. Wu Jianwushuang looked up at the man, his face slumped. On this person's left shoulder, 4 long scars are like scars of 3, reflecting the scarlet light. The strength of this 3-headed snake is far more powerful than that of whiteness. He was even stared at by the 3-headed snake, and he had a sense of horror that he had become a prey. The cold hair of the sword unparalleled body was all upright. Eat you! Huh! The 3-headed snake turned his head and disappeared instantly. When it appeared again, he had already appeared above Jian Wushuang. The huge snake's mouth opened, and he bit it down. It's fast! Wu Jian's face changed slightly, and Tai Luo's Excalibur split instantly. A sword like a horror, making a terrifying howling sound, instantly split into the giant mouth bit by the 3-headed snake. Huh! It was like a bomb exploded in the mouth of a 3-headed snake. However, the 3-headed snake was chopped by the swordsman, but there was no pain at all. Instead, he bit a bite and swallowed the swordsman directly in the belly. No wonder you can cut and kill Baidu. Your sword is powerful and has reached a level of 3 marks. The 3-headed snaking whispered a low laugh. And then Feng Feng said, If I'm not mistaken, you must be a Tianjiao character in this universe? Jian Wushuang heard nothing and said nothing, but the body full of supreme divine power, ready to go. Oh, you're so boring. When the 3-headed snake saw Jian Wushuang ignored him, he couldn't help but churn his lips, and immediately the dark green pupils contracted into a line instantly, An endless virtual force burst out from him. Well, let me eat you! Boom! The virtual force on the three-headed snake exploded again. Under the sweep of its body, it opened a mouth that was enough to swallow the sun, the moon, and the stars, and bite away fiercely towards Jian Wuxuang. Taro's sword code, second style dawn! Jian Wuxuang's voice chilled and turned directly into a golden light, quickly splitting towards the three-headed snake. With this sword, Feng Rui reached the extreme point, enough to cut off the galaxy and split Zhou Shan. Boom! The two severely hit each other, and the power of the Tai Luo divine sword exploded directly. Instantly, the snake head in the middle of the three-headed snake, from the mouth of the snake to the end of the snake, was flashed by a golden thread and cut in half. This time, the three-headed snake couldn't hold it anymore, and gave a painful growl. The figure of the unparalleled sword is condensed behind the three-headed snake. This sword splits the three-headed snake into two halves, but he is not proud of it, but his face is more dignified. Taro's sword code, third style, dusk! Boom! Instantly, Duan Jianzhao was urged by Jian Wuxuang, with Jian Wuxuang as the center. A huge pit appeared at the foot of Jian Wuxuang, and then spread and spread. There was a huge suction coming out from the center of the pit, and it was only a moment that he pulled the three-headed snake into it. Buried! The 5 fingers spread out by Wu Jian's unparalleled grip. Suddenly, a force of squeezing from the sky suddenly burst out from the pit. The force of squeezing and colliding was so magnificent that it was enough to crush a top-level supreme into a meat sauce instantly. At this moment, the three-headed snake that was still roaring suddenly had a look of fear on his face. Stuck in this pit, he was like an earthworm trapped in a huge stone mill. His body was crushed thousands of times in an instant. In the distance, the headless monster, who had been driven to an end, noticed this scene, and his face suddenly became ugly. For the first time, he looked at Jian Wuxuang. His eyes surged. Heiyuan Supreme and Cici Supreme also saw the pictures of Jian Wuxuang suppressing the three-headed snake, and there was a flash of color in his eyes. Heiyuan, it seems you have a monster under your hand. Sushi Supreme smiled slightly. Under the cooperation of the two, the headless monster has come out, but now it is only the end of a strong crossbow, so he also rarely relaxes a bit. You can't talk about evil spirits, but your talent is better than others, and you still need to experience it. Heiyuan Supreme has no emotional changes on his face, but in his heart he is also surprised by Jian Wuxuang's combat power. Is it? Su Shixuan looked at Heiyuan Supreme with a smile, and then said, Heiyuan, why not transfer him to my 6th team? Get out of here! Heiyuan glanced at him without hesitation, and then snorted. Don't say this, first kill this headless monster. Lucy Supreme nodded his head, and looked again at the headless monster, with a coldness on his face. A 6-mark monster, even if he guards thousands of chaos ages in this extraterrestrial battlefield, has only seen it a few times. This is a big fish, you must not let it go. Supernatural power, San Qing in one gas. Huh! For a moment, the 3 figures exactly the same as those of the Supreme Master Xuanxi came out of his body. The other side. Virtual explosion! Three-headed snake Delirium, feeling the force of terror squeezing in the pit at dusk, no longer hesitating, arrogantly used the associated supernatural power, virtual explosion. Suddenly, the skulls on the left and right sides of the three-headed snake Delirium exploded directly. After the 2 snake heads exploded, they turned into pure virtual energy and rushed towards the middle skull. Roar! The three-headed snake Delirium opened his mouth, and a thick wave of light from the bucket was instantly roared by him. This horrible wave of light is so powerful that it only pierced the pit of dusk at once, and pulled out a long dark trace in the void. This horrible wave of light, after piercing the pit of the dusk, blasted towards Jian Wuxuang again. Come! Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and clenched the tailored Excalibur in his hand. The war in his eyes turned into a spark, flashing to the extreme. Break me! Wu Jianshou roared, and his power was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the ordinary supreme power, all in his hands. Choose! Suddenly, Taro's sword turned into a world that cut the sky, cut the sun, the moon, the stars, and the terrible sword rainbow that runs through the sky and the sky. Beneath the sword, the tailored sword trembled wildly, making a sound like the Buddha groaned, and the demon wept. Boom! Suddenly, the sword was chopped on the false burst of delusive light. Chapter 44-52. Fourth more! Boom! Instantaneously, two huge shock waves spread rapidly in the center of the two men's fighting. The whole void burst instantly. Even the other Supremes who met in the distance were smashed by those who were hit by this shock wave, and they retreated back. For a moment, Tai Luo's magic sword turned into a dragon sword rainbow, stalemate with this strange light wave, regardless of up and down. Roar! Delirious Willow opened his mouth and yelled again, and saw the strange light wave in his mouth, and it turned out that the power had skyrocketed again, from the thick of the bucket to the thickness that required two people to embrace. Huh! Instantly, Jian Wushuang was severely rushed to fly, and the white robe representing the seventh team burst directly. Xu sure is really strong. Wu Jian Wushuang stepped back all the way, stepped on the void with his legs, and crossed two long marks. He couldn't help breathing a little. This delusion is a four-marked false soldier, which means that it corresponds to the top supreme in the universe, but it can be said to be powerful, and it is even more terrifying than the half-step invincible supreme Yuding who has passed the enemy. The pit was broken inch by inch at dusk, and Wello stepped out step by step, his eyes flashed to the extreme. Best and weakest trash, bug! You have angered me completely! You it! Delirious Willow finished speaking, and suddenly there was a surge of madness on his face, and he wanted to violently slash Swordsman. However, just then, in the distance, there was a roaring roar of a headless monster. I saw Heiyuan Supreme standing on the sky, and an invincible supreme power broke out, and said coldly, Supernatural power, Black Prison Half-Moon Cut! Boom! In a split second, the huge black knife in his hand rose in the wind, and in a short period of time, it skyrocketed to a full length, turned into a thunder-black dragon with open teeth and claws, opened his teeth, and split directly on the left shoulder of the headless monster. Tear it! This headless monster was torn open with a single knife, dropping countless blood. And Supreme followed closely behind. The movement is not slow at all, also used the killer. Supernatural powers, 5 spirits! Boom! Instantaneous visions, countless meteors condensed out of thin air, and then fell like rain. Huh! The two killed together. After a round of blows, the headless monster suddenly exploded and turned into countless pieces of minced meat. I have to say that the virtual monks from this virtual universe are powerful. If they are ordinary monks, even if they are invincible supremes, they will face 2 rounds of devastating blows from Supreme Heiyuan and Supreme Streams. I saw that the tentacles were breeding wildly on the numerous pieces of minced meat floating in the void. After a short breath, these tentacles came together and turned into a headless monster. Puffing his breath was weakened a lot, and the face on the chest was staring at Heiyuan Supreme and Zioxy Supreme. Ha ha! He gave a low, weird grin in his mouth and immediately said, You can't kill me. Is it? Heiyuan Supreme and Jishi Supreme are expressionless, walking towards the headless monster step by step. There was a mocking smile on the corner of the mouthless monster. Immediately, an extremely powerful coercion emanated from the headless monster. This coercion does not belong to him. At the moment when this coercion is released, the looks of Heiyuan Supreme and CC Supreme are all changed. This coercive force is far above them. This coercion, they are very familiar. At the same time, when the headless monster closed his eyes, his face became devout and whispered, Great God, I am your people God. The magical groaning whispered from his mouth. The 3-headed snake delirium that was originally crumbling and killed towards Jian Wushuang, after giving up on Jian Wushuang unwillingly, gave up the pursuit of Jian Wushuang, stopped his pace, and began to silently groan like a headless giant recite, Great God and your people, Willow. At the same time, Yabu will be among the others, the spherical monster with a mouth cracked to the jaw, and a horned warrior with thick fangs. 20 generals began to recite this magic spell. Suddenly, a terrifying breath came from them. In this breath, whether it is invincible supremacy such as Heyuan and Xuanqi, or sword unparalleled, it is like falling in an ice cellar. A big terror between life and death is enough to suffocate. Ha! Ha! There was a dull sound, from the crack in the void. Howling. Immediately after that, a squeak of iron chains across the floor sounded. What happened? Sui Jian Wushuang suddenly felt an extremely strong palpitation, coming from the Buddhist instinct, and wanted him to flee this place immediately. As if an indescribable terror exists, it is coming to the world soon. Ha! The muffled sound grew louder and louder, as if Lei Gong was angry, and slammed the smashing hammer in his hand. Boom! Suddenly, the void crack exploded. I was bound by countless chains, and the extremely dark arm was so large that it burst out from the void crack. Can't use any voice to describe this dark arm, which is so big that it completely subverts the sword's unparalleled imagination. Light as a fingernail, which is dozens of times of the sun. With the palm of your hand you can cover several star fields. There was a vast, evil, ancient atmosphere, and it erupted, turning into a cloud of smoke. Guan is an arm that is so huge, it is hard to imagine how big the master of this arm will be. This is... Suddenly, Heyuan Supreme and Xuanqi Supreme were horrified, and a horror surged in their eyes. Qi Jian Wushuang almost fell directly from the air, and the whole person was like a falling ice cellar with cold liver and gallbladder. This is definitely one of the most terrifying beings he has ever encountered. This is the arm that had dealt with Master Zeus. In the distance, the 8th captain, Zerowood Supreme, who was recovering quickly, was directly interrupted, shocked, and lost his voice. Boom! The next moment, the arm was raised high, and it was photographed fiercely towards Jian Wushuang and others. Escape! He did not hesitate at all, whether it was Heyuan Supreme or others, or Jian Wushuang. All the divine power in the body erupted in an instant, turned into countless rays of light, and blasted away in all directions. However, some people's response was slow. Ha! 2 high-ranking Supreme, only then erected light and grabbed. That palm has been photographed fiercely. Millions of empties, shattered at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of mushroom clouds rose from his fingers. Do not! The 2 Supreme Masters, who had only had the time to utter a roar of anger, were directly photographed as a fan powder, and they were destroyed. Boom! Immediately, the arm was raised again, and the 5 fingers as thick as the Milky Way took a hard shot toward the front. With this palm, this time directly wrapped the sword Wushuang etc. in it. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face turned wild. Chapter 44-53. Fifth more, at the same time. Located in the base camp and main hall of the extraterritorial battlefield. Wu Zhou Gao sat on the main seat, closed his eyes and meditated. Tong Lansu and Lan Lan disciples stood beside him, silent. Suddenly, the statue of Zhou felt something, and opened his eyes suddenly. Su Shen was born! He raised his head, staring at the cracks in the void. His eyes stared directly through the starry sky, and he saw the huge black arm. Hearing this, Lan Su and Lan Lan, 2 disciples standing on his sides, suddenly felt a horror on his face. Xian Su Shen, but those who have dealt with Master. Xiao Su Xiao Lan, keep your base camp. Wu Zushin's face was heavy, only to see his shoulder tremble slightly, then he disappeared into the main hall. After the god of the gods left, Lan Su and Lan Lan couldn't help looking at each other, and their hearts began to sink. Extraterrestrial battlefield. Rumble. The entire starry sky has been blown up. Headless monsters and His Majesty's 8-part will stand in place, watching this scene steadily, with sparks of excitement in their eyes. The second palm photographed by that black arm is already coming. Instantaneously, the tidal wave is surging, and countless chi machines are shaking, the world seems to be in the end, and it will be destroyed once. I was swiftly firing the sword Wushuang, who fled. I only felt that the eyes were black, and when I looked up, I saw that the wide palm had covered the sky and replaced the vast sky. Do not! Instantly, Jian Wushuang was about to crack, an unprecedented crisis of life and death, constantly exploding in his body, like an alarm bell. Let him leave quickly. Huh! Taro's sword appeared in the sword without hands in an instant. At this moment, Jian Wushuang has no reservations anymore, and all the divine power on his body bursts out. Huh! Instantly, the sword Wushuang directly split into thousands of swords in white, resisting this palm. However, it is useless. Everything is useless. This way of destruction is enough to cut off the mighty swordsmanship of the universe, and falling on this palm is like being bitten by a mosquito, which can't hinder the slightest. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang did not intend to stop the sword, but took advantage of the impact of this sword to split, and quickly retreated, leaving the attack area of this palm. Taro Sword Code 5th Style Taro. Under the pressure of this crisis of life and death, Jian Wushuang has been completely insane, and utterly used the best of the best in the bottom of the box. Boom! Suddenly, behind the sword Wushuang, there appeared to be the supreme faith of Tai Luo Supreme. This law is as big as a star, but in front of the arm, it is as small as a finger, extremely small. Cut! Qi Jian Wushuang exhausted his whole body energy. Suddenly, he was holding the Tai Luo divine sword, and he slashed down with the sword. His back was also in the same shape, making the same action as the sword unparalleled. The majestic sword surged up into the sky. This defeated half-step invincible Supreme Eye Sword's Tai Luo's sword was just a blink of an eye, and it was severely chopped on the palm of an inch of pressure. Buzz! Wu Tailuo's sword exploded directly on the dark palm, forming a star-shaped mushroom cloud. However, this palm still stood still and fell quickly. Qi Jian's unparalleled vision turned into a darkness, and the whole world was filled with this palm. Fortunately, the air waves that Taro's sword exploded directly formed a terrifying shock wave and spreading Jian Wushuang, which was already extremely fast, to the front again. Boom! Finally, this palm fell down. At this critical moment, Jian Wushuang arrogantly used all the mysteries that can be improved in a short time, bringing the speed to an extreme and rising to a level again. It was embarrassing. At the moment when the palm fell, Jian Wushuang burst into a roar, and a roll rolled away from the palm. The fingertips of the arm fell from the place where the sword was unparalleled but at a distance of 100 feet. The Jiu Xing Xing Zi is also included in this palm, and there are no more than one position behind the sword. He is out of luck. The desperate roar came to an abrupt halt, and he was photographed as a fan. Allied. At the last moment of his death, his eyes turned to Jian Wushuang. His eyes were full of fear and thirst, as if he wanted Jian Wushuang to save him. 9 stars! Jian's sword Wushuang was smashing instantly. Jiu Xing Xing Zi is the core member of the Sword Alliance, and one of the highest followers in the ancient sky. However, he hasn't waited for Jian Wushuang to take any action. With the torrential weather falling from that palm, a shock wave has formed, sending him to fly fiercely. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang was like a broken sack. He crossed a long parabola in the air and fell into the distance. Jian Wushuang struggled to stand up from the ground, and the blood couldn't be restrained, and he spit out of his mouth. Jian Wushuang looked at the drop of that palm, his face gloomy to the extreme. Rub. Suddenly, that palm has been raised again. Under the palm of his hand, nearly 10 supreme people have turned into dust and fell completely. This palm, like a devil, slowly lifted up, and the dark and strong magic air between the 5 fingers entangled. The third palm is coming. Hold this palm, and completely cover everyone. Wu Heiyuan Supreme and others looked at this palm, and could not help but feel scalp tingling. More people feel ashamed and give up resistance completely. Wu Jianshuang's face was somber that he could drip water, and that Tai Luo's sword had completely drained all the divine power from him. Now, let alone escape from the attack range of this palm, even if it is now possible to give another sword, it is not easy. In the distance, headless monsters and 8 generals, looking at this scene, a grim and cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Great Lord, end this life of garbage! Boom! The path was bound by a black iron chain, and the skin was dark and dry, like a corpse's huge arm, raised again, and took a third palm. Everyone gave up. In addition to Sword Wushwang. No! I won't die here! Never! Yan Jian Wushwang's teeth clattered. There was a sense of insanity in his eyes. He saw his right hand flip, and Wu Xing Chao Ding Ding appeared in his hand. Hit him, it's time to detonate Wu Ding Chao Ding! He wants to directly control Wu Xing's Chaos Ding to explode to stop this hand. All this is too crazy, too shocking. No one can imagine what effect the self-detonation of an extreme ancestor will have. Hiss! Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and looked at the trembling Wu Ding Chao Ding in his hands. His eyes flashed intolerable first. But after a short while, this one can't bear it, and it has been replaced by madness and determination. Rumble! This palm is getting closer and closer. I cover the sky and the sun is magnificent. The huge wind, blowing Jian Wushwang's black hair flying, and the pressure from the giant palm that has not fallen, has caused Jian Kaishuang's chaotic domineering body to crack open fiercely, and there is a spiderweb crack. It's time! Jian Wushwang is about to detonate the Wu Ding Chao Ding. Presumptuous! As the King of Chaos speaks, an old voice, as if through the floods of the universe, experienced the ancient yellow, and exploded in the starry sky. Chapter 44-54. The first is more. Huh! After this sound blew, all the people raised their heads instantly and heard the sound. I saw one approaching to the extreme, using the white horses captured by both eyes to pass in front of them in an instant. Everyone just felt that a flower was in front of them, and this practice appeared above their heads. That is an old man with white hair. Behind him, blossoming lotus blossoms. Master Elder God! Master Zeus is here! We are saved! For a moment, there was a rush of ecstasy on everyone's face. That was the ecstasy of the rest of the life after the disaster. Wu Jian's pupils shrank, and he would prepare for the self-destructive Wu Ding Chao Ding, and withdrew it from the ring. Buzz buzz! After I saw the god of Era, there was a burst of violent sounds in the void crack. Su Shin, you are over the line! Wu Zhou God was expressionless, stretched out his fingers, and pointed toward the palm that destroyed the heavens and the earth. This finger is very common. Even if Jian Wushwang's luck was concentrated in his eyes, he didn't see anything special about this finger. However, it is this finger that gently touches the palm of the black palm, but it is the giant palm that is crushed all the way, and it can no longer be in the slightest. A cold voice sounded from the mouth of Zhou God. Next moment, boom! Instantly, countless bright brilliance burst out, and the avenue directly evolved into substance, turning into a rolling ferry wheel. At this fingertip position, there are 6 reincarnations rising, fairy birds flying, cranes hovering, true dragon and phoenix arrogant. Suddenly, endless xianhui fell, countless stars flew around, the avenue sometimes turned into a huge yin and yang gossip, and sometimes turned into a flowing billowing huanghuan, as if the heavens and earth were condensed in this finger. Roar! A loud, snarling roar spread through the cracks in the void from the other side. Immediately afterwards I saw that this palm was like an electric shock and began to retract at a very fast speed. Instantly, the 8 generals headed by a headless monster were directly exploded into countless pieces of flesh by the aftershock force of this finger. Holding the huge arm, he grabbed it fiercely, and grabbed the 8 pieces of minced meat in his hand, and crazily retracted into the void crack. Alas! After a few breaths, the pile of minced meat condensed together, and turned into a headless monster and 8 generals. Damn! We will be back! Hiss, that guy with the sword, this time you are lucky, next time you will not be so lucky. The headless monster and the 8 generals were exhausted to the extreme, but even so, Their faces were not half afraid, but they looked provocatively at the of the earth. The three snakes' delirious willows looked cruelly towards Xiang Wushuang, pulling a sneer from the corner of his mouth. Howl! He was just dying, and the black arm, wrapped in a headless monster and 8 generals, retracted into the void crack. Everyone looked at each other, and in their hearts, they had the good fortune of the rest of their lives, but more, it was still a strong humiliation. Want to come? Just leave? I have always had a mild expression of the universe. This time there is no trace of expression on his face, cold like a piece of ice. I saw his body flicker, and the whole person disappeared again, but he just stepped into the void crack. Master Elder God! Instantly countless people's hearts tightened. No one expected that the of the universe would rush into the void crack. Don't worry, since the Lord God of God dared to face the universe, he will certainly come back. Haiyuan's supreme glanced at the crowd, and he said with a deep voice. Sushi Supreme also took a deep breath and said slowly, The owner of that arm just now is the strongest of the virtual universe. Since he dared to cross the line to slaughter us, the Lord God can naturally kill them in the past. Everyone be calm and calm, just wait quietly. Everyone heard the words, looked at each other, and nodded, and stopped talking. To tell the truth, the battle with the 8 generals was almost overwhelming. However, the emergence of that huge arm was an instant reversal of the situation and massacre. It was like a fight between 2 children, but the adults suddenly stepped in. In the hearts of all the people, all those who surged were trembling, a layer of haze. Fortunately, the of the universe came. Howling! Howling! Ha! Inside the fissure of the void, there was a loud explosion. After dying for about half a column of incense, the of the universe rushed out of it. He held in his hands, carrying the headless monster and 8 generals. His face is slightly pale. The compatibility between the 2 universes is too large. The higher the revision, the stronger this compatibility, and the more he will be rejected by different universes. Even if he isn't able to stay in the virtual universe for too long, he can only withdraw. Master Elder God is back. Master God, are you okay? Everyone started talking and hurried forward. Old man is fine. The god of Shakespeare shook his head, and immediately looked at the headless monster and Hachiman, who were sealed by mystics. In the hands of the gods, the headless monsters and 8 generals, which were extremely difficult to deal with before, are just as weak as a baby. Close. As soon as the Phoenix god's eyes were cold, he directly displayed the great magical power, and squeezed these 8 parts and headless monsters into a bead-sized bead. You want to leave if you kill someone? Will my husband allow it? Wu Zhoushan shook his head, looked at Supreme Haiyuan and others, and said, The 6th team stays behind the void in the void, and the others go back with the old man. Everyone looked at the 8 generals and the headless monsters that were captured by the gods of Zhou. They felt that they were exhaling a sigh of anger, and they came to the extreme. Yes. So everyone should be rushing. Under the leadership of the universe, everyone turned into a streamer, looting towards the base camp. Qi Jian Wushuang didn't have any expression on his face, but he felt like he was holding a heavy stone, which was extremely heavy. The brutality of the battlefield outside the territory was far beyond his imagination. You have to know that in the depths of the universe, Supreme can be a repressive party, commanding the utmost power of several stars, and there is almost nothing that can threaten Supreme life. But in this extraterrestrial battlefield, the Supreme is almost like a mustard, and will fall down if he is not careful. In the war just now, the number of the 6th, 7th, and 8th teams has fallen to the extreme, far exceeding the number of hands. Snapped. Hold a big hand and put it on the shoulder of Jian Wushuang. Qi Jian Wushuang looked up. Haiyuan Supreme looked at him. Well, this is your first battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Take it easy. The extreme fall here is too sparse. But even me, maybe it will fall someday. Big hand patted on the shoulder. Wu Haiyuan Supreme smiled slightly, and then Feng Feng said, You are doing well this time, go back. Okay. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath, stepped on his feet, turned into a sword-like sword, and drove quickly to the base camp. Chapter 44-55. Second more. Alas. I walked around Changhong, sweeping through the vast sky. Along the way, everyone didn't speak and remained silent. This victory was won, but the victory was too tragic and too tragic. Ji Jian has no expression on both sides, and is also silent, and the desperate look of Jiuxing Xingzi before his death is constantly replayed in his mind. He and Jiuxing Xingzi are not particularly familiar with each other, but it was only that time that the 6 major forces besieged the Temple of Life. Jiuxing Xingzi brought the disciples of Jiuxing Holy Land to support him, and he could remember it forever. Virtual God! Wu Jian murmured to himself, and then there was a flash of murder in his eyes. After a while, the base camp stationed outside the battlefield outside the territory arrived. In addition to the 6th team, who is now left to patrol the void fissures, the captain-level figures of the 8 teams are all members of His Majesty, standing at the gate of the base camp to welcome everyone. Obviously, they already knew the battle that broke out in the extraterritorial battlefield. This is also the first time that Jian Wushuang saw members of the 9 team. Everyone walked into the base camp step by step and nodded slightly to the 8 team members, saying hello. Wu Jianwusa walked at the end. Just as he was about to step into the base camp, his steps were Emil. It's him? Wu Jianshou frowned and looked towards the 2nd team. The captain of the 2nd team is the Taishu Emperor who once had a relationship with him in the Taishu Temple. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the captain of the 2nd team in this extraterrestrial battlefield. Oh? This guy is here too? Emperor Taishu also saw Jian Wushuang and raised his brows slightly. Every once in a while, the God of Chaos will send a group of Supreme Masters to the extraterritorial battlefield in the universe. If he hadn't seen Jian Wushuang today, he really didn't know that Jian Wushuang came to the extraterritorial battlefield. Beside Emperor Taishu, Emperor Bingyan had already recovered from his injuries and put on a white robe of the rank of vice captain. He also saw the sword unparalleled, and he was shocked. Jian Wushuang! This is Jian Wushuang! Immediately, he lowered his head and opened a hysterical smile on the corner of his mouth. Very good! Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect you to come to the extraterritorial battlefield. Ha 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 ha! It is time for us to settle accounts. His chest was violently undulating. His mouth was laughing, but there was no sound. The sword of Wu Jian glanced over Bingyu Supreme's face, and the corner of his mouth also pulled a sneer. I am very good. My enemies are in this extraterrestrial battlefield. The hatred between them has already reached the point of endlessness. Unless there is a fall between them, the hatred will continue. Snapped. Wu Jianwu stepped up and continued to move forward. Sword unparalleled, you are so faithful, the gods have survived. A harsh sound rang out in Jian Wushuang's ears alone. Jian Wushuang turned his head and saw Long Qing, wearing the white robe of the 3rd team vice captain, spreading his hands, and said with a joke. After waiting for Sword Wushuang to reply, Long Qing shook her head and smiled. But that's fine, it seems that God's will is ready to let you die in my hands. Is it? Wu Jianwushuang glanced at him, then ignored him and walked forward step by step. For a long time, these enemies will naturally be solved one by one. I walked into the main hall. The phantom god has been sitting high on the main seat, holding in his hands a headless monster and 8 beads that will be condensed. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone, then he swung his right hand, a touch of warm brilliance, immediately waved out from the god of Zhou, and spilled on everyone. Suddenly, there were many injured people on the original. The injuries recovered quickly, and the exhausted divine power accelerated the recovery speed. Ill wake, Xiezhou God! Suddenly, everyone arched their hands. It doesn't matter. Wu Zhoushan nodded and said, This time you worked hard. Immediately, the right hand of God of the Emperor waved again, and the beads in his hand rose to the sky, freeing him from the palm of his hand. Howl! The next moment, the headless monsters and 8 generals rose in the wind and stood in the hall. Damn old thing! Kill! Suddenly, The headless monster and Babu screamed fiercely on their faces, and they shouted and killed. But now, what kind of waves do they find when the of the universe is here? Alas! I saw the expression of Zhou God indifferent, a bounce of his fingers, and suddenly Dao Xianhui shot from his hand, turning into a cage, trapping the headless monster and Babe. In the cage, the headless monster slammed a few times and found that it was impossible to shake the cage at all. Then he turned his head to look at the Zhou, put out his tongue and licked his lips, smiling. God of God, you just keep us till now, just want to know the news of Lord Xushen? Wu Zhou God heard nothing and said nothing. The headless monster shook his head and said, What about what I tell you? It won't be long before Master Xushen will unlock the seal and lead the army to level the universe. By then, not only will you die, everyone in the entire hall will can't escape. The billions of souls in your entire universe will become our slaves, ha 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 ha. With that said, the headless monster laughed loudly, and his face was full of madness. Look for death! Wu Zhou's face turned fierce, and he popped up with one finger, and the headless monster suddenly melted away from the body. In just a few breaths, it disappeared. Next, the of the universe shook his fingers, and Babu began to die one by one. In front of the of the universe, there is no difference whether it is the headless monster or the 8 generals. Just like Jian Wushuang and others faced the dark arm, there is no resistance at all force. Ha! There was a muffled sound, and soon, the 8 books were exhausted, leaving only the gloomy 3-headed snake Delirium. Just as the of the universe was about to kill him, the 3-headed snake Delirious Lu suddenly said, I can tell you about the false god, and even tell our universe to deploy to you, but I have a condition. The god of Wuzhou frowned, and said lightly, What conditions? When he heard this, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of the mouth of the 3-headed snake Delirium, and the turquoise pupil turned. The next moment, his eyes fell on Jian Wushuang. I will fight this man, regardless of life or death, each depends on his fate. As soon as he said this, the audience was shocked. Alas! Everyone's eyes are on Xiang Jian Wushuang. Wu Zhoushen glanced at Jian Wushuang, and immediately relooked at the 3-headed snake Delusion, shook his head and said, No, you have to change a condition. However, the 3-headed snake Willow shrugged and shook his head. That's a shame. Come on, kill me. You want be me? After hearing the cold snoring, the god of Chaozhou hurled around his fingertips and killed him. At this time, fight me? I should. Wu Jian stepped out step by step without expression. Chapter 44-56. Third more. This battle, I answer it. When the sword Wushuang stepped out, the audience was silent after saying this sentence. Everyone is. Master, absolutely must. Jian Wushuang is my universe's arrogance. If anything goes wrong, it will be a great loss to my universe. Heiyuan Supreme also flashed his eyes and said, This is not possible. Jian Wushuang is not the elementary supreme practice, and the 3-headed snake has 4 mark-level virtual men. According to the realm swap, this is the top supreme, plus a false explosion is enough to compare to the invincible supreme. Everyone persuaded. At this moment, a seemingly strange sound sounded in the hall. What's so bad? Once we know the deployment of the Void Universe, we can deal with it in advance, and even wait for the rabbits to wipe them out. This matter is very important. What's the matter for Jian Wushuang to go to the war? In my opinion, don't just say let Jian Wushuang fight a battle, even if Jian Wushuang took the initiative to die. It would be due to the universe, it's his duty. The speaker is not someone else. It is the Diwu Temple Supreme who joined the 6th team. Alas! Suddenly, many eyes fell on him. The deputy captain of the 7th team, Rongjing, sneered. You are so nice, why don't you go to death? Also, what is your duty? As far as I know, Jian Wushuang has come to this point. It's all on his own, and who hasn't owed half of it? How can he say it? Suddenly, the supreme Nana from the Diwu temple opened his mouth and thought for a long time before sulking. This three-headed snake Willow is not me by name. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help laughing, and when they wanted to say more, they saw the Zhou shook his head and said, "Okay, be quiet." Then everyone shut up. Wu Zhoushan looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, and Xinxing asked, "Little guy, if you are against him, how sure are you to win?" Wu Jianshuang heard the words and smiled, then stretched out his hand, grabbed into the void, determinedly. 10%! It is good! After hearing the words, the god of gods suddenly flashed in his eyes and nodded. "The sword is unparalleled, and the old man will let you fight on behalf of our universe." Others still wanted to talk, but when they saw that the of the universe had already made a decision, Jian Wushuang also looked like a vow, so he nodded and stopped saying more. It was the delusion who heard the words, and the corners of his mouth widened suddenly, pulling out a cold smile. "Oh, I seem to be underestimated." Alas! The bifurcated pointed tongue licked the corner of his mouth, and the pupils of the willow dark green burst up, showing a trace of cruelty. "Well, my husband will arrange a battlefield for you." The god of the phantoms tears at will, and immediately tears a crack in the void, turning it into a kingdom of gods. There are everything in the sky, the mountains, the lakes and the rivers. This ability to break new ground and create the world is truly amazing. Immediately, Zhou God took a photo with his right hand, grabbed Willow from the air, and threw it into the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Thank God! Wu Jianwushuang arched his hand at him, and then stepped into a streamer, and also shot into the battlefield of the kingdom of God. On the Great Hall, the silhouettes of Jian Wushuang and Delirium disappeared. Instead, a landscape picture appeared. In the picture were the two swordsmen and Delirious in the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Look at it, since Jian Wushuang said that he was 10% sure, he wouldn't be wrong. The of the universe faintly spoke. Everyone responded in congratulations, raised their heads and looked diligently at this picture. God Kingdom Battlefield. Wu Jianwushuang and Lulu stood on a large lake and stood with their hands. The two did not have more nonsense, and they started the fight directly. Huh! With his right foot stepped, Jian Wu overturned all the lakes, forming a gigantic giant wave surging, and the wave reached 100 feet high. Suddenly, in the tide, Jian Wushuang has already held the Taro Excalibur in his hand, turning it into a forest blue sword, and rushing out. Howl! The waves of Baizhang broke open instantly, and the figure of Jian Wushuang appeared above the head of Willow. Cut! The cold voice exploded. Qi Jian Wushuang directly spurred the divine power and fell down severely. Hiss! Delirious Willow spit out snakes, and the green pupils reflected the appearance of Jian Wushuang, a sword flying, and opened a red light wave. Huh! Instantly, this red light wave hit the tailored Excalibur that fell down and chopped off, and immediately sent out an extremely powerful shock wave. Huh! Instantaneously, the shock wave spread out and razed the square to the ground. The tens of millions of tons of water in the flooded lake are directly dried and evaporated, turning into water vapor, forming a monstrous white wave. Fortunately, this side of the kingdom of God was developed by the of the universe, and the space is extremely stable. Otherwise, if it is placed outside, it will be enough to smash the void and burst several planets. Boom! Both were retreats, and Willow was smashed into the ground hundreds of pieces, and a huge human-shaped pit appeared, while Jian Wushuang flew backwards, crashing into 3 mountain peaks in succession. Kankan stopped. This move was just a small tentative test of the two, so the two did not suffer any injuries. Breaking Dawn! Yen Jianwushu leaned against the mountain wall, stepped on his right foot again, and his body radiated again, turning into a golden light, and killing towards Willow. Virtual crack! Delirious Willow's 3 snake heads were glued together, raised his hands, and slammed his sword towards Wushuang. Suddenly, 2 halos appeared in his hands, which actually caught the breaking dawn golden light. Ding 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 ding! Huge impulse, pushing Willow back hard and violently back, his feet marked 2 deep grooves on the ground in his hands, countless sparks splashed. Go to hell! Delirious Lu Yen laughed, the 3 snakes' heads opened, and they bit the sword's head. Yes, it is you. Yen Jianhua's eyes were cold, and he directly urged Chaos Overlord, sweeping his right foot fiercely, sweeping like a 9-section whip, and hit the snake head under the biting willow. The snake head of Delirious Willow suddenly swayed, and Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to yank out the Tai Luo Excalibur, and one sword flew Delirious Willow coldly. The 4th season of the Terra Sword Classics. Howl! Suddenly, the entire battlefield of the Kingdom of God was twisted, and the Taro sword disappeared. Click. The whole world of the Kingdom of God, whether it be mountains, rivers or lakes, it freezes and freezes every inch of an inch, the temperature suddenly drops by dozens of degrees, and countless cold snow falls from the air. At a glance, the whole world was snow-capped, like a white hat covered with ice, and fell into the world of glaciers. Okay? Delirious Willow looked up at the sky and snow, and he couldn't help but stiffen. Alas! A gust of snow fell on his shoulder. Suddenly, the horrific ice-cold power directly passed through his body and instantly froze in his entire shoulder. Chapter 44-57. It is good! In the main hall of the base camp of the universe, everyone looked at the battle scenes coming from the screen, and clapped their hands. No wonder there was news from the universe before, saying that Jian Wushuang is the first day of eternal arrogance, and has the ability to fight beyond the ranks. This seat will still be doubtful before. Now, it seems that the rumors are half exaggerated. Oh, remember that this trick was created by Taro's guy that year? Seeing Jian Wushuang, he has already done Taro's supreme true story. He will probably be better than Blue out of Blue, surpass Taro's supreme, and take it away. The name of the first sword emperor of all ages. Since Supreme, I haven't seen such a profound person in Kendo in the universe for a long time. I really miss it. After this son, the future is limitless. In my opinion, I'm afraid it won't take long. The Taro Excalibur will be renamed and replaced by the Wushuang Excalibur, everyone said with a smile. They were quite worried at the beginning, but at the moment when they saw Jian Wushuang, who could perfectly suppress the willow, they felt relieved. Only He Yuan is supreme, frowning slightly. I don't know why, there is always a bad feeling in his heart. God Kingdom Battlefield. Wu Jian's unparalleled footwork is empty, his black hair is flying, and he looks down at the icy willow frozen in ice and snow, and speaks coldly. Burning! Suddenly, the body of the three-headed snake Delirium directly exploded and shattered into numerous ice foam. The Jian Wushuang saw a slight sigh of relief, and he could feel that the jianqi mixed in the snow had completely crushed the willow into dregs. Hiss! However, just then, howl! Numerous tentacles poured out, tangled fiercely, and turned into the appearance of a three-headed snake. His breath is not diminished, looking up at Jian Wushuang's eyes, full of irony. Okay? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and even if he had to say that the recovery ability of this virtual man was simply terror, and he could not help moving. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang sneered. I see you can survive a few blows. 4 seasons, winter to spring. Boom! Suddenly, the snow disappeared, and all the spring thunder blew. The drizzle drizzled, rolling down, like playing a robbery fairy song. Millions of raindrops are millions of swords. Slaughter! Fall! Qi Jian Wushuang said coldly. In an instant, millions of sword qi turned into raindrops, rolling down at the same time. Every sword qi is the full blow of Jian Wushuang. Xingjin's move killed the Yuding Supreme and the thousands of avatars of the Supreme. Rumble! Suddenly, the three-headed snake Willow just had to fire a few virtual bullets, and his body was again destroyed by millions of swords, and his body was broken. In the main hall, everyone looked at this scene again and again applauded. However, this time it was not only He Yuan Supreme's brow that frowned, but even the of heaven flashed a light in his eyes. God Kingdom Battlefield. No! There is a problem! Wu Jianshou stopped moving, his brows tightened tightly together. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. He played against the three-headed snake Willow in the extraterritorial battlefield. He knows the strength of Willow, and he is definitely not so weak. Until now, Willow had not performed the magical power burst at the bottom of the box. This guy must be thinking about it. Qi Jian has no two-way talents, but just in an instant, he wants to understand everything. Why would Lulu find him solo, and why he hasn't performed his tricks? This only proves one problem. That's the delusion that Lulu is carrying. Well, let me see, what are you doing? Wu Jianshou snorted coldly, a flash of color flashed in his eyes. 4 seasons, spring to summer. Rumble. Suddenly, the raindrops disappeared in the sky, a scorching sun, rising suddenly, hanging high for 9 days. Xia of the 4 seasons swordsmanship is the most violent and most terrifying move in the 4 seasons. Qi Jian Wushuang did not believe it, and Lulu dared to cope with ease as before. Go with! The next moment, Jian Wushuang waved his right hand heavily, and this round of fiercely hot sun, he immediately crushed towards the willow. Rumble. The entire battlefield of the kingdom of God shook madly, the earth began to dry and split, and dozens of gully marks appeared in the sky. The sky is falling apart. This time, the willow has finally changed color. The pupil in his eyes contracted violently, and a dip in his face surged, and said, Void explode! Suddenly, the left and right heads of Willow were blown away severely, thousands of energy were accumulated in his mouth, and a terrifying light wave was born. Roar! The next moment, this light wave radiated out, and collided with the big sun that fell heavily. Let's sizzle! The void is twisted for a while. Even if you see, the extremely stable space of the kingdom battlefield opened by the god of Zhou himself is beginning to be full of dense cracks like spider webs. Countless devastating energies exploded from the impact of the two, slamming the quartet madly, completely leveling the mountains and rivers of this Fang's Hen's country to the ground, like chaos. In the main hall, many of the Supremes watching this scene were all shocked on their faces. The power of the two men's fight has reached half-step Invincible Supreme. No! The average half-step Invincible Supreme cannot cause such a powerful power. It can be said that the two are infinitely close to the Invincible Supreme. Swords matchless, worthy of the name of the first day of the universe. For many years, ever since the 100,000 Chaodong prehistoric kingdoms died in the hands of Su Shi, I have never seen such a villain. I wait for the universe to be so proud that it is the blessing of our entire universe. Everyone's eyes are astonished. Even the god of Yo, who occupies the main seat, flashes a glory in his eyes. Xuanyi, you have a good apprentice. There was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. What? Delirious Willow growled wildly, and the horrible light waves in his mouth continued to grow stout, and the power increased even more. Talents, primitive universe. Dragon blood secrets. Jian Wushuang is also eager to crack. He is urged by various mysteries and turbulent powers, and his firepower is full. Next moment. Boom! 2 energies finally exploded, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. The whole world of the kingdom of God, trembling madly, as if to be destroyed the next moment. Suddenly at this moment, the 3-headed snake Lulu suddenly burst out into a crazy laugh. This is the time. His body burst into pieces, directly turned into a snake with the thickness of an arm, a fierce bounce, turned into a streamer, and instantly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Soon after, he opened his mouth wide, exposing 2 sharp and stout fangs with twinkling chills, and biting Jian Wushuang's neck fiercely. Illusion, curse of zombie! Chapter 44-58. Fifth is here. Huh! On the little snake turned into delirium willow, a ray of light flashed over the fangs, biting hard at Jian Wushuang's neck. It all came too fast. As soon as Jian Wushuang didn't respond, the willow's fangs had pierced Jian Wushuang's skin and bitten into the neck. A sudden pain came. Jian Wushuang couldn't help screaming, just stretched out his hand and was about to pull the delusion off his neck, and saw that the delusion directly turned into a glimmer of light and penetrated into Jian Wushuang's body. What? Instantly, Jian Wushuang surged like a crackling sound. Ha 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 ha! From now on, sword unparalleled, I am you, you are me. We two share one. Jian Wushuang didn't open his mouth to speak, but in his throat, there was a sinful sound completely different from him. The pupils of the pair of purple gold eyes of Jian Wushuang are rapidly changing, turning into the vertical pupils of faint green. Get out of my body! Jian Wushuang's expression was bleary, and he roared. He felt that in his body, an extremely strange power was taking control of his body. This is not eluding. If it is eluding, no one has robbed him of the perfect chaotic creature. Delirium Willow, to accompany him. Ha ha ha, sword unparalleled, no need to struggle, this is the curse of the snake god, you can't resist it. Come on, don't resist me. With the cooperation of the two of us, you will have both divine power and virtual power. By then, both universes will be at our feet. We will become the true co-owners. What kind of false god, what of the universe, will only become the lingering ants under our feet? We two will sit high in the clouds, overlooking beings, enjoying the supreme power of life and death in the universe. Jian Wushuang, think about it, how wonderful it is! Deep and wicked, with a smirking voice, again from Jian Wushuang's throat. Wu Jianwu opened his mouth, and his tongue turned into a forked snake letter. In a short time, Jian Wushuang completely turned into a half-human, half-monster monster. I'll say it again, get out! Jian Wushuang gasped sharply and yelled. Control of the body is his bottom line. He will never allow anyone to touch his finger. Hissing, sword unparalleled, I said, you can't resist it. Why do you think I chose you among so many people? In Jian Jian's throat, he made another sound. This scene is weird to the extreme. He is like two people living in one body, one yin and one evil, talking to each other. The words came down, and it was only at this moment that Jian Wushuang really understood the intention of the willow. From beginning to end, everything is carefully calculated. What I did was this moment. Wu Jian Wushuang was silent. He could feel that the power of the willow was constantly wandering in his body, robbing him of his physical control. Want to take my body? Never! There was a madness in Wu Jian's eyes. Even if it is death, it will never be the same, he will never be able to control the flesh together. Universe Base Camp, inside the main hall. Sword warriors! Everyone was taken aback by this mutation. It all came so fast that they didn't respond. Qi Mingming Jian Wushuang also suppressed absolute willow with absolute superiority. But in a blink of an eye, the sudden change suddenly occurred, and willow was fighting for control of Jian Wushuang's body. The dialogue between the two was also transmitted through the screen. It made them jump in their hearts. If Jian Wushuang really agreed to what Lulu said, the combination of divine power and virtual power would bring about a real demon evil between heaven and earth. With the talent of sword unparalleled, once he grows up, he will flow between the universe and the virtual universe, and become a peerless demon that no one can subdue. Heiyuan Supreme and others were instantly green. His relationship with Jian Wushuang is not familiar, but in just a few meetings, he already has the feeling of being born to death. Presumptuous! Suddenly, the expression of the of Zhou was gloomy. Photo! He saw that he grabbed his right hand, and immediately grabbed the sword Wushuang from the battlefield of the kingdom of God. Old man, do you want to kill me? Do you have the heart to lose such a genius in your universe? Wu Jianshou was caught, and he was not half afraid, but instead looked at the Shinto god with no fear. This is an idea he has already made up. It's best to be able to win the sword without a match. Even if he can't take away the sword Wushuang, the of the universe wants to burn the jade and stone, he can take away the sword Wushuang. For him, this wave of trading is not a loss. Do you think the husband can do nothing? Wu Zhou God raised his eyelids and said, Old man, you don't need to bluff me, no matter how strong you are. The practice system of our two universes is completely different. Why can't you be mine? Is it? Wu Zhoushu grabbed his right hand, and Jian Wuxuang suddenly seemed to be sucked by the vortex, and shot at the palm of Zhou. Divinity, seal! Huh! In that moment, the old 5 fingers of the god of gods spread out, and patted it on the head of Jian Wuxuang. Instantly, countless soft divine power emerged from the palm of the god, turned into a warm current, and rushed into the body of the sword. Suddenly, Jian Wuxuang's body trembled wildly. Roar, roar! He squeezed his mouth and made a painful growl. However, the of the universe was expressionless, his big hand pressed firmly on the top of Jian Wuxuang's head. Everyone looked at this scene, all of them were upset. After Jian Wuxuang's trembling body gradually calmed down, he closed his eyes tightly and fell into a deep sleep. At his neck, a complicated black rune appeared on his neck. In the middle of the seal, he looked like a snake. Send Sword Wuxuang to rest. There was a tinge of tiredness in the eyes of Wu Zhoushan, and he opened his mouth and spoke to Lan Su and Lan Lan, who were standing on both sides. Yes. The 2 disciples quickly responded with congratulations, shooting a gentle divine power, rolling up the sword unparalleled, and walking towards the distant palace. I waited until the 2 left with their swords. Wu Heiyuan Supreme and others looked at each other and quickly asked, Master God, what happened to Jian Wuxuang? Is there anything wrong? The Zhou looked at them and said, I have performed the magic and suppressed the 3-headed snake delusion inside Jian Wuxuang's body. It should not be a problem to think about it. However, because the divine power is not the same as the virtual power for the sake of it, I can't remove it completely. I can only say that this seems to be okay, but left there, maybe one day it will erupt, and the future will be endless. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone couldn't help looking at each other, and they felt like they were indifferent. Chapter 44-59. 3 seconds passed in a blink of an eye. Jian Wuxuang finally woke up. Wu Jianshou got up from the bed and squeezed his swollen brows with his hands, then his thoughts surged. He remembers that he was fighting for control with Delia in the battlefield of the Kingdom of God, and then his consciousness fell asleep. And now. He felt his body carefully, and the delusional willow lurking in him had disappeared, and he had 100% control over his body. But somehow, on the right side of his neck, a dark seal rune appeared. What is this rune? Jian Wuxuang squinted his eyes. If he guessed right, the disappearance of Lulu should have something to do with this rune. Creak. As he was thinking, the door of the room was pushed open, and the of the universe stepped in. See, God of the universe. Wu Jianshou quickly arched his hand at him. You're welcome. Wu Zhou God smiled gently and said, Little guy, how do you feel now? Wu Jianshuang replied, No problem. That's good. Zhou God nodded, then his face became a little serious, and said, Jian Wuxuang, I just used magical powers to suppress the power of the willow in your body. It's a force, and you do mind it. Relax, naturally you won't. There was a moment of thought in Wu Jian's eyes. The 2 chatted a few more words, and after seeing that there was nothing abnormal about Jian Wuxuang, Zhoushan left the room. In the room, only Jian Wuxuang was left. He sat cross-legged on the bed, continually meditating on the words of the earth. Delirium willow, although it has been sealed, but he is like a time bomb, maybe it will explode at any time. It is impossible for him to pin his destiny on others. Slap yourself, you must kill the wicked willow that was deposited on him. Then, the first thing you have to do is to understand the structure of virtual force. Only after you understand the virtual force can you have the opportunity to destroy the force left by it. Void, how to understand? After a while, Jian Wuxuang thought about nothing, and had to stand up and walk towards the outside. Outside the squatter house, a supreme name hurried. Wu Jianshuang just wanted to say hello to them, but could not help but frown. I saw these supreme glances on his face, and his face was all stunned. Then he evaded vaguely and distanced himself from the sword. Immediately, a whispered sound rang out from their mouths. Hello, have you heard of it? Jian Wushuang was taken away by the people of the virtual universe. Yes, it is said that he was still a four-marked vagrant. Hurry up and stay away from him. Although the master of the god used the great magical power to suppress the Su Shi in his body, it was not completely eliminated, that is, the Su Shi in Jian Wushuang may erupt at any time. Yes, don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. That's a four-marked virtuoso, and the captain level can't shoot. Who can subdue him? Hurry up, get away from him, otherwise, if he violently kills, wouldn't we be in danger? After a while of discussion, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but frown and tightened. I seem to be isolated? Sun shook her head, and Jian Wushuang did not take it to heart either. Isolate him just right, and keep quiet. Wu Jianshou stepped forward step by step. Just then, a group of laughter came. When Jian Wushuang was taken away, I saw it with my own eyes. That miserable look is absolutely impossible. I can't describe it. I tell you, it's best to stay away from Jian Wushuang when he sees it, otherwise if he violently kills someone, which one is closer to him, would he just hit his muzzle? Jian Wushuang heard the words, and between the eyebrows, there was a coldness. He lifted his eyes and saw a group of ordinary Supremes, who were surrounded by the Black-robed Supreme from Diwu Temple, listening to his story. And before speaking, it is the Black-robed Supreme of this Diwu shrine. It turned out he was fanning the fire behind his back. The cold mang flashed in Wu Jian's eyes and stepped forward. He remembered that in the main hall, it was exactly what this person said. It was his duty to go to fight with Willow, even if he went to death. It was for the universe, and it should be. Crackling. The footsteps sounded. Sui Na was originally listening to the story of the Black-robed Supreme in Diwu Temple, and everyone with a satisfied face saw Jian Wushuang coming, and suddenly he was stiff, and his face was frozen. Swords are coming! Run! The seal of Jian Wushuang must have been broken! Suddenly, the crowd frightened in excitement, and became a bird and a beast. At the same time, the Black-robed Supreme stunned in his heart, and lowered his head to open. Want to leave? Wu Jianshou sneered, with 5 fingers stretched out, grabbing directly. Suddenly, the Black-robed Supreme was like a little chick who was caught, and flew directly into the hands of the camera sword unparalleled. With 5 fingers, he tightened his throat instantly, and held it up slowly. Sword unparalleled, what do you want to do? This is the base camp, and you plan to kill me? The black robe rose with a flush of redness on his face, forcing him to calm down. Don't you dare me? The cold mang flashed in Wu Jian's eyes, and the 5 fingers suddenly exploded into the sword, pouring into the black robe supreme body. As long as Jian Wushuang urged him a little, these sword chi that poured into the body of the Black Robe Supreme could instantly hang him and destroy him. The Black Robe supremely felt the arrogant sword energy in his body, and suddenly a big terror between life and death came to his heart, and his face couldn't help turning white. Sword unparalleled, I didn't mean it, I apologize to you. His lips trembled, flashing begging eyes. Jian Wushuang is the first day of the universe, and won the protection of the gods of the universe. He is really not sure whether Jian Wushuang killed him, and will not be punished. If after hearing a half-sentence you fan the flames, chewing the roots of your tongue, you will understand the consequences. Jian Wushuang snorted, and slowly released his hand. The Black Robe Supreme suddenly fell on the ground. Get out! Ji Jian looked down at him with no expression on both sides and said, Yes. The Black Robe Supreme did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, and hurriedly crawled away. Jian Wushuang saw this and shook his head. This kind of person just jumped the beam clown. If he wanted to die, he wouldn't be worth the trouble. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang strode away and headed for the 7th team. In the 7th team, Heiyuan Supreme is practicing cross-legged. Team leader. Wu Jianshou arched his hand at him. Never mind? Heiyuan glanced at Jian Wushuang faintly, and said, Sit down, I have something to tell you. It is good. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and swept down to Heiyuan Supreme to sit down. Heiyuan Supreme said, Sword unparalleled, our 7th team vice captain returned to Crane Supreme, you should know? Chapter 4460. The 7th team is located in a bamboo forest. The bamboo shoots are green and green. Heiyuan Supreme sat against the sword unparalleled, and his large white owl was on the ground at will. Sword unparalleled, we know that the deputy captain of our 7th team returned to the Supreme Crane, you should know? Heiyuan Extreme asked faintly. I know. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. The establishment of a squad, including a captain, 2 vice-captains, and 10 players. The captain of the 7th team is Heiyuan Supreme, one of the 2 vice-captains is the Honorable Supreme who has been with him, and the other is the Geha Supreme. In the previous battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield, the arm of the virtual came, and countless Supremes died in the hands of the virtual god. Ji Rongjing had good luck, and escaped this calamity, but it was not so lucky to return to Heiyuan Supreme, and in the second palm, he died in the hands of the false god. I just had an emergency at the beginning and had no time to worry too much. Now that things have come to an end, naturally I have to replace the deputy captain and replace it with a new one. Sun Heiyuan Extreme glanced at Jian Wushuang. He is not the mother-in-law's character. When he even said, Jian Wushuang, I mean, it's up to you to serve as the deputy captain of our 7th team. What do you think? After hearing the words, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, Isn't the position of captain and vice-captain always required to be half-step invincible supreme, or top-ranking supreme? Heiyuan Supreme heard a smile and said, Sword unparalleled, depending on your strength, which top supreme, or even half-step invincible supreme, can keep you steady? Although you can't fix it, you're in war. Power is no different from the vice-captain level. This. Wu Jianwushuang thought for a while and said, Captain, we came to this extraterrestrial battlefield shortly. I'm afraid I can't convince the public? For the position of deputy captain, Jian Wushuang does not exclude it, but it is optional. But if it will cause many troubles, he will be grateful. Heiyuan Supreme heard a glance and shook his head and said, Jian Wushuang, you can rest assured that I have communicated with all the players clearly, and they all agree to you as the deputy captain. Speaking of, the candidate for the deputy captain is admire that guy who personally recommended you. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang had no reason to refuse, and he stood up and arched his hand and said, Then Jian Wushuang, I would respect it better. Good. Heiyuan Extreme smiled and nodded. After a while, Jian Wushuang changed into a deputy captain's robe and token, and the members of the 7th team greeted one after another. Han Chun comes to autumn, and the sea changes. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed. In these 5,000 years, Jian Wushuang led the 7th team, expeditions to the north and expeditions to the west, to suppress the extraterritorial battlefield. He continuously fought with Su Shi in the void of the void. In just 5,000 years, he experienced nearly 10,000 battles. This made him understand more and more about Su Shi. In the past 5,000 years, the sealed 3-headed snake Willow will not be abnormal at first, but the more the force remaining in Willow's body, the more violent it becomes. Especially when Jian Wushuang fought and fell into a state of weakness, the Willow will slam the seal frantically, trying to take away his physical body. Even once, the sword was double-faced against the 5-marked class Virtuoso, and after using Taro's sword, it was directly controlled by the power of the Willow. If Heiyuan's supremacy had suppressed him, and let the Zhou suppress it again, I'm afraid that on that day, Jian Wushuang would be completely demonized and kill the war. However, in these 5,000 years, it is not without gain. Qi Jian's unparalleled reputation completely shocked the entire extraterritorial battlefield, and truly convinced the 7th team. Time passed like this. Jian Wushuang led the team to guard the void cracks, and did not teach Su Shi to take half a step. As the monks in the extraterrestrial battlefields changed with the killings, some people were constantly transferred from the universe to the extraterritorial battlefields. Among them, the Overlord and Mo Luo Yengu also came one after another. However, in the first battle, Moro Yengu was buried in the hands of a dummy. This also makes Jian Wushuang, parting from life and death, more and more pessimistic and numb. Jian Wushuang thought that the future will be spent like this. An urgent order from the god of Phenom was to transfer him from the void to the base camp. Base camp, inside the main hall. Characters at the rank of team leader and vice captain of the 9-9 team are all divided into two sides, with solemn expressions. Jian's sword Wushuang has a sword hanging on his waist, wearing a white coat, and striding forward. After 5,000 years of slaughter, the power of the tailored Excalibur has risen to a new level, and Jian Wushuang, who has always looked cold, has an extra touch of iron and blood between the eyebrows. As he walked into the hall, the people standing on either side of the hall were all brow, only to feel that Jian Wushuang came with blood and blood from his body, and his body was full of sky-high spirits. Sun Bingxian Supreme and Long Qing were the vice-captains of the second and third teams respectively, and naturally they were also in the hall. In the past 5,000 years, Jian Wushuang's limelight has been basking in the sun for a day, and it has been a long time ago. They and Jian Wushuang have a life and death feud. At this moment, goodbye to Jian Wushuang. Naturally there is more dissatisfaction in their hearts. Sword unparalleled, meet thee of the sky! Wu Jianshou knelt down on one knee, said with an arched hand. Get up! Wu Zhou God smiled, stretched out his hand, raised the sword unparalleled. After I finished all of this, the God of Gods swept across the faces of everyone, and said, Everyone must be very confused, why the old man called you suddenly. The voice fell down, everyone looked at each other, and could see each other's doubts. However, everyone did not speak, but quietly waited for the next chapter of the universe. Wu Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw the situation. After nodding slightly, Xunxing said, The old man received the news in front of him. The Void Universe is very likely to organize a big riot, which will impact the cracks in the void and put the whole army under pressure. However, we don't know the exact time of the virtual universe or the deployment of this riot, so, the old man is going to draw 5 of you and go deep into the virtual universe to investigate the details of this big riot. As soon as this remark came to an end, the audience was shocked. Deep into the virtual universe? This matter is very trivial and extremely dangerous. As early as when the void crack appeared, the of the universe sent people to enter the opposite virtual universe. At the beginning of the group of candidates, it was not the others who led the team, but it was the head of the Palace of Life. However, until now, the powerful Lord of Life Jingu Palace has no news, and life and death are unknown. I can say that entering the virtual universe is almost a situation of 9 lives. Everyone in the grand hall looked at each other, and took a breath of cold air. Sun Weijian's sword unparalleled. At the moment of hearing this, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes flashed to the extreme. Chapter 4461. Vitality. For Jian Wushuang, he now desperately needs an opportunity to understand the powerlessness. In his body, the magic spell left over by Willow has become more and more serious, and it will riot every once in a while. Although there is a god of chaos who will try to suppress it every time, he can never stay outside this domain in the future. On the battlefield, every time you wait for the help of Zhou God, right? This delusion will not be eliminated, and one day, sooner or later, it will cause a catastrophe. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had long wanted to find an opportunity to learn more about Shili. Now, this opportunity comes. There is no better chance to understand virtual force than to go deep into the virtual universe yourself. Wu Zhoushan glanced, looked at everyone's performance, and said lightly, Are you afraid? Everyone, look at me, I look at you, without saying a word. In the battle of the catastrophe of that year, the master of the Life Palace was only half a step away from the of the universe, and the people led by him were all invincible. But Rao is so, none of them came out alive. Nowadays, everyone in the hall talks about cultivation as a far cry from the master of the Palace of Life. How does going to the Palace of Life differ from death? For a moment, everyone hesitated. Master God, I am Heiyuan, willing to go. At this moment, Heiyuan Supreme stepped out and said Xinxing. One after another, several captains stepped out of the crowd. They are the leader of a team and must set an example. When the of the gods saw this situation, they were already covered with Su Hanchuan's face, and then he eased down and said, "People who travel to the virtual universe should not be inferior to the invincible supreme. Therefore, the 9 captains need not think about it. Go to the virtual universe, and be at ease to guard the extraterrestrial battlefield." As soon as his voice fell, the 9 captains could not help but stare at each other, and immediately said, "Master God, what does this mean?" The of the universe thought for a while and groaned and said, "The magnetic field of the virtual universe is completely incompatible with the magnetic field of our universe. Those who live in our universe, the higher the cultivation, the more vulnerable they will be to exclusion and suppression, and the lower the cultivation, or the less repulsion and pressure. Therefore, your invincible supreme went to the virtual universe, but it was not easy to carry out, but the ordinary supreme passed away. It was not so conspicuous, and it was more convenient to act. Anyway, you went to the virtual universe this time, just to investigate in secret. It doesn't make much difference whether you are strong or not." Everyone heard the words, and that was all. After the god of Wuzhou finished speaking, he looked at some top supreme in the hall, and half-step invincible supreme, waiting to see who was willing to go. Standing at the end of the sword Wushuang, his eyes flashed. He knows, it's his time. "Master God, my sword Wushuang is willing to go to the virtual universe." Wu Jian stepped out step by step, Xinxing said. After he finished speaking, he was still in a dark crowd, and suddenly he was about to move. I saw a flash of light in Bingyu Supreme's eyes, walked out of the crowd, and said, "Master God! I Bingyu is willing to go to the virtual universe, for the sake of the universe's life and death plans. I Bingyu willing to go to soup and fire, never die." After he finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and sneered in his mouth. Long Qing, who was standing next to the captain of the 3rd team, also realized something, and met the eyes of Bingyu Supreme, and then said, "Master God, I am also willing to go to the virtual universe." In the grand hall, the commotion suddenly became even greater. The contradiction between Jian Wushuang, Bingyu Supreme, and Long Qing has spread throughout the universe. Now Jian Wushuang has signed up for the virtual universe, and the two will immediately follow up. What do these 2 people report? A little guessing will make it clear. "Big Ao, Long Qing, I'm afraid it's false for the 2 of you to go to the virtual universe. Is it true to end your personal hatred?" He also sneered at King Jiujia, who was also in the hall. In the 5,000 years of this battle, in addition to the most dazzling performance of Jian Wushuang, the second one is the king of 9 calamities. He, like Jian Wushuang, also has the ability to fight across borders. In an extraterrestrial battle 3,000 years ago, he killed a 4-mark dummy and was promoted to the 9th team vice captain. Next moment, King Jiujia arched his hand and said lightly, "Master God, this time traveling to the virtual universe, I must have a seat in Jiujian King." As soon as he said this, the turmoil in the hall was even worse. Wherever there are people, there are factions. In the battlefield outside the territory, there were no accidents. In these 5,000 years, in addition to the captain-level figures, 4 factions have been formed with the most dazzling performances of sword warriors, 9 kings, Bingyu Supreme, and Long Qing. Wang Jiujia Wang was originally indifferent to eyes and noses and hearts. He suddenly said that he was going to the empty universe just now. They naturally understood it. Wasn't that afraid that Jian Wushuang was in the virtual universe and was killed by Bingyu Supreme and Long Qing? For a while, people from these 4 factions kept coming out and threatened to go to the virtual universe. The whole hall was suddenly noisy. I looked at the temple that was boiling more and more against the sky, and God's face couldn't help glooming, and it was getting ugly. At last. "Huh!" Wu Zhoushan repeatedly patted the table, and said coldly, "Enough! Are you going to the virtual universe to swim in the mountains?" Howl! Suddenly, the whole audience looked like a chill, they all bowed their heads, and the crickets no longer spoke. The light of the eyes of Wu Zhou shone for a while, and when he saw the crowd no longer speak, he snorted coldly. Let us go, this time, the person who went to the virtual universe, the old man came to pick up, yes. Everyone bowed his head obediently, and did not dare to speak. Lingyu Supreme! Extreme Ram! Morocco Supreme! The eyes of Wu Zhou glanced over the faces of everyone, and the soldiers were nodded. My Lingyu/Ram/Bingyu leads! The three of them immediately walked out of the crowd, and they should be. Jian Wushuang saw this, his brows frowned. This time to the virtual universe, he must go. As soon as he was going to take the initiative to ask him again, the God of God walked away and finally fixed himself on Jian Wushuang. Sword unparalleled. My sword is unparalleled! Yan Jian's eyes twinkled. It should be. 4 of you set off 3 days later through the fissures of the void, to the void universe, to inquire about the news. Wu Zhoushan said with a deep voice. With a big wave of his hand, the 4 people who traveled to the virtual universe this time were shot down. The 4 of you must remember that this is the main source of inquiry, and you must be extremely careful not to expose your breath, otherwise, even the old man cannot save you, you will die. Finally, the Zhou looked deeply at the 4 of them. Chapter 4462. Yes. Pu Jian Wushuang, Lingyu, Ram, Bingyu Supreme, etc., all have their pupils narrowed. As the of the universe said, the crisis in the virtual universe is pervading. Once the 4 of them are exposed, the entire universe will be bombarded. Don't say it's the 4 of them, even if they are invincible, they will never be alive. Well, let it go. I'll send the treasure that can be hidden later to your palace. Wu Zhou God said. Afterwards, everyone disappeared. When Sun walked out of the hall, Bingyu Supreme turned his head and smiled at Jian Wushuang Mori. The meaning of the threat is beyond words. Jian Wushuang ignored him, but walked out side by side with the 9 kings and overlords. Leader, when you go, I'm afraid that Bingyu is not at ease. Overlord said a little worried. In this universe, we are not afraid of him, but once we go to the virtual universe, no one knows what's going on. In case that guy holds the same thoughts and fights with you in the virtual universe, to the breath will be exposed. Wu Jianshuang could not help but smile and heard his words, looked at him, shook his head and replied. Relax, he dare not. Don't dare? Lord, what does this mean? Overlord heard a word. Wu Jianshuang did not answer, but the next king of the 9 robbers sneered back. Because he is afraid of death. The king of tyrants looked at Jian Wushuang and Zhou Jiawan, who looked at each other with a smile, and couldn't help it. Well, don't worry, Bingyu Supreme does not have the courage to dare to fight against Jian Wushuang in the void universe, but he will definitely make some secret trips, which can't be avoided. The 3 of them said as they walked out of the hall and stopped. King Zhoujia turned to look at Jian Wushuang, and Shen said, Sword Wushuang, I won't say much about this seat. In short, be careful. Okay, you are here, and you are also careful about that guy, Long Qing, who has been deliberately looking for opportunities to retaliate, and now I leave, I'm afraid he will put the spear on you. Wu Jianwushan said in a deep voice. Only him? There was a scorn of contempt on the king's face. 17. Inside the bamboo house. Wu Heiyuan supremely explained Xiang Jian Wushuang a few words and then left the bamboo house. He is free-spirited, and although he does not take a risk to the swordless universe, since the of the universe has decided, he will not be upset by the pretense of pretending to be contrived. As he said, as early as when he went to the extraterrestrial battlefield, everyone should have the consciousness of hanging his head on his belt and dying at any time. Before long, Lan Lan knocked on the door of the bamboo house. Master Blue. Wu Jianso nodded at her. Sword Wushuang, didn't you say that? Don't call me Lord Lan, it seems too polite, just call me Xiao Lan. Tong Lan Lan said with a smile. Okay. Wu Jianwushuang touched his nose dumbly. This Lan Lan, I am afraid that he will be dozens of times of chaos. The 2 greetings made a few words, and immediately, they saw Lan Lan flipping his right hand, and took out a black waistband saying, Sword unparalleled, this is specially made by my master some time ago, and it can be blocked to some extent. Stay in the breath of divine power. This is the route of your journey to the virtual universe. It is good. Yan Jianwushuang's face swelled with dignity, and took over this waist card. Suddenly, a soft light surged from the waistband, turning it into an invisible mask, covering the sword incomparably. The sword's magical breath suddenly disappeared slowly. At the same time, there is some news about the virtual universe, which is released in Jian Wushuang's mind. Sword unparalleled, although this waist card can cover the breath of divine power on your body. But the biggest feature of the virtual universe is that it cannot be imitated. Lan Lan Surong said. Illness and explosion? Jian Jian's eyes narrowed. Yes. Bian Lanman nodded and replied, one of the imaginary marks in the virtual explosion is their supernatural power evolution, and the other is their realm evolution. This cannot be replaced or imitated. Therefore, when you go to the virtual universe, you must control it so that there is no fighting, and you should not let people see your left shoulder. There are no virtual marks. Understood. Shi Jian Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Pu Lanman replied, okay, then I'll go first, take care. 23 days later. The four men, Sword Master Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, led by God of the Era, came to the void crack. For people, if the old man didn't guess wrong, the imaginary universe opposite should be the periphery of a sect door. If you can, you and the other four must join this door to explore the news. Also, the old card given to you by your husband can send news from the virtual universe at any time. If you find out anything, you must send the news back as soon as possible. Wu Zhou stood with his hands up, exhorted. Yes. The four of them nodded, and without hesitation, stepped into the void. How? Wu Jianshuang only felt the darkness in his eyes, and then turned around. It seems that the whole world is turning over quickly. Alas. As if through the endless time and space, the universe is flooded, and immediately, a bright light is constantly enlarged in front of the eyes. Ha! Jian Jianwushuang fell, jumping out of a black hole. This is the virtual universe. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes and raised his eyes to look around. I saw a green hill come in, and there was the sound of gurgling streams in my ears. A monster with a four-horse horse, a human head, and a halberd, is staring at them. On his left shoulder, a long mark is particularly dazzling, a mark-level fictitious person. Enemy. The next moment, the celebrity's monster was hitting his spirits, and he was about to scream. Not good. When everyone saw this, their hearts were sinking. This monster with a stingy body must be sent by the Void Universe, who is responsible for guarding this void crack. Just when everyone dared to take action, Jian Wushuang already turned into a sword on, and sprinted past in an instant. The sky was torn, almost instantaneously, and the monster on the top of the horse just shouted an enemy character. Jian Wushuang had split it with a sword and cut his entire body. Soon after, Jian Wu's eyes twinkled in the light, and with a big wave of his hand, Xintianbei was used by him to suppress the monster fiercely. All these actions are coming to an extreme. By the time the other three reacted, Jian Wushuang had done everything. Seeing this, Ling Yu, Ram, and Bingyu Supreme all looked at each other with a long breath in their hearts. I was okay, I stopped it in time, otherwise I was just afraid that the voice just shouted and they were exposed. Jian Wushuang, am waiting for you. Shi Ling Yu and the Ram supremely arched their hands in surprise, saying gratefully. It was the supreme ice-cold humming with no saltiness, no gratitude on his face. Chapter 4463. Well, I don't want to stay here too much. I'll wait until I leave. Shi Jian Wushuang closed Xintianbei and said. Yes. Supreme Master Ling Yu and Supreme Master Ram responded quickly, while Supreme Master Bingyu glanced at Jian Wushuang in an oblique manner, with a strange tone of yin and yang. Why? Is this your captain? Led everyone? Wu Jian Wushuang ignored him. If this place is not a virtual universe, he would have stabbed him with a sword. Even though the saying on the mouth of Sun Bingshuan Supreme was to follow a sword Wushuang, he was rushing towards a mountain peak. Rumble. A hole was blasted in the peak of Laozhan Mountain, and Jian Wushuang took the lead and walked in. Snapped. Wujin Tianbei was waved by Jian Wushuang, suspended in front of everyone. Tianjin Tianbei is a magic weapon for space confinement. It was originally of little use to Jian Wushuang, but it was unexpected that it played a role in the virtual universe today. In the town monument of Cheongjin, they turned into thumb-sized monsters and looked at the four people nervously. Who are you? What do you want to do? I am the three elders of alchemy. I urge you to quickly release me. Otherwise, once our alchemy is taught and found that I am missing, some of you will enter the earth and escape canned hunt. As soon as this remark came to an end, Jian Wushuang and Lingyu Supreme looked at each other, both frowning. It seems this person doesn't know about the universe? Also, this place is called Lianshanzong? Wu Jianshuang cleared his throat and asked hoarsely, Do you still want to ask who we are? I slept here a long time ago. You disturbed our slumber. What? You sleep in this void forbidden? The monster, who was stunned by the head and horse, was shocked, and then quickly said, Senior, the little inadvertently disturbed the senior's sleep. Please let the senior ignore the villain and let the villain go. Snapped. He saw the two legs in front of him soften, and fell down on his knees, immediately scratching his head like pounding garlic. Jian Wushuang saw this, with a faint smile in her heart. It seems that this guy in front of him can be used as a waystone for the first time in the virtual universe. He converged his thoughts, and Jian Wushuang continued to ask with a hoarse voice. This one asks you, why are your refining gods here? What is the situation outside now? Upon hearing that, the monster on the head of the pony has no doubt that he was there, and returned quickly. Senior, every void period in this void forbidden area will be guarded by one of the top forces in the universe. In recent years, we have been guarded again by our refining gods. Oh? Have you been practicing the sect of God before guarding it? Wu Jianshuang frowned. The situation is a bit wrong. You must know that in his universe, there are constant wars and extraterritorial battlefields, and there are continuous virtual men pouring out through the void cracks. If it wasn't for the universe, he would have feared that the universe had already been breached. But looking at this person, there is no doubt about his appearance. He has no doubt whether it is from another universe. Then it proves that this person should be unaware of the existence of a different universe. Moreover, if those vagrants who attacked the universe, they attacked the universe through the void cracks they just appeared. Then this person cannot fail to know. They just appeared, and it's impossible to be guarded by just this one. There must be something he didn't know. After 3 hours, Wu Jianso walked out of the cave. His eyes flashed with thought. Through the side-by-side attack just now, he finally got some information. The place here is called the Void Forbidden Area. Here, like the far north of the universe where Jian Wushuang is located, it belongs to the forbidden space of the virtual universe. In this void, there are a number of unclear void cracks. This void crack is different from the void cracks produced by the powerful fight against the broken void of the universe. These void cracks lead to the heavens and heavens. No one knows where exactly these cracks will lead. I only know that, generally, those who enter the void crack can rarely come out again. What's more, every other virtual era, there will be different top forces in the virtual universe to defend the void. He is now guarding the forbidden land of the void, and is not far from here. Refining Shinzong is the top sect of the universe. The vassals in the sect are mainly corpses. The biggest card is to suppress a huge and immortal unnamed corpse. According to the monster on the head of the man, except for the inner teaching of Zhong Nei and the most important existence of the elder Tai Shang, even he could not touch the unknown fairy corpse. Jian Wushuang, the situation is almost clear. What should we do next? Sun Lingyu Supreme stepped out of the cave and said to Xiang Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang thought for a moment, Jingguang flashed in his eyes and said, In my guess, it is impossible for refining Shinzong to not know about our universe, but this person's status is too low to reach the core. Things in this universe should be like our universe. News has been blocked, and only the top people in the universe know about it. Therefore, if we really want to find out their deployment plan of attacking our universe, it is just useless to just inquire about it. It is probably useless. There is only one way, that is. Speaking of this, Jian Wuxuang's words stopped, and he turned to look forward to Lingyu Supreme, and said with a burning gaze, "That is to enter the Refining God sect." At this moment, the Ram Supreme and the Ice Cricket Supreme also came out, and when they heard the words of Jian Wuxuang, they couldn't help but be shocked. Absolutely no way. Refining Shinzong as the top sect of the virtual universe, there must be an invincible and supreme level 6 marked victories. If we go in, we are in danger of being discovered at any time. Yes, this is too risky. Supreme Lingyu and Supreme Ram shook their heads again and again. Supreme Master Bingbing even dismissed the sneer and sneered. "No, brainless husband, if you just rush into the refining divine sect like this, what's the difference between sending death? Is that so?" Jian Wuxuang was not annoyed at the sight, but raised his eyebrows, and said gently, "What do you mean?" "Of course, it's lurking down. From a long-term perspective, slowly figure it out." Bing stood supremely, and returned proudly, "Stupid." Wu Jianwuxuang glanced at him, and sneered. "Now the universe will be under pressure at any time, and the universe will be attacked through the cracks in the void. When you come down slowly, I can go back to the universe to collect the dead. You!" Suddenly angry, Yan Bingxian heard his words full of divine power, and he wanted to fight against the sword unparalleled. "Come, just because the last battle was too late to kill you completely, you were rescued by the Emperor Taishu, and you just waited to die here as you said. It would be better for me to kill you first." Wu Jianshou twisted his neck and looked back at him without fear. Suddenly, the air condensed. Chapter 4464. In the void, a surge of sword strength breath continued to radiate from Jian Wuxuang and Bingyu Supreme. Bing's face full of anger, staring at Jian Wuxuang stubbornly, his eyes spitting fire. Sword and sword unparalleled, looked back at him with the same cold eyes. In this virtual universe, he is unwilling to have conflicts, and wants to try to take the overall situation as much as possible. But this does not mean that he will be bullied by others, and the Bingyu Supreme will be able to step on his head. "Okay. What are you doing? We are here to inquire about the news, not to fight internally." The Ram Supreme and the Mingyu Supreme hurried round the road. Bing Extreme heard a complexion in the face for a while, then finally snorted, "Don't go over," and didn't speak again. Jian Wuxuang saw this and could not help but sneer. Fortunately, this battle stopped before the outbreak. Lingyu Supreme took a deep breath. "Dear everyone, I agree with Jian Wuxuang's opinion. Now that the situation is urgent, I can only wait for the time to quickly explore the real news of the virtual universe and return it to the Lord God. Only adults can make arrangements. Otherwise, even if I stay here and lurk down, I just waste time." "I agree." After a moment of thought, the Cricket Ram nodded and said. Immediately, the three looked at Bingyu Supreme. "Bingao, what do you think?" Extreme cannot help looking even more ugly. "Don't all three of you make a decision? You still need to ask me what you are doing?" Bingxian snorted extremely, which is also a promise of this plan. "Then the most critical question now is how to enter the refining deities?" Wu Lingyu Supreme asked. The three men of Jian Wuxuang did not speak, but frowned. "Look, should we sneak in?" The Cricket Ram extremely scratched his back and asked. Wu Jianwuxuang heard the words, could not help but glanced at him, and said lightly, "No, it's really trying to die if you go in this way." Several people discussed for a while, and the plans were all rejected by Jian Wuxuang. The Ram Supreme could not help but say, "This won't work, that won't work either." "Jian Wuxuang, then you talk about what we should do go in." Jian Wuxuang did not rush back to him, but glanced back at the cave, the Remy horse monster that was suppressed in the town monument, and said, "Go in brightly." "Huh? What? Go in brightly? Isn't that really looking for death?" "Sword unparalleled, I think you still obediently back aside, let this seat take command." As soon as he said this, The Ram Supreme and the Spirit Jade Supreme were both absent-minded, while the Ice Cricket Supreme was sneer. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and did not talk about the Bingyu Supreme, but looked at the Ram Supreme and Lingyu Supreme, and said, "You forgot what the monster with the horse had said just now. As the Yingjia who is refining the world, is it an apprenticeship? For us, as long as we are careful, the possibility of entering the refining deities is not small, and once we enter, we are generally not suspected." He compares his heart to his heart. Are you and the other lords who have opened up a force in this universe, will you suddenly suspect that one of the disciples is a fake person posing? You won't even think about it at all, but if you sneak into it, once caught, you will be immediately suspected, and various investigations will be launched. At that time, even if we didn't find out that we were from another universe, we would definitely be directly imprisoned or killed. The words of Jian Wushuang fell, and all three frowned, thinking carefully about the feasibility of the words spoken by Jian Wushuang. Yes, because of their strength, they want to see through their authenticity. Unless they are the strongest level of refining Shinzong, can they see through their authenticity when they show their flaws? While they came in, as the most powerful group in the universe, would they notice the selection of disciples? I want the most, but just a little attention, the most talented ones. Therefore, this seems the most dangerous way to enter the refining Shinzong, but it is the safest. All of you, our greatest difficulty is when we enter the refining deities, no one knows what their entry assessment is. Unknown means danger. You should think carefully. Shi Jian Wushuang said something, and after speaking, they would no longer care about them. For Jian Wushuang, this time it is imperative to go to refining Shinzong, not only to explore the news of the virtual universe invading the universe, but more importantly, he must go in to understand the structure of virtual force. Only in this way can he understand the virtual force, and then completely solve the time bomb tied to himself, the three-headed snake willow. Ask for wealth and wealth, fight! The risk is high, but it also means that the gain is high. The Ram Supreme and the Spirit Jade Supreme looked at each other, and then they bit their teeth and decided. And Bing Extreme, the eyes are blinking, I don't know what I'm thinking about. It's not until a moment has passed before saying okay. Immediately, the four men knocked side by side, and learned from the monster's mouth that the head of the horse was the exact time for the reincarnation of Shinzong. After waiting until there was no question at all, Jian Wushuang took the monster of the head and horse together with the town of Tianbei, together into the Qianquan ring. Zongmen, the top of the virtual universe similar to Lian Shinzong, etc. Zongmen must have a life card with a record of life and death. Once this head of the monster is dead in their hands, the life card is broken, only afraid that the refining Shinzong will soon move. He put them into the Qianquan ring, and when the refining deities came to the reaction, when the elders in the rain disappeared, they had already entered the refining deities. After doing all of this, the four of them changed their looks and turned into monsters, rushing towards the Lian Shinzong. Wu Jian Wushuang turned into a weird man with pointed ears and long wings, while Lingyu Supreme and others were either monsters with crystals or sheep-headed monsters. It's too easy for them to be the Supreme. Alas! A blast of fresh wind blew through the ears of the four, and it didn't take long for the four to cross the starry sky, and they saw a towering mountain peak soaring above the stars. Refining Shinzong, here it is. Beneath the mountain peak, hundreds and thousands of vagrants with different breaths and strengths were waiting outside the gate of the Shinzong mountain. These monsters are born in a variety of ways, and the swords look like four people. In this group of monsters, it is nothing more than ordinary, insignificant. Let's go. The three men of Jian Wushuang glanced at each other, took a deep breath, and did not care about the sudden disappearance for a while, before the reappearance of the Ice Mastiff Supreme, striding towards the position of Lian Shinzong Mountain Gate. Chapter 4465. Under the gate of Lian Shinzong Mountain, there was a disturbance, and there was a noise. Su-shur from all directions are gathered here, some cross-knee meditation, silent practice of power, and some everywhere to talk to people, want to forge good destiny. The four men of Jian Wushuang saw each other, and could not help looking at each other. It seems that the vain people of this imaginary universe are not much different from this universe. According to the monster on the head of the human horse, if you want to worship the refining God, you must reach the star level, which is the mastery of the universe. I looked around. At this moment, when I came to refining Shinzong to worship the mountain gate, there were basically 2-star to 7-star priests, that is, the second-level master in this universe, and the monks who were almost invincible. Seeing this, Wu Jianshuang and other people also reduced the cultivation to the level of dominance. Under the waist card made by the god, the breath revealed by the four people was immediately no different from those around them. In order to reduce the risk of exposure, Jian Wushuang and others did not talk to the surrounding Sushi, but quietly sat cross-legged, waiting for Lian Shinzong to open the mountain gate. Time flies. There are more and more Sushi coming around refining Shinzong. Among them there is even a trace of Sushi strong. A mark, the corresponding is the elementary supreme in this universe. In the universe where Jian Wushuang is located, once they step into the supreme realm, it is the power to overlook the universe. All of them are not only one hegemon, or the mainstay of the top sect, the top combat power. After a month. Rumble. The gate of the refining Shinzong suddenly opened, and thunders transformed by countless powerless forces breathed and exuded a powerful breath. A middle-aged man wearing sackcloth, a coffin on his back, tied with a blue rope around his waist, a green body, and 2 tentacles on his head, stepped out of the mountain door step by step. Refining Shinzong, it is not other things, but corpses. According to the monster with the head and horse's head, there is a coffin mountain in the refined God sect. The mountain is full of coffins. Lying inside the coffin are various powerful corpses that have long fallen from the universe. Every disciple of the refining God sect, after entering the refining God sect, will enter the coffin mountain, refining one of his own corpses. This is precisely the reason why the Emperor Shinzong is refining, and the trace-level virtual princes in Ningzong are not too many, but they can dominate the virtual universe. Because once the corpse of the is refined, it is equivalent to owning an even more powerful clone helper on his own basis. This is the root of the universe where the refining gods relied on to crush the void. The person who had a tentacle refining Shinzong had a strong breath. As soon as Fang stepped out, he exclaimed in the crowd, "I didn't think that this time, the elder of the supreme religious sect had to visit the town. The elder must be a 3-mark vagrant. What's the situation? This is the first time that Lian Shinzong has received his disciples and sent a strong man who is too senior to the elder level." The discussion sounded loudly, and everyone's expressions were unbelievable. Among those who came to worship the sect of refining sect, the Su Shi who had been on the mark was originally a high and unreserved appearance. After seeing this elder of the gods, he bowed his head and did not dare to maintain the slightest pride. Attitude. I saw 2 tentacles on the top of the head, and the whole body's skin was green. The elder mustache, his eyes were as plain as water, swept across the faces, and then he said, "This time we refined the sacred religion to recruit disciples, and this seat was personally seated by the seat. Some muddy waters to fish and robbers, it is best to quickly retreat, otherwise once this seat is found, we will blame this seat for not being emotional." As soon as this remark was made, there was a commotion in the crowd. Nearly 100 virtual men, a flash of strife flashed on his face, and sometimes he looked at the elder of God, and sometimes looked down and thoughtfully, and finally had to sigh and retreat obediently. Yes, every time the refining Shinzong widely recruits his disciples, when he admits his disciples, there will be some bad people with bad intentions. He joined the refining Shinzong only for the corpses. Elder God Su looked at the people who had retreated from the crowd, nodded with satisfaction, and then said in a deep voice, "Then, this seat announces that the Shinzong introductory examination will begin, now." Boom! The words of the crickets fell, and a huge stone foundation appeared in front of everyone. "What is that?" Ling Ling Yu Supreme and Ram Supreme narrowed their eyes and whispered. Wu Jianwushuang thought about it and said, "It is estimated that it is a testing instrument used to test the talent, or how well it fits with the practice of refining Shinzon. Aren't we? The Ram Supreme looks worried. Don't talk about talent, they are not the people of this universe at all. Look at it. Wu Jian Wushuang thought back. Upon hearing the words, the Ram Supreme and Ling Yu Supreme glanced at each other, then nodded helplessly. Bien is the Supreme Bing Yu, this time without a word stabbed Sword Wushuang a few words, making Jian Wushuang quite surprised, cannot help frowning. Before coming to refining Shinzon, Bing Yu Supreme disappeared for a while, and then when he came back to meet them, he became dumb and looked quite demented. What the is he doing? Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, and there was a slightly ominous premonition in his heart. At the same time, the assessment officially kicked off. He saw the elder god must point to the suspended stone in the air, and said in a deep voice, "This thing is a talent detection stone. One is to detect your waiting talents, and the other is to check how well you and I practice Shinzon practice. You only need to line up one by one later. Just step on this cornerstone. By then, this cornerstone will naturally be evaluated with your talents and suitability to show the light. Of course, the flickering of the cornerstones has proven that you are talented and able to stay, but if the cornerstones do not respond at all, it is a pity that you are not qualified enough to pass the selection. Wherever you come from, please return back. Go, do and enter our refining deities." Elder Godbeard said that. He glanced at the crowd and continued, "There are 4 types of light shining from the trial stone. Red is inferior, blue is medium, purple is superior, and gold represents with superior qualifications." The appraisers nodded their heads when they heard the words. They all looked proud and full of fighting spirit. Obviously, they had already heard the test of the cornerstone of the trial and were fully prepared. "Well, now that everyone understands the rules, let's start the assessment." Later, according to Shio's strength, the people who came to the assessment automatically set up a long dragon under the gate of the Lian Shinzon. Yan Jian Wushuang and others have cultivated themselves to suppress 3-star virtual men, but they are not conspicuous, ranking slightly behind. It has started. The 4 men of Jian Wushuang looked at each other and took a deep breath. Whether you can enter the Refining God sect and explore the deployment of the virtual universe, the first step is now. Chapter 4466. Rumble. With the order of the Elder Godbeard, hundreds of disciples have begun their majestic assessment. A 4-star Su Shi who had 3 heads and 6 arms came to the front of the trial cornerstone. He breathed a breath, sighed, stepped out, and stepped on the trial cornerstone suspended in the void. The trial stone did not move, but a strong red light suddenly burst out and hovered over everyone's head. Red light, inferior qualification. Everyone looked up at the top of their heads. Some people looked disdainful, but most of them looked at the 4-star Su Shi with a hint of envy. After all, the evaluation of the refining Shinzon is notoriously rigorous. Once there were geniuses who had qualified in other sects, or the vain who had already made a big name in the universe. An inferior qualification. So, as Elder Godbeard said, as long as the trial stone can shine for you, it already represents your extraordinary talents, and the god of religion will recruit you. The 4-star Su Shi looked at the thick red light above his head, with a look of joy, but there was still a dimness in his eyes, apparently not satisfied with his inferior qualifications. The elder god must take a look at the 4-star Su Shi, then withdrew his gaze, and announced with no expression, "Red light, inferior." Suddenly, in the rich red light in the sky, a purple light suddenly appeared. Although the purple light was extremely thin like the wind blows away, it floated a little and finally hovered on top of the red light. "Okay?" The elder god's indifferent expression changed instantly, and his eyebrows were raised slightly. Looking again at the 4-star virtuoso, who had no expression on his face, smiled and said, "Congratulations, purple light, medium talent." It is not surprising that God must change the attitude of the elders. Even many people who have assessed have paid more attention to the 4-star virtual priests. It is necessary to know that those who practice the divine sect disciples have flashed purple light in this talent test stone. In the future, the worst achievements will also be 7-star virtual men. In the face of this rising star, the people who go to the knot will naturally be in the minority. 24-star Sushur laughed loudly, was full of heroism, and was full of heroism. He strode to the right of the square where he could pass the examination and stood under the gate of the Lian Shinzong mountain. The other disciples who practiced Shinzong, looking at the 4-star Sushur below, also looked slightly, showing a kind smile. Soon, another weird-looking duke walked to the cornerstone of the trial. This man was trained to be a 5-star duke, and he was even higher than the previous one. I saw his expression was excited and his steps were heavy. As soon as he stepped on, he flew up and landed on the cornerstone of the trial. And this time, the trial cornerstone remained motionless, but the light never flickered. For a moment, the weird-looking Sushur seemed to have foreseen something, frowning, and he struck once again, stepping on the black stone fiercely. The final result remains unchanged, no light flashes. Damn, how could this be? The weird-looking Sushur paused for a moment, and then roared, stepping down on the cornerstone of the trial with a sullen face. However, no matter how he trampled on, and no power broke out, the cornerstone of the trial didn't react at all. Sun's weird-looking Sushur was unwilling, and waved his fist desperately. He couldn't accept such an ending. At this moment, the elder man on the platform waved his sleeve, a white halo hit, and the weird man with a strange appearance floated out of the gate. The elder Godbeard shook his head and said lightly, "Next." The appraisers are all with their hearts in mind. This is the cruelty of practice. Once you set foot on this road, you will never have a chance to turn back. You can only climb up desperately, and you cannot tolerate the slightest slack, otherwise you will be eliminated. The 4 men of Jian Wushuang stood behind and looked at the scene expressionlessly. "It's our turn," said the Supreme Ram a little nervously. After all, they are not people in the virtual universe. The cultivation system is completely different. Even if they have the tokens given by the gods of the universe, they just hide the breath of divine power in them. As for whether they can be detected by the test bedrock, there is no bottom in my heart. One after another, there are people who have passed the test of the trial cornerstones, among which even Jingguang Mantian has reached the super qualification. I suddenly exclaimed in the crowd, even the elder, the beard who always had no expression on his face, and a mild smile on his face, reached out his hand and brought the super qualified person into the gate. Chi Chaos qualifications represent that this person has entered the trace level in the future, and it is already a sure thing. Next person. In the voice of Elder Godbeard, the ram took a deep breath and stepped out. He is a supreme practice, and he is also used to the strong winds and waves in the universe, and he is on the top of his side. However, at this moment, he was nervous and sweating on his forehead. Here is the Void Universe, the top force of the Void Universe, with the 6 marked Sushur's base camp for refining Shinzong. Once tadpoles are found, they are likely to fall here. Sword is unparalleled, will the rams be okay? Supreme Master Ling Lingyu was beside him, and asked a little worried. Do not know. Qi Jian Wushuang stared at the back of the Ram Supreme gradually, and his heart became extremely extreme. The name of the visitor is coming. The elder god had to glance at the Ram Supremely, and said lightly. In his eyes, the Ram Supreme covered by the back of the god's waist card is no different from an ordinary 3-star vagrant. Here is the sheep. The cricket Ram Supreme arched his hand and reported a pseudonym. Well, you start. The elder god must give him a slight look and said, Yes. Ram nodded supremely, but stepped out, walking on the sky, 1 step on the cornerstone of the trial. At this moment, not only the Ram Supreme, but also the 3 masters, such as Lingyu Supreme and Jian Wushuang, are extremely nervous. My breath is over. 2 breaths passed. After 9 full breaths passed, the trial cornerstones did not respond, and no light was emitted. It should be that we are not people in this universe, so no talent can be detected. Wu Lingyu Supreme thought and said, This result, although somewhat disappointing, is not unacceptable. After all, as long as no identity is revealed, everything can be discussed in the long run. He thinks not only of Lingyu Supreme, but also of the Ram Supreme on the cornerstone of the trial, even the God-bearer. Talent is zero, back down. He was just when God required the elders to speak indifferently, and the Ram Supreme resigned. Ding! Ding 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 dash! Ding 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 ding! The cornerstone of the trial, a sharp alarm sounded suddenly. Chapter 4467. The sharp alarm sounded suddenly in front of the gate of Lian Shinzong Mountain. Suddenly, Lingyu Supreme, Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme all changed their faces. What a mess exposed! The God-bearer elder, who had already bowed his head and was about to call another dummy to come to the trial, raised his head sharply and looked towards the Ram Supreme. You are not from our universe! The elder god's eyes had skyrocketed in the eyes of the elder, and he looked at the Ram supremely. The next moment, he immediately raised his hand and patted towards the Ram Supreme. The horrible virtual power erupted directly, slamming it towards the Ram Supreme. Damn! The Ram Supreme face changed without any concealment. The supreme divine power of the whole body was mobilized, and his whole body began to skyrocket. In just a blink of an eye, the Ram's supreme breath was fully released, and the supreme coercion broke through the sky, which was not inferior to this God-bearer elder. Immediately afterwards, the Ram Supreme raised his right hand, facing the palm of the elder. Huh! In that moment, the horrible and mighty power turned upside down, like the tsunami of the Tianhe water, spreading out and spreading the mighty power, and directly crushed the victories around you, crushing them into powder. Go! The cricket ram screamed and slammed his feet. He turned it into a sky-like stalk and blasted towards the starry sky at a great distance. Sword unparalleled, Bingyu, this is impossible, we retreat! Sun Lingyu Supreme said quickly to Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, and then the divine power burst out suddenly, turning into a skyward light, rushing in the opposite direction to the Ram Supreme. The elder god had to see this, and immediately frowned, as if he had realized something. First, he immediately spread his voice towards the Zonman, and then looked at Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, and said, They are a gang, central demon, stop them! Boom! I saw the lid of the coffin carried by the elder godbeard blasting, and a corpse whose skin was dark and dry, and his facial features melted like a candle, rushed out of the coffin and made a roar on the sky. Immediately, the cadaver rushed towards Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. It's not over yet. Among the refining deities behind the elder godbeard, there are again a few light rays that are not weaker than the elder godbearer, and rush out from it. Among them, most of them rushed towards Ram Supreme and Lingyu Supreme, and there were a few remaining ones, surrounded by Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. Go! The cold sword of Wu Jianhua's eyes was cold, and when he just wanted to escape, he saw that the iced man with a numb and stunned expression was extremely supreme. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Jian Wushuang's wrist. Ice! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's heart was furious. He didn't expect that Bingyu Supreme would stumble at this time. He turned his head coldly, and saw Binjian's ridiculous ironic smile at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he saw an inch of ice on his body, and finally shattered. Mirror flower water moon, avatar. Wu Jianwushuang instantly understood. I was afraid that the Bingyu Supreme disappeared in front of me. This is the moment. Howl! For a moment, the dry corpse refined by the elder god must fall in front of Jian Wushuang with 3 scar-level strong men, and surround the sword without pair. One of the old men with dark spots on his face, a thin body, and eyes all over his body, suddenly had 5 long marks on his left shoulder. 5 scored Su Sure. Half-step invincible extreme. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face was extremely gloomy. At the same time, on a mountain peak far away from Lianshinzong, a young man with silver-haired eyes opened his eyes slowly, and a touch of color came from his face. Fortunately, this seat has been anticipated. For the sake of insurance, let the clone go first. Sun Bingshu stood up, looking through countless clouds, looking towards the direction of Lianshinzong. Swords warriors, I see you die this time. Ha ha! At the peak of Laozhan Mountain, there was the cold laughter of Bingyu. The next moment, Bingyu Supreme stepped on his right foot, and his body disappeared into the mountain instantly. In front of the gate of Shinzong Mountain. Together with that dry corpse, a full 4 trace-level virtual men surrounded the Sword Unparalleled and blocked all retreats of the Sword Unparalleled. Say, where are you from? What do you want to do when you join the Refining God sect? A monster with a sickle-shaped head looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Wu Jianshuang's face remained calm, but his mind was extremely alert. This is definitely one of the biggest crises he has ever encountered. He knew in his heart that as long as his answer was a little careless, he would be bombarded by the monks who practiced the god of sect. At that time, don't say that he is just an elementary supreme, even if he is invincible supreme, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. I don't understand what you are talking about. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath, and his expression returned calmly. Pretend garlic? Aren't you with the 3 who just fled? The questioning scab-shaped Susure with skull-shaped head just replied. Wu Jianshou shook his head and replied, Sir, I think you're wrong. I'm just on the way to meet them together. I don't know them. Haha, are you a fool? The scythe-like Susure, disdainful to return. I tell you, you are already in trouble today. If you tell the truth, this seat can still give you a happy, otherwise, you can blame this seat to make you a living corpse directly. As a slave. Be slaved by my disciple. Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes could not help but chill in his mouth, and said calmly, Master, I really don't know what you are saying. I just met them on the road. That's it. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's right hand quietly held the hilt of the Terra Excalibur. The drowsy beast still fights. If these people really do and he believe it, they will fight for it. Unlucky you. I was just a sickle-shaped 5-mark dummy with a side-shaped head, and anger flashed on his face, unable to bear the attack. Among these people, Xiu was the highest, and the 5-marked virtual warrior who threatened the Sword Unparalleled, waved his hand and said lightly, It's useless to say more. Then, go to the cornerstone of the trial to test it. What you say is true or false, naturally there will be results. After speaking, the 5-marked Susure with eyes full covered the Sword Wushuang's face. It is good. He didn't hesitate. Wushuang nodded his head and strode toward the cornerstone of the trial. He knows that, if he has any hesitation, this 5-marked vein will kill him without hesitation. At the same time, he began to think crazy about the escape plan in his mind. Huh! The next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet, his body flew up, and he stepped on the trial cornerstone. Suddenly, an ancient force emerged from the cornerstones of the trial and began to scan towards Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4468. When Jian Wushuang stepped into the trial cornerstone, an invisible force emerged from the trial cornerstone, continuously scanning inside Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang's back was facing the elders of the refining Shinzong, and his face was extremely gloomy. Behind Jian Wushuang, the 4-mark-level virtual men who blocked Jian Wushuang's retreat were staring at Jian Wushuang's back. In addition, there are many more disciples who came to participate in the selection of Lian Shinzong, staring blankly at Jian Wushuang. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew how many swords were paired with swords, and they were able to draw the power from Shinzong. A breath has passed. 2 breaths passed. Tried the cornerstone, still no response. The ephemeral time seemed extremely long at this moment. After a while, the eyebrows suddenly narrowed as the highest 5-mark class Susure was repaired. The sickle-headed Susure who threatened to slay the Sword Unparalleled had a sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. Just when the cornerstone of the trial was about to sound an alarm, Jian Wushuang had quietly grasped the hilt of the Terra Excalibur sword, and was ready to go straight out of the sheath to perform the Taro to take the lead. The seal of Zeus on his neck was loose. A force belonging to the 3-headed snake Delirium rushed out of him, instantly entangled with the scanning of the test cornerstone that had gradually receded. Boom! Suddenly, the world changed, and a ray of light never flashed on the cornerstone of the trial. In front of the mountain gate of the entire Lianshan, the clouds were dark in an instant, and the sky was dim, because the flickering light was like a galaxy-black light. Moreover, unlike all the previous rays that only covered the gate of the Lianshan mountain, the practicing black mang swayed upwards and went straight to the sky, eventually forming a huge thick black cloud above the sky. At this moment, the entire refining sect is under the worship of the black cloud. It hangs in the air like an ancient giant, forming a sense of urgency of black cloud over the city. Everyone raised their heads in unison, and stared blankly at the dark light. All of them were shocked by the waves and shocked. It's rare in the audience, it becomes a dead silence. Hymen turned out to be black. Red represents lower qualifications, blue represents medium qualifications, purple represents superior qualifications, and gold represents superior qualifications. What does black stand for? At this moment, everyone looked up at the black light, and the black light was like smoke and tide, as if it were a raging smoke, covering the sky and the sun, the mighty dark clouds over the city want to destroy. Jiaguang opened to the golden scales of Japan. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse, leaving only the thick black clouds. Under that dark cloud, Jian Wushuang, a black robe without wind, automatically filled the whole person with a sense of evil. The four elders, including the elder bearded man who was responsible for the selection of the disciples of the religious sect, all flashed a look of mistakes. Immediately, this mistake was replaced by shock. Those who have come to participate in the selection are already exclaimed. What is this? What the happened? Why is it black? This black light is too horrible. Its richness, even if it represents golden light of superb qualifications, is simply incomparable. This black light is unprecedented. What does it mean? The talented disciples who had detected the golden light looked arrogant and stood tall. Even the expressions suddenly sank. Everyone was puzzled. Even one of the elders who was still in the refining sect for a short time was curious. Elder Wind, what does this black light mean? The elder Wind Moose is the 5-marked virtuoso who was repaired the highest in the audience. His eyes flashed, and his face continued to flash, until after a long time, he said, This black light represents those who are above the super qualifications, the absolute qualifications. I have practiced more than 1,000 epochs in the reign of the sect of the Emperor Shinzong, and have held a total of 49 million disciple selections. Among the 49 million disciple selections, even this seat has only seen black light twice. Once it was the second sovereign, and once again, our sovereign lord today. Legend has it that there are 3 times this black light. In addition to the 2 times I have seen in this seat, there is 1 time, and it is the oldest one, which is our founder of refining Shinzong. It can be said that as long as black light appears on the cornerstone of the trial, it means that this person has entered the threshold of the peak of our universe. His future achievements must not be under my sovereign. Elder Feng's eyes finished. All of a sudden, the elder who spoke before was shaken, like a lightning strike. The sickle-headed elder, with dull and unbelievable eyes, asked sharply, Only him? Can we stand with our Lord in the future? In his gaze, Elder Moose nodded his head for sure, and then he thought of a kind smile on his face, walked towards Jian Wushuang, and asked with a smile, Sir, what's your name? Jian Wushuang didn't respond a little, because he didn't know himself, how suddenly the situation reversed, and there was a black light like never before. Although he didn't know the meaning of the black light, it was not difficult to see from the face of the Moose Wind Elder that the black light that he blasted out must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, it is the cold and violent bombardment that he is hitting at this moment, not the smiling face of these 5-marked virtual men. Turning his head, Jian Wushuang loosened his 5 fingers holding the handle of Tai Luo's sword, and smiled. Senior, just call me Wushuang. Miss Shuang? This is a good name. Elder Moose smiled, and then asked quite kindly, Miss Shuang, everything before was misunderstanding. This seat asks you now, would you like to join us to refine Shinzong? I think you breath, now it should be Samsung, is it right? This place promises you that as long as you join my refining deities, and keep you in a virtual era, you will break the mark. How? Hearing this questioning, Jian Wushuang's heart hanging high finally fell down. He knew that the first step he took was successful. The corner of his mouth slowly raised a radian. Jian Wushuang extended his hand, and smiled slightly. Extremely honored! Ha 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 ha, what a great honor! Elder Moose Feng heard the words and burst into a loud laugh, reaching out a hand and holding the sword unparalleled. Miss Shuang, this seat represents the refining Shinzong. Welcome you to join. Let's go. Now I will go to the Lian Shinzong to register for the report, and then I will take you to the Coffin Hill to find the best coffin corpse. In the laugh of Elder Moose Wind, he took the sword unparalleled, turned into a golden light, and swept away towards the Lian Shinzong peak. The figure of the two disappeared, leaving only one face to face, and it was difficult to hide the envy of the selection. Chapter 4469. This man is developed. Well, Elder Moose Wind is one of the three elders who have real power in Lian Shinzong. They are the true core figures of Lian Shinzong. In words and deeds, they can directly motivate the entire Lian Shinzong. Shuang can actually take this shit and worship His Majesty Elder Wind. In my opinion, I will have a good relationship with Wushuang as soon as possible, and don't say that he can help us in the refining God sect. As long as he does not incite the wind in the ears of the Elder Wind Elder, it is a blessing to wait for me. You say, what kind of coffin will Elder Moose bring with him? After Jian Wushuang left, he left countless discussions in front of Lian Shinzong Mountain Gate. The sick man with a sickle head looked cloudy for a while. Impossible. How could this person be so talented? Also, before I saw those people from other universes talking with this person, they clearly looked like a deep intersect. How could they only know each other when they were on the road? Yes. This man must have used some secret method that caused this illusion. The sicklehead Su-Shur murmured to himself, then slowly raised his head, looking at the disappearing Jian Wushuang and Elder Moose Wind, with a sneer in his mouth. Wait, Wushuang, I will catch you. At that time, this seat will not only want you to die, the Elder Wind, but also to bear the price for today's things. Refining Shinzong. Moose Wind was sword unparalleled, flying all the way. There is a gloomy look in the entire refining deities. The sky is red, the ground is black, and the flames of demon flames are rising everywhere. At first glance, it doesn't look like a shrine of one side, but it looks more like a ghost. This is really normal. According to the information learned by Jian Wushuang, the refining God sect is known for the entire universe of corpse sacrifice. The sect was affected by the corpse gas all year round, and this picture was caused by the passage of the sun and moon appearance. Miss Shuang, starting today, you can practice with this seat. Elder Elkwind walked in front and smiled. Doesn't they need to pass the suzerain? Jian Wushuang asked pretentiously. Elder Moose heard the words with a look of pride on his face and said, what is going to be done by this seat is naturally decided by the seat of this seat. Why should anyone choose to intervene? Having said that, an overbearing momentum emanated from the Moose Wind. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words. It seems that the Elder Wind Moose has a very high status in the Lian Shinzong. But this is also good, just to save him the opportunity to climb upwards, to be able to get in touch with the high level of refining Shinzong as soon as possible, and learn about the attack on the universe. Okay, since then I have been photographed by Elder Moose. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then turned sharply. He pretended to be slightly tentative and said, Elder Moose Wind, what are the backgrounds of the three people before? Why did they flee suddenly and attracted so many sects? As soon as these words came to an end, the atmosphere that was still very happy was suddenly condensed. Elder Moose Wind stepped on the sky and stopped, turned to look at Jian Wushuang, frowned and asked, What are you doing? Jian Wushuang's eyelids jumped, knowing that he was too anxious, and explained, Elder Moose Wind, I am purely curious. If you ask if you should not ask, please blame. Elder Moose Wind saw Jian Wuxuang for a moment, and then a long time passed before he groaned. The people are not the people in our universe. According to my speculation, it should be our universe that entered through the void forbidden space. Well, this matter is of great importance, but it is the secret of our entire universe. As I said to you just now, you must not tell others. Also, you must not ask in the universe. If you want to know, you will naturally understand when you grow up in the future. It is good. Jian Wuxuang heard the words blink, and nodded. Sure enough, as he guessed, it is like the universe itself. Only the top people in the universe know about the extraterrestrial battlefields and other universes. Later, Jian Wuxuang never spoke again about the alien universe, casually chatting with the Elder Wind Moose, and rushing towards the Coffin Hill. After a while, the coffin came to the mountain. Rao Shi Jian Wuxuang can be considered to have seen a lot of strong winds and waves. At the moment of seeing the coffin mountain, he couldn't help but feel shocked, and his face was hard to hide. I saw a huge mountain that wanted to be higher than Tiangong's test appeared in front of him. This mountain is big enough to tear the sky and support the sky. The coffin hills are full of cracked black soil. There are no vegetation trees on the mountain. There are only small or large coffins of different shapes, lying quietly on the hill. A gigantic death gas rushed towards his face, and Jian Wuxuang could not help but trembled with sweat and hair. Miss Shuang, this coffin pimple is the root of our refining deities. Why can't we refining the deities be against the void and stand against the universe? It is the corpse in this coffin. Being able to enter the coffin mountain and the corpses lying in the coffin, all of them have ordered the universe to be momentarily, and the Tianjiao power, we refined them, it is equivalent to have a partner with their own strength, can fight together. Elder Wind said in a deep voice. Elder Moose Wind, where did these corpses come from? Jian Wuxuang could not help asking curiously. Elder Moose Feng heard a glance at Jian Wuxuang, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and said, Some of these corpses are the ancestors who died in our case, some died in the struggle, and we bought them at high prices. Now, as for what else? Speaking of this, Elder Moose stopped, with a sense of bloodthirsty in his eyes. Seeing the sword unparalleled, I couldn't help but feel cold, but I was afraid that most of the corpses in the coffin were all deliberately beheaded by the sect of God in the universe. This refining Shinzong is estimated to be full of blood. And at this moment, Jian Wuxuang couldn't help but think that when he was fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, many of the supreme fallen in the battlefield, the bones disappeared. I'm afraid of all this, there is the shadow of refining Shinzong. For a moment, there was no trace of goodwill from Jian Wuxuang to Elder Moose, leaving only a cold heart in his heart. Well, Wuxuang, don't waste your time, go in and choose the corpse of your coffin. Elder Moose Feng did not notice the abnormality of Jian Wuxuang, reached out and patted him on the shoulder of Jian Wuxuang, said with a smile, You can rest assured that this seat will look at you here to help you choose a corpse that has great growth potential and is extremely suitable for you. It is good. Jian Wuxuang took a deep breath, then converged his thoughts, fell from the air, and walked towards the coffin hill step by step. Chapter 4470. Inside the coffin, the dead body was soaring. A solid black mist condensed into the sky, covering the sun and the moon. Wooden coffins, sarcophagi, bronze coffins and other coffins of various shapes, lying quietly in the mountains, waiting for someone to choose. Elder Moose Feng stepped in the void and stood with his hands on his shoulders. He looked at Jian Wuxuang and chose the coffin. Miss Shuang, there are corpses all over the coffin. These corpses have different practices during their lives, ranging from ordinary star-studded priests to scarred priests, even to the 5 marks on the seat. Class Su Shi can be found in this coffin. The cultivation of these corpses during their lifetime is indeed an important part worthy of reference. After all, this largely determines the future growth of this corpse. However, you must not choose the corpses according to the height of the cultivation, because the fit of the corpses with you is more important than the cultivation of the corpses before their death. There were a lot of new disciples who had just started to practice Shinzon. They only selected the corpses that were cultivated as high. In the end, not only could they not refine the corpses, but they did not make progress by themselves. The most important thing was that the corpse was backbitten, and his life was lost in vain. Such examples are endless. Fog Double, you should understand the meaning of the old man. Therefore, Wu Shuang, the most important thing in selecting the corpse is to look at the degree of matching with you. As for the degree of matching, the old man can only say that you rely on your first feeling to see the beads. Does it fit? Jian Wu's eyes flashed a brilliant light, and then walked towards the first coffin. It was a wooden coffin lying quietly in front of him. As soon as he approached the wooden coffin, Jian Wushuang felt a blast of Jin Ge's killing spirit. In an instant, the sword Wushuang seemed to fall into the blood of the corpse, thousands of horses and horses. A burly man wearing war armor, wearing a black iron helmet, and covered with a silver mask, struck across the cosmic sky and slaughtered. Iron hoof flattened in all directions. Elder Moose felt the spread of Jin Ge's killing in the wooden coffin, and nodded his head and said, Miss Shuang, this person is the former warlord Wu Kang of Taiyin God. It's a little lower, only 8 stars, less than the trace level, but fortunately, rich experience in actual combat, lifelong killing, and going through thousands of battles. If you can make it a corpse, you will definitely have a personal protection general in the future. Jian Wushuang nodded after hearing the words. Without much hesitation, he took his hand off the wooden coffin cover and headed to the second coffin next to it. Although Jian Wushuang's void universe is this time to help the gods of the earth to inquire about the news, there are ways to improve their strength now. Naturally, they will not be missed. It is easy. According to the chat between Jian Wushuang and Elder Moose along the way, he also learned that once the corpse in this coffin had been refined, this corpse would never betray forever except in extreme circumstances. Along the way, no matter whether it is a relative or a friend, you may turn your face for a chance, a good fortune, and fight hard, endlessly. But the corpse in this coffin is not. It can be said that once the corpse belonging to itself is refined, then this corpse is equivalent to one of your strongest avatars. The second coffin is a bamboo coffin. When Jian Wushuang put his hand up, he heard the Elder Feng said, The corpse in this bamboo coffin is a contemporary sage of 1,000 moons before the Hao Yuesianen. Created a feat of 8-star cultivation, charmed a trace-level virtual man, lured him. Wushuang, if you can refine this corpse, it will also be a huge improvement for you, and you can use it as an unexpected dark chess. However, after experiencing it carefully, Jian Wushuang still shook his head, took his hand away, and walked towards the third coffin. Still dissatisfied? Elder Moose Wind frowned. In his opinion, the two corpses just now have a high degree of agreement with Jian Wushuang. Once repaired is not too high, Jian Wushuang is easy to control refining. There is a corpse of gods, who were all gifted superiors during their lifetime. Although they died horizontally, their growth was extremely high. If Jian Wushuang can refine it at this time, it will inevitably become the left and right arm of Jian Wushuang in the future. However, he knows nothing. In fact, the sword is unparalleled. If it is calculated according to the realm of the two universes, it is already a Mark-level false soldier. For the two swords just now, refining will not provide any help. After a series of 5 coffins, Jian Wushuang all stayed for a short time before shaking his head without hesitation. After half an hour, Jian Wushuang had already reached the mid-mountainside position of the coffin hill. Among the 5 coffins there are Tianjiao, who was amazingly talented during his lifetime, but was strangled, and there are extreme gods of war in all directions, but they have not entered the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Elder Feng's brows could not help but frown. Miss Double, don't look down. Finally, Elder Moose could not help but whispered. Jian Wushuang heard the words and looked back at Elder Moose Wind, then touched his nose and said, Elder Moose Wind, I have something in mind. What's in your heart? Elder Moose Feng couldn't help but laughed a little, and murmured in his heart, Okay, look at that seat, What kind of body will you choose? With this idea in mind, Elder Moose simply stopped talking and closed his eyes to let Jian Wushuang choose. Time passes slowly. Jian Wushuang has reached the position of the middle of the mountain. At this position, there are fewer and fewer Tianjiao who once shined in the universe but were strangled by various circumstances. Instead, there are some truly in the universe. Suppressing the invincible power of 9 days and 10 places, trace-level virtual men. In terms of combat power, this cosmology is higher than the native land of swordless warriors, and more powerful than the strong ones. However, it is still the master of the universe that can storm the sky and control one side of the universe. Jian Wushuang's speed slowed down. He no longer just touched some coffins, but felt the corpse repaired in the coffin and chose to leave. He started a process of thinking. When Elder Moose thought that Jian Wushuang would be in this position, when selecting some corpses, Jian Wushuang's footsteps went up again. 1 trace. 2nd trace. Jian Wushuang's footsteps have not stopped. Novel. The idiot who is not greedy enough to swallow elephants. The Moose Wind Elder immediately felt itchy, and his impression of the sword unparalleled fell sharply. You know, Jian Wushuang is picking the sword corpse. In fact, from another perspective, the corpse is also picking the sword. Previously, those corpses were still low, and they were almost allowed to be screened by Jian Wushuang. It would be good if they wanted to take the refining directly. At the middle of the coffin, there are some 1 and 2 marked corpses, although the realm of his life far surpassed Jian Wushuang. In theory, Jian Wushuang can never be refined. But Jian Wushuang's talent is amazing, but it is a black light, enough to stand by with the ancestors of the refining gods, and these scarred corpses are not impossible to be refined by the sword. But seeing Jian Wushuang like this, clearly is the rhythm to reach the summit. Isn't this stupid? Chapter 4471. Wushuang, because of your greed, you have been gifted in vain. Elder Moose Wind sighed. In the face of Jian Wushuang, he has the cherishment of talents, otherwise he would not have spoken directly under the gate of the Lianshinzong mountain to protect the sword, and brought it back to the Lianshinzong, omitting countless tedious steps in the middle. At present, the refining Shinzong seems to be powerful and dominate the party, but it is already green and yellow, and no one succeeds. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang is the one who can provoke the sacred beams in the future. As he kept thinking, Jian Wushuang had crossed the mountainside and continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. And he is extremely close to the top of the mountain. A coffin made by Xian Bing appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Before approaching the coffin, Jian Wushuang felt a chill rushing towards him, and in that chill, mixed with expectation. Oh? Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, a flash of strangeness flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and pressed one against the coffin cover of the Xianbing coffin. Boom! In that room, there was a shock on the entire coffin, and a huge corpse was rushed out of the Xianbing coffin. This monstrous corpse gas is like smoke and tide, it will burst out of the sky thousands of miles in an instant, forming a huge dark cloud swirling together. It was only an instant that Jian Wushuang felt the repair of the corpse in this coffin. 5 marks scum! 5 marks, corresponding to the half-step invincible supreme. Moreover, because of the existence of the associated supernatural power of the virtual explosion, the 5-marked virtual soldier is better than the half-step invincible supreme. Suddenly Elder Moose trembled, his eyes rounded. Born by nature, take the initiative to recognize the Lord. Elder Moose's eyes flashed and stared. At this moment, he had decided to stop talking and let Jian Wushuang eat a delicious Moose Wind Elder, and hurriedly bearded and said, Wushuang, what are you still doing? Are you still hurrying to refine this corpse? I will tell you that it is very rare to take the initiative to recognize the Lord. Once you miss this time, you will never encounter it again. Moreover, this is a 5-mark vain priest. This life was before this master, in terms of strength and identity is no longer under this seat. If you can refine him, then you can become our refining upper character. From now on, no one can bully you. This is not much. The most important thing is that if you also reach the Five Scenes realm and completely refine the corpse of this master, then it means that you will have the same realm as you. Helper. Speaking of the back, Elder Foam's eyes skyrocketed in the eyes of Elder Foam, and they were all crazy. You know, his corpse now is only 4 marks. And this corpse has been upgraded to 4 marks, which is already the limit of this corpse. However, at the moment, Jian Wushuang can directly conquer the corpse of a 5-marked vagrant, which means that as long as the sword Wushuang can reach the 5-marked level, this corpse can reach at least 5-marked level. It is even possible to reach 6 marks. Although the difficulty of promotion between the 5 marks and 6 marks is almost like a heaven and the opportunities are very slim, but it does not mean that there is no chance at all. To be honest, even when seeing this scene, even Elder Moose could not sit still and felt jealous. Inside the coffin, Shan Wu's eyes twinkled, and his thoughts resurfaced. I have to say that he was tempted at the moment. 5 marks, invincible in half steps. The strength of this realm, even Jian Wushuang's ability to deal with it today, is only a 60% chance of winning. My own strength is the elementary supremacy, that is, a trace-level virtual warrior. I can walk here and conquer the 5-mark virtual warrior. I'm afraid it is already the limit. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked up. There were only a few coffins at the top of the coffin hill. The breath was extremely horrible, let alone going to the refinement. It was extremely difficult to approach. Well, just this corpse. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand, intending to push open the lid of Xianbing coffin. Seeing this scene, Elder Moose Wind, because he has seen a lot of strong winds and waves, at this moment in his eyes cannot help but look forward to a spark of excitement. He could already imagine how Jian Wushuang refined this 5-marked corpse, then struck the universe, and even attacked those evil species in a different universe. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to open the cover of the Xianbing coffin, it was about to happen. The tailored Excalibur hanging around his waist trembled suddenly. The next moment, an incomparably old and kind voice sounded in his ear. "I'm waiting for you." Boom! Suddenly, Jian Wu's double body trembled, and he pulled his hand pressed against the lid of Xianbing coffin. He heard the call. The call of people from hometown. This call comes from the top of the mountain. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wu's eyes filled with firmness, and he hesitated toward the top of the mountain without hesitation. You! Wushuang, stop here quickly! Elder Moose Wind suddenly screamed and jumped anxiously. Miss Shuang, what are you doing? Stop! Swordless Wu stepped back, looked back at Elder Moose Wind, and calmly said, Elder Moose Wind, this corpse is not what I want most. It disappoints you. After that, Jian Wushuang didn't say much, and walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Crazy lunatic. Wushuang, are you crazy? Elder Moose Wind barked suddenly. Watching Jian Wushuang really did not hesitate, he couldn't help but say, Burning the heavens, Wushuang, you are violently heaven. Having said that, Elder Moose Wind saw Jian Wushuang's deafening look, and he couldn't help sighing and screaming, violent heavenly things. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Jian Wushuang's feet were heavy, and he went to the top of the mountain step by step. A huge wave of coercion emanated from several coffins on the top of the mountain, like the tide of the sea, waves of waves slamming towards him, and he wanted to shoot him down the coffin. These coercion, although it was the unconscious distribution of these 6-marked virtual men, died. But still not what Jian Wushuang can resist. He felt as if he were carrying hundreds of millions of mountains, stepping forward step by step. Chaos Overlord. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and directly urged Chaos Ba. The use of divine power will be repelled by this universe, and will also be noticed by the Elder Wind Moose, but the chaotic domineering body is the power of the physical body, and this will not happen. Ha! Ha! Jian Wushuang stepped down every step, all stepped on a large pit of 100 meters in the coffin hill. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Come on. I am waiting for you. Boom boom. As Jian Wushuang got closer and closer to the top of the coffin mountain, the softer call also became stronger and stronger. In the end, it has turned into a thunderous sound like a rolling thunder, which exploded in the mind of Sword Unparalleled. Finally, Jian Wushuang reached the top. Chapter 4472. Sword Unparalleled reached the top. At the top of the coffin mountain, a black iron coffin full of mysterious patterns is enclosed by 4 chains and is suspended in the air. I'm waiting for you. A thunderous roar resounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. The Taro Excalibur hanging on the sword's waist, constantly humming, trembling violently. If Fei Wushuang had completely controlled the Taro Excalibur, I'm afraid that this Taro Excalibur has been shot out and rushed into this coffin. At this moment, although Jian Wushuang has not yet opened the coffin, in his heart, he basically understood who the person in the coffin was. It is only him that will cause the shock of the Terra sword. But wasn't he dead in the hands of the Emperor? How could the body be here? Jian Wushuang's brow frowned, and the light in his eyes kept blinking. Elder Moose Feng stepped in the void and looked at this scene from afar. The expression on his face kept converging and turned into a dignity. Miss Shuang, stop, this corpse is not for you. Elder Moose's expression was somber, said Shin. Back to his sword Wushuang, when Yen raised an eyebrow, pressed the shout in the coffin, turned to look at Elder Moose and asked, Elder Moose, what does this mean? Elder Moose windheard a glance at Jian Wushuang and immediately said, This corpse of God is not our universe. Not people in our universe? Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and faintly understood that perhaps at this moment, it was the best time to probe the news. Therefore, Jian Wushuang pretended to understand. Elder Moose Wind, I don't understand what it means. Elder Moose heard the words, he couldn't help flashing a hesitation in his eyes, and immediately looked around, seeing that no one was nearby. He suddenly waved his right hand, endless virtual power poured out, forming an enchantment, wrapping him with the sword. In it. Shuang, there are some things that I shouldn't have told you, but you have amazing talents. You want to be able to achieve universe-level power in the future. Knowing that these things are just a matter of time, I will make an exception with you today. Talk about it. Jian Wushuang heard his face look awkward, knowing that the topic was coming. I saw the voice of Elder Moose was low, his eyes looked far away, and he said, Miss Shuang, our universe is not the only one. The void and forbidden ground are connected to many cave worlds. These cave sky worlds form their own world, but in general, these cave sky worlds are very small and not much larger than a star field. However, in some of the nodes in the Forbidden Land, the road is a real behemoth, a real universe. No matter the degree of civilization or the overall combat power, this universe is just weaker than us. This universe, we collectively call it the Divine Power Universe. Divine Power Universe? Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank, and this Divine Power Universe should refer to his native universe. Yes, this magical universe is rich in resources and boundless. Among them, Tianjiao is born and power is born. Our universe and the magical universe have successively fought over 100,000 chaos ages. Elder Moose nodded his head, turning his gaze to the dark coffin that was bound by chains and suspended in midair, and continued. This coffin corpse comes from the divine universe opposite the void. This person obviously has only a 4-mark level, but if it comes to strength, it is a 6-mark giant that is enough to kill our world. I heard that this person is the opposite of the Divine Power Universe, the first Kendo Supreme that has never been seen in history. It is the opposite universe that suppresses the invincible existence of 9 days and 10 places. Speaking of which, the fall of this person was also an accident. At that time, the Emperor Devourer led the Devourer organization to the Divine Universe opposite him. He had just encountered this person on the way to the Divine Universe. Although this person is powerful, compared to the Emperor Eater, it is not a star that is worse than the Emperor. Therefore, after a war, the person fell into the hands of the Emperor. We refined the Lord of the sect, and bought the corpse of this person from the emperor at a large price. The genius of this corpse is so talented and powerful that it is far from being comparable to our scorching virtuoso. Originally, the Lord bought him back, but also tried to refine it and become our sacred corpse of the sect of the sacred God. However, this person's obsession is so great that even after his death, he will not be reduced by half. The Lord and our 5 elders refined this corpse together, and they could not even refine it. Therefore, this corpse has been resting here. Elder Feng Wen said slowly, then turned his eyes, looked at Jian Wushuang, shook his head and said, "So, Wushuang, give up this corpse of God, and don't do nothing for nothing." Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flashed for a while. That's it. At the same time, Jian Wushuang quickly thought in his mind, if you refine Taro Supreme, you are equivalent to Taro Supreme reborn and resurrected in another way. At that time, even if he fails to explore the deployment of the virtual universe's combat power against them, he can bring Tai Luo Supreme back to the native universe. Once the war end breaks out, it is also a strong main force. The most important thing is that he got the full inheritance of Tai Luo Supreme. According to a certain degree, Tai Luo Supreme has been counted as his half-master. How can he bear his heart and see Tai Luo Supreme's corpse placed in a different universe, allowing people to choose and refine? Can't bear it. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wu's eyes flashed a decisive color, and he looked at the Moose Elder and said in a deep voice, "Elder Moose Wind, I have made a decision, and I will refine this alien." "You!" Elder Moose heard the words, and immediately became angry. "Dare to waste your lips and say so much, all for nothing? It's really stubborn. Well, Wushuang, you'll take a look at this one. This corpse cannot be refined by the Lord and our 5 elders, how can you refine it?" Elder Moose Wind, even with a good temper, felt an irritation in his heart at this moment. With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Moose snorted and stopped talking. Jian Wushuang smiled apologetically at him, then took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and placed it on the dark coffin in front of him. Alas! It's like dropping a stone on the calm lake surface. Click, click. The iron chain that was tied to the dark coffin suddenly broke down inch by inch. Immediately, he saw the thick black coffin cover full of mysterious patterns, and then moved sideways. Crunchy, crunchy. A harsh sound sounded. The lid of the vertical coffin was completely moved sideways. Next moment, Sword Wushuang looked up sharply, and stared into the coffin. I saw a figure in a blue shirt with eyes closed, his fingers crossed, and quietly placed on his waist. Chapter 4473. It wasn't anyone else who was quietly lying in the coffin, it was Taro Supreme. He had a handsome face, his nose was dangling, his eyes were closed, and a pair of sword eyebrows flew straight to the horns, and the whole man was full of sharpness. At first glance, he seemed to be not sleeping, but sleeping. Buzz! At this moment, the Terra Excalibur shook to the extreme. Jian Wushuang froze slightly. He did not expect that Tai Luo Supreme was so young. No wonder it is as strong as Wu Jianxian, all dumped for it. Jian Wushuang can already imagine that Tai Luo Supreme relied on the sword to stretch his face, and the chic appearance of drunkenness in the world would surely make countless people fall over. So arrogant. Jian Wushuang shook his head and felt regretful. "Elder Wind, what's next?" Elder Moose Wind glared at him and snorted. "Miss Shuang, don't you put the words of this seat in your ears? This seat thought you had hard wings, so you don't need the discipline of this seat. What are you doing now? Come and ask me how to refine the corpse?" Jian Wushuang heard this, pretending to laugh. "Elder Moose, you laughed. Where can I dare not accept your discipline, but I am always greedy and want the best of everything. Well, greed is not enough to swallow elephants. This sentence, I have told you several times." Elder Moose Wind shook his head, and then sighed softly. "Well, if you try it. This seat will now teach you the method of corpse refining." Having said that, Elder Moose Wind flicked his fingers. A glaucoma suddenly burst out, and fell into the heart of Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. Immediately, a method of how to make corpses was opened in Jian Wushuang's mind. This method is not complicated or complicated. The most important thing is that through virtual force, you must first reach the divine corpse to make a painstaking connection, then input instructions to make it obedient, and finally refine it day and night to make it thoroughly keep it for your own use. Jian Wushuang turned around and sat down with his back to the elder wind, knees slowly closed, and his face was pensive. This corpse refining method is not very complicated, for Jian Wushuang, but if you look at it briefly you can get through. But its biggest difficulty is that Jian Wushuang has no virtual power at all. The key to this set of corpse refining methods is also the most basic thing, that is, it is necessary to first refine the corpse and then make a connection. You can only try with divine power. Jian Wu's eyes flashed for a while, and then he made a decision in his heart. Theoretically, divine power and imaginary power are both derived from an energy in the universe, which should not be a problem. Do it when you think of it. Jian Wushuang's hands blasted out, and a sudden force of magic, like a river flowing from his palm like a tide, penetrated into the body of Tai Luo Supreme. In a short time, the sword waist card of Jian Wushuang jumped, and a psychedelic power poured out. From the outsider's perspective, the magic power of Jian Wushuang suddenly became no different from the virtual force. Huh! Really go for refining? Elder Feng's brows jumped, and his face was chaotic. Shuang Shuang, Shuang Shuang, this seat is waiting for you to have a gray nose, and a gray face is looking for this seat. Shaking his head, Elder Moose began to observe sword unparalleled. Laugh. Jian Wushuang's divine power, as soon as he entered the body of Tai Luo Supreme, felt an extremely powerful obsession. This obsession is like a hedgehog who is fully armed and does not allow anyone to invade. However, when Jian Wushuang's divine power touched Tai Luo Supreme's obsession, in a moment the obsession collapsed. The call of the Supreme Lord in Jian Wushuang's mind disappeared, like a nerve that had been strained for a long time, and at this moment it finally broke off. Jian Wushuang understands that the former Tai Luo Supreme has been waiting for someone who is not in this universe to take away his corpse. He was so glorious in his lifetime that he never wanted to be a puppet in the hands of someone in another universe. He raised a lion puppet to attack the native universe he was guarding. Now he's waiting. Jian Wushuang is the most suitable person for him and the person he wants to wait for most. Jian Wushuang didn't say a word silently. At this moment, he finally realized something, how sad and how worthy of the martyrs who died in the extraterritorial battlefield to protect the universe. Refining was smoother than Jian Wushuang imagined. Without any obstacle at all, Jian Wushuang completed the refining step by step. In a short time, the dim and faint corpse of Tai Luo's Supreme God began to gradually light up. What? Elder Moose Feng was shocked, his eyes widened, and his face flashed with dullness. This corpse has been refined by this boy. The elders of our 5 elders, together with the suzerain, are helpless corpses of gods, so they were easily refined by this boy. Elder Moose's mouth widened gradually to be able to put an egg, and the whole person was lost. Boom boom! A ray of golden light continued to shine from Taro's supreme corpse. Feet, hands. The next moment, a golden light suddenly shot from Tai Luo's Supreme. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion spread, and the endless corpse gas rose into the sky, forming a billowing black cloud. Taro's Supreme opened his eyes suddenly. However, in his eyes, there was nothing pleasing, a stiffness and numbness. Jian Wushuang tried to enter a command in Taro's Supreme, and Taro's Supreme raised his hand. Wow! Instantly, Tai Luo Supreme raised his right hand. Then, Jian Wushuang tried to make Tai Luo's Supreme Corpse perform other complicated actions, and it suddenly became stiff and obscure. It seems that only continuous refinement can truly make Tai Luo's Supreme Corpse, such as arm instructions. There was a smile on the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Still, his heart was overjoyed. Too extreme! This is undefeated in all battles. In the universe, it has won a great reputation, it has awe-inspiring universe, and it has swept across 9 days and 10 places. Such an existence, at this moment, was even refined by the sword unparalleled sword, and became a corpse under his control. It can be said that Jian Wushuang's strength, at this moment, has soared in general. And this is not the real ecstasy of Jian Wushuang. The reason for Jian Wushuang's real ecstasy is that he did not let Tai Luo's Supreme fall into the hands of these aliens in the universe. To Tai Luo's Supreme, Jian Wushuang is respected from the bottom of his heart. It can be said that Jian Wushuang has gone all the way to now, because the existence of Supreme Master Luo has helped him tremendously. Regardless of whether it is a Terra Sword or a Terra Sword Code, in the crisis of mortal death again and again, the danger is around, and the Jedi fights back. Jian Wushuang was extremely respectful to Tai Luo, from beginning to end, still holding a grateful heart. For most of the reasons, he used Taylor Supreme as the corpse, because he did not want to see Taylor Supreme lying alone here, and then did not know when he would wait until the obsession disappeared gradually, and was refined by people in this universe. Disaster. This is not happening now. He will make Tai Luo Supreme, who has fallen, rebloom his glory in the universe. Chapter 4474, Puff. With the instruction of Jian Wushuang, Tai Luo Supreme stepped out of the coffin, walked in the air, and landed behind Jian Wushuang, like a shadow following the shadow. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the glorious glance of Tai Luo Supreme. Miss Shuang, did you really refine him? Elder Moose's eyes widened and asked inconceivably. I guess it should be. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and replied. Elder Moose heard the news, and could not help but feel lost, and then gave a bitter laugh, shook his head and said, Is this the treatment of genius? I waited for the 5 elders and the corpse that the master could not refine, in your hands. It was so easy to be refined. Miss Shuang, I will report to the suzerain later. Let's go, I will take you back to your dormitory now. It is good. Sword Wushuang nodded. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang followed behind the Elder Wind, and swept away toward the palace. Tai Luo Supreme returned to the coffin, and was held up by the sword unparalleled. Along the way, many practitioners of the refining gods who were sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing their cultivation, raised their eyes to see the Elder Wind Elder and Sword Wushuang passing by in the air, and their eyes were full of surprise. Immediately, a murmur of discussions rang from the mouth of the disciples of Lian Xinzong. I heard that this time the introductory disciple selection, we have a talent that can be compared with the disciples of our ancestors who practiced the divine sect. They were taken away by Elder Moose on the spot, but this person? It should be what I want. Elder Moose is really fond of him. I neglected a series of tedious steps and took him to the coffin mountain to select the corpse. The coffin that was held behind this person just now should have been picked by this person in the coffin hill. I never saw that coffin, and I don't know which corpse is inside. The discussion sounded, and everyone was a little curious. At this moment, an extremely experienced disciple of Xinzong, looking at the coffin raised behind Jian Wushuang, his pupils narrowed sharply, as if he found something, and screamed in shock. This is the first coffin placed on the top of the coffin hill. This corpse in the coffin can't be refined even by the Lord Sovereign, but was obtained by this person? When this remark came to an end, it suddenly felt like a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Almost all the disciples flashed an unbelievable color in their eyes, and their faces turned dull. Who does not know the legend of the Coffin Mountain and the refining deities? As a result, the news of Jian Wushuang refining the corpse of the first coffin sacrifice spread wildly, shaking with enthusiasm. Without both sides of the sword, they set foot on refining Xinzong, and became famous. The size of the refining Xinzong is far beyond the imagination of Jian Wushuang. It may seem like a mountain peak, but in fact, it is much larger than a few star fields. Fortunately, both Elder Moose Wind and Jian Wushuang Xiao are not low. Under the leadership of Elder Moose Wind, they soon arrived at the palace of Jian Wushuang. There, it is a tall stone mountain. The architecture of the entire mountain is somewhat similar to a honeycomb. On the mountain wall, it is full of dense, potty black caves. Elder Win said. Miss Shuang, this is the place where ordinary disciples who practice Shinzong live and practice, also known as corpses. The corpses are full of power and vitality. They can help you practice and refine the corpses. There is also a great benefit to warming up the dead body. It seems that the elders of the Moose Wind and the Sword Unparalleled have been sensed, and many disciples of the refining gods have come out of the corpse hole. Their faces were pale, their eyes were empty, and the whole man was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. See Elder Wind 2. When these disciples saw that they were the elders of Moose Wind, they immediately saluted. You're welcome. Elder Moose Wind nodded slightly at them, and sent them back. Later, Elder Moose continued to say to Jian Wushuang, Let's go, we'll take you to the top of the mountain, and I remember that there are just a few top corpses in there. Having said that, Elder Moose raised his sword Wushuang, stepped on it, and disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already on the top of the mountain. There are not many corpses on the top of the mountain. There are only 9 corpses. They are not densely packed like the bottom of the mountain and the mountainside, but each corpse is at least 100 miles away, and it is unprecedentedly huge. A strong body of corpse seemed to have condensed into the essence. Blowing his nose from the corpse hole, Jian Wushuang could not help but feel a little discomfort, and frowned. Seeing this, Elder Feng Feng nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Well, Sword Unparalleled, you go in. Remember, in the face of the corpse of God, do not have any insults you should respect. They will the most trustworthy person in your world, even the closest relative, is still there. Finally, you have to take a rest for a few days these days. This seat is now going to report the situation like the suzerain. After this time, this seat will pick you up and meet the suzerain. After speaking, Shi Moran's sleeve robe waved and Shi Shiran went. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and walked towards the corpse hole step by step. The corpse hole looks simple, but in fact there is no other hole in it. When Jian Wushuang stepped in, he felt a strong void and corpse. There was a hall, a palace, a practice room, and so on. The candles made from the dragon grass are never extinguished, and the burning smoke can help people to rest in peace while practicing. Jian Wushuang did not rest in a hurry, but placed the coffin of Tai Luo Supreme respectfully, and began to inspect the corpse hole inch by inch to see if there was a similar surveillance ban. After confirming everything, Jian Wu both breathed a sigh of relief, banged at the door, and cut off all his breath. At midnight, a round of demonized blood moons hung high in the sky, and the low roar of the corpse Xiaoya continued to be heard in Xianshan's corpse cave. It is located inside one of the 7 corpses on the top of Shurian Mountain. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on a stone bed calmly thinking. The candles made from the scented dragon scent continued to melt and burn, and a hint of green smoke rose. Speaking of it, until now, he still hasn't fully figured out how he passed the test of the test bedrock yesterday, and achieved an appalling qualification. He remembered that the scanning power of the test bedrock at that time had begun to recede, and almost the next step would be a warning sound similar to that when the ram tested the bedrock. At that moment, the seal of the 3 snakes on his neck suddenly loosened. Then, the testing and scanning power of the trial cornerstone was introduced into the seal of the 3-headed snake. That is to say, I can pass the test and have achieved the superb qualification of refining Shinzong. Thanks to Lulu? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, could not help but feel a little dumb. Chapter 4475. Moon stars are rare and corpses roar. After a while of contemplation, Jian Wushuang spread his divine power again and found that no one was nearby, and gently pulled the token given by Zhou God from his waist with his right hand. This token can not only cover the breath of divine power on him, but also communicate with the of the universe across the universe and report the situation. Alas! I saw a ripple like a water mirror suddenly on the token. Immediately, I heard a mild and slightly worried voice. How are you, Jian Wushuang? Immediately, the lens was swiped up, and the face of Zhou God appeared in the water mirror. There is no change in his appearance, but there is more fatigue in his eyes. I do indeed need to guess this time, the of the universe must work hard. Going back to the of the universe, I have officially entered the refining God sect. Wu Jianshou stepped back a few steps and arched his hands toward the of the sky. Oh? Have you entered the refining sect? God Zhou heard the words, his face flashed with a slight surprise, and said, Before, the Ram Supreme returned to the old man and said that you went to participate in the selection of the refining deities. But it turned out that he couldn't care about you and had to escape first. The old man thought you had run away. Wu Jianshuang heard the words, could not help but grin, and shook his head. It's a long story. Immediately, Jian Wushuang spoke sharply and said, Master God, then it seems that the Ram Supreme is all right? The of the water in the token water mirror nodded and replied, Yes, the old man has made contact with the Ram Supreme and the Ice Supreme. Both of them have nothing to do and have escaped from the pursuit of the refining gods. Morocco Supreme? Escape from hunting? Wu Jianshuang heard a sneer in his heart. This guy didn't even come to participate in the selection of Shinzong. Why talk about escaping the hunt? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang did not intend to explain this to the of the universe, but Shinshin asked, Master God of the universe, what about the Supreme Spirit Jade? Lingyu Supreme. After a moment of silence, the god of Wuzhou said, The old man tried to contact him many times, but unfortunately he didn't respond. I was afraid that he had been secretly executed by Lian Shinzong. Is that so? Wu Jianwushuang sighed slightly. Lingyu Supreme gave him a good impression, but he could not escape the magic palm of the refining god. Gu Jian Wushuang speculated in his heart that I was afraid that it would not take long before he could see Linjia's supreme corpse in the coffin. It is just that he has taken away Taro Supreme, and if he takes Lingyu Supreme again, they are all aliens and will inevitably be suspected. After sighing for a while, Jian Wushuang revealed his recent situation to the gods of the universe and Pan. When the god of Zhou heard that Jian Wushuang saw Tai Luo Supreme in the coffin hill, Yun Qing's face always had a flash of anger. The jerk! The old man also suspected that, even if Tai Luo wasn't the emperor's opponent, he shouldn't have disappeared so quickly, leaving no traces of falling down. I didn't expect to be sold as a corpse and sold to refined Shinzong. Suddenly, when the god of Zhou heard that the supreme corpse of Tai Luo had been taken away by Jian Wushuang from the coffin and the refining of the coffin, his face slowly eased. Looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, he turned into satisfaction and comfort. Afterwards, the two talked a few more words. God Zhou instructed Jian Wushuang to take precautions while refining Shinzong. This is the most important thing. Second, let Jian Wushuang be able to protect himself without taking risks under the circumstances. Try to inquire about the virtual universe's combat deployment against their universe, and the people who previously attacked the universe, which side of the virtual universe belongs to it. There is also a crack node in the void that they passed through, and the native universe they entered. After a while, Jian Wushuang ended the call with the of the universe. Howl. In the Yanqian Mountains, the sound of the corpse watching the moon and howling. As the night gradually deepens, the frequency becomes higher and higher, and then dawn and dawn gradually disappear. The next morning. Alas! A powerful knocking sounded outside the door of the corpse hole where Jian's sword Wushuang was located. Okay? Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, waved his right hand, waved a prohibition, and said lightly, Please come in. Soon after the sound of the words fell, I saw a scarred dummy with a sickle head entering from the corpse hole. Miss Shuang, why are you so cautious? This is refining Shinzong, and you need to arrange so many restrictions? A sound of laughter sounded. Su Shi's sickle head narrowed, his eyes narrowed, meaning he looked at Jian Wushuang inexplicably. Elder Shin Sickle. Wu Jianso looked calm and saluted him slightly. This man was the one who wanted to kill him outside the gate of Lian Shinzong Mountain. Elder Shinxian visited suddenly. Is there anything wrong? Wu Jianso said faintly. He can feel a little hostility on this Elder Sickle. Miss Shuang, can't you come to visit if this seat is all right? Elder Shinshin Sickle looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, his mouth slightly raised upward. I came to see you this time. One is to see how you are doing. The other is to come and tell you a message. What news? Wu Jianso asked lightly. There was a faint flash of light in the eyes of Elder Shinshin, and then he said, Miss Shuang, do you remember the people who accompanied you? One of them has been arrested and executed. When he said this, Elder Shinsickle stared at Jian Wushuang, wanting to see anything unusual from Jian Wushuang's face. However, he was disappointed. Wu Jianshuang's expression was calm from the beginning to the end, without the slightest rhetorical question. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Elder Wushinsickle did not speak, but looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. Only half a while later, he only smiled and said, It doesn't matter, this seat just came to inform you. It's just a pity that the man didn't reveal half a minute of other news before he died, and finally broke out. Elder Shinshin said as he shook his head, as if booing. Wu Jianshuang did not answer, but just looked at Elder Shinsickle. Okay, Wu Shuang, since you are fine, then this seat will go first. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, I forgot to congratulate you and refined our first corpse of Shinzong. Hey, the strong obsession in this corpse, even the 5 elders. There is no way for the monarch and the master to be able to refine it so smoothly, it is strange. He shook his head, and Elder Shinxian left his corpse with a negative hand. A long time after the Elder Shinxian left. Huh! Wu Jianshou slammed the bed with his right hand. His original calm face was instantly gloomy to the extreme. How he couldn't guess, just now the Elder Shinxian pretended to visit him, but in fact, he wanted to catch him and deliberately test it. For this person, he did not believe in his sword unparalleled, and did not believe in the results of the trial. This person must die, otherwise my risk is too great. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the Elder Shinsickle. Chapter 4476. Elder God Shinsickle must die. It's just that it's difficult to kill him without knowing it, and can't make people doubt him. Wu Jian's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a long time, he could not think of any good way. Just, this matter needs to be considered from a long-term perspective. You must not act recklessly, otherwise you will fail. You will be burned. Wu Jianshou shook his head and said. At the same time, he was slightly relieved in his heart. It was not a bad thing for Elder Shuxian to come to him just now. At least the swordsman now knew that there would be a pair of eyes watching him secretly, so that he would become more cautious in his actions. Alas! The candles in the corpse cave continued to burn, and blue smoke rose up. Wu Jian sat cross-legged, and began to continuously research the weakness, refining Tai Luo Supreme by the way. When he went to the corpse hole, Jian Wushuang knocked side by side, and asked the Elder Shinxian to ask for a book on virtual force. The book detailedly analyzed the structure and analysis of virtual force. Virtual power, like divine power, is an energy between the universe. Essentially, there is no difference between virtual power and divine power, but they are both a means of exerting magical powers, but it is because the laws and rules of the two universes are different, resulting in their particle, atom, electron, and proton structure. There are different changes. That is to say, as long as I can figure out the deepest structure of divine power or virtual force, sort the particles, atoms, electrons, and protons, and regroup the changes, I can convert the divine power into virtual power, or put virtual power is transformed into divine power. Yan Jian's eyes twinkled, thinking quickly in his mind. This is simple to say, but it is extremely difficult to operate in essence. The structural combinations contained in imaginary or divine power are at least billions of times, and the number of combinations they can disrupt again is an infinite number. This is like 100 million permuted numbers. If you want to constantly regroup them, it is best to match a perfect number. It requires effort, and is simply an impossible task. Even if I am supreme today, it can take 10 billion times to deduct in one thought, and it will take an extremely long time to get a correct result. Wu Jian's eyes were so bright that he began to think about the feasibility in his head. First of all, the first thing I need to understand is the structural components of virtual force. This requires a lot of effort and time to deduct. Secondly, I have to disrupt all these structural components, and then match the structural components of divine power. Only after the structural components of virtual power and divine power are fully understood, can they try to convert divine power into virtual power. It took me too long to go through the deductions one by one, and now I don't have this time to waste. This refining God Zonge is the top gate of the virtual universe. If you want to come to the gate, you should have a similar library, the existence of the cabinet. I might as well go to the library first, to find if there are books about the most primitive structural components of Suli. Yan Jianhua's eyes blinked, and he took a deep breath and stood up. The next moment, Jian Wushuang strode out of the corpse hole and swept away towards Shiyan Mountain. Beneath Yanxian Mountain, a voluptuous woman with an enchanting body, wearing cool thin silk and a catered foxtail, was walking out of the corpse hole. Finally broke through Samsung. This enchanting woman stretched her waist and stretched her body. A pair of long, white and straight legs were looming in the silk, combined with the laziness of her face. It was very moving and imaginative. Wow! Suddenly a flash of wind flashed, and the figure of Jian Wushuang appeared in front of her. "Hello, may I ask, where is the library?" Wu Jianshuang asked quite politely. The stunned woman heard the words, her beautiful eyes flowed, she looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Well, who are you? Why have I never seen you in this Shiyan Mountain?" Wu Jianshuang arched back and said, "Girl, Shiyan Shan, who came only yesterday, is normal if you don't know me." "Oh?" The enchanting woman blinked her eyes quite playfully, and then patted her head immediately, shouting, "Ah, I know! Did you just enter the sect recently and have a super-qualified Wushuang? You know me?" Wu Jianshou raised his eyebrows. The enchanting woman suddenly pursed her mouth and said, "Isn't it? Recently, I was in retreat, and I always heard someone say outside the corpse cave, 'We have refined the God sect, and came with a talented genius, loved by Elder Wind. It's so noisy that I can't retreat well. Is that so?'" Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and replied, "That's really embarrassing." When I heard Jian Wushuang's regretful words, the enchanting woman seemed a little unhappy and waved her hand. "Okay, it's not your business." After saying that, the enchanting woman's beautiful eyes turned, and said, "Oh, Wu Shuang, you just said you were going to the library, right?" "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded. "Oh, Wu Shuang, this girl kindly reminds you that it is best not to go to the library now." "Huh? Why?" Wu Jianshuang raised his eyebrows curiously. "Don't understand? Not to mention, the girl just mentioned you a few words." The enchanting woman slanted Jian Wushuang at one glance and hummed softly. "Miss Shuang, in our case, there are 6 veins in total. The elders of the 5 elders each have 1 vein, and the suzerain 1. These 6 pulse disciples, on the face of each other, have nothing to do with, but in fact they are their own faction party feathers, secretly fighting continuously. You are brought back from the ancestor by Elder Moose Wind. In theory, you should belong to the Elder Moose Wind. It's just that Elder Moose's pulse is a bit special, because people are thin and hardly a faction, and several disciples under his hands are included in the other 5 pulses. Today's 5 pulse disciples are all gathered in the library at this moment to discuss the Zongmen Dabi issue in the near future. If you go to the library at this moment, you will be caught by the 5 pulse disciples and force you to belong to which one. If you're an ordinary disciple, you just do and care about which vein you belong to, but now you are carrying the name of unparalleled qualifications. Disciples of 5 pulses will inevitably rob you no matter which pulse you belong to. It is bound to be suppressed by other disciples. So, this girl advises you to better avoid this trend now and go to the library in a few days," said the seductive woman. "Is the faction strife in Zongmen?" Yan Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head, a boring battle. "Thank you very much, how do you call a girl?" The stunned woman replied with a smile. "Hee hee, you're welcome. You are later in the mist than me, just call me Juicy Sure." "Okay, I know." Wu Jianshuang nodded his head after hearing the words, and then asked the specific address of the library to the 9 Musk, stepped on it, and suddenly shot away. Chapter 4477. Within the refining deities, the area is extremely vast. The Dongzang Book Pavilion is quite far away from Shurian Mountain. After half a column of incense, Jian Wushuang saw the palace with an open mouth like an evil ghost. This palace looks spooky, with a black plaque hanging on it, with the 3 characters Hangshukaku written on it. This is the Tibetan Book Pavilion. The style really fits the style of the Shinzong sect. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be indifferent, immediately shook his head, and walked towards the library. I was quite quiet inside, and no one else existed. I thought that the 5-pulse disciple had not arrived yet. There are countless huge bookshelves in the Dongzang bookshelf. There are densely packed books on the shelves, and there are tens of millions of less. With a movement in Wu Shuang's heart, the divine power spread out and shot towards these books. In the blink of an eye, the contents of thousands of books fell into Jian Wushuang's mind all at once. Jian Wushuang slowly closed her eyes and began to read the contents of these books carefully, looking for an explanation of virtual force. Time passes slowly. An hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Found it! Wu Jian's eyes opened sharply, and there was a flash of magic in his eyes. Alas! Next moment, an ancient yellow book shot backwards from the bookshelf and flew into the hands of Jian Wushuang. The content recorded in this book is truly a search for the most essential and original force of virtual force. The seal has a mark on it, which can indicate who borrowed the book from the library, and Jian Wushuang Jianshu has already arrived. Naturally, there is no need to stay in the library, and turned to walk outside the library. Crackling. As soon as Wu reached the door, Jian Wushuang heard a rush of footsteps. Afterwards, the vision in front of him was covered by dark shadows, and a group of disciples of arrogant Shinzong with different appearances stopped in front of him. They are wearing uniform blood robes. The disciple in the front has a bare head, muscles knotted on his arms, and his upper body is twisted like veins of horror. On his left shoulder, 7 red stars are shining. The light. 7 stars, the counterpart is almost invincible master. Give me some trouble! Wu Jianwu stepped together, holding books, and looked up at the disciples with a calm expression. This group of disciples, walking in the first place, is obviously the leader Xiong Shusher, looking down at Jian Wushuang, and then flashes a strange color in his eyes. For a moment, the corner of his mouth opened a radiant. Miss Double? Wu Jianshuang nodded his head after hearing the words and said, It's me. Is there anything wrong? The tall and burly Xiong Shusher heard the words, the smile on his face grew stronger, and he stretched out his hand and said, Miss Shuang, am Angry Bear, the chief disciple of the elder of Ban Shan Taishang. I think we can sit and talk. Wu Jianso looked at him lightly and said, Not interested. As soon as this remark was made, the audience was silent. The smile on the face of the Angry Bear Su Shi was frozen, and the outstretched hand was stiff. Hey, Shuang, our boss invites you personally, don't know me. Miss Shuang, how did you talk to our brother Fury? Miss Shuang, pay attention to your attitude to talking to brother Fury. The Angry Bear Su Shi had not spoken yet, and the disciples behind him could not help but scold. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard the words, but did not speak. Click. The Angry Bear retracted his hands, squinted his eyes, and Pai Shiro did not smile. Miss Shuang, it seems you are not going to give me this face? Wu Jianchu's expression was always indifferent, and he looked at him, and said, I'll say it again at last, please let go, you're blocking my way. I saw this fall, and the Angry Bear's eyes narrowed again, and finally the smile on his face completely converged. I was just about to continue talking. Crackling. Clapping sounded outside the library. Ha ha ha, Angry Bear, I can't think of you as the chief disciple, who is about to break through the existence of a trace-level virtuoso, and even eaten in the hands of a new student. A chirping sound sounded, and then saw a young man with bone and wings and a thin body, leading a group of people, and strode in. Jichin Bone is too old. The chief disciple of the Elder's Veins, Black-Winged Su Shi. Crackling. I wasn't finished. I saw that there were still 7-star level Sushi, leading the disciples of Lian Xinzong, or expressionless, or slightly sarcastic, and entered with a hand from outside the library. Lan Yuetai, the elder's chief disciple, Xian Yang. Jin Jinya, the elder's chief disciple, Xinghing. For a moment, all the disciples of the 4 elder brothers and elders arrived, except for the disciples who practiced the lineage of the sect master. Furious Bear, it looks like your face is not easy to use. People will not look at you at all. Xingjinia, the elder's chief disciple, Xinghing Shusher, smiled lightly. Immediately, a burst of laughter came. They are in the same vein, and they are constantly fighting in secret. Everyone wants to be a horn-earing person of the younger generation of Xinzong. At this moment, when I see angry bears eating, how can I let this scene of falling rocks down? Humph. The angry bear grunted coldly, his eyes staring at Wu Shuang. His expression suddenly became gloomy. In his eyes, the violet light flickered continuously. Miss Shuang, I finally ask you again, do you not have this face? Said the angry bear coldly. Today, either Sword Warrior surrenders to him, or he will take Sword Warrior. Otherwise, what is his face? Master Wushuang, don't hurry to promise, don't worry about him, come to my Black Wing here, I guarantee you nothing. The Black-winged Sushi's eyes flickered, and he said, Master Wushuang, come to me, I will take good care of you. Xinghing Sushi also quickly said. For a moment, everyone gave you a mouthful, and the originally quiet library was suddenly noisy. Noise. Jian Wushuang saw this, his eyebrows gradually cooled down, looking at the angry bear blocking him in front of him like a mountain, and only spit out a word. Go! The exit of the word, roll, suddenly sounded like a thunderous thunder, and the audience was silent. You wanna die. The angry bear burst into rage instantly. Endless powerlessness condensed in his hands. Seeing everyone else, when I saw this scene, my eyes were instantly frozen. Then, at this moment, Jian Wushuang's right hand had suddenly stretched out at a faster speed, holding the angry bear's neck with one hand. Next moment, Wu Jian lifted the angry bear directly with no force on his hands. With no hands in the sword, he seemed not to be the bear who dominated the refining gods, but a chick who could pinch to death. The angry bear's complexion changed instantly. No matter how he surging vain power, he could not struggle at all. In his terrified gaze, Jian Wushuang's cold voice sounded in his ear. I don't want to participate in your boring game, don't come to death. Chapter 4478. Ha 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 ha. In the library, heavy panting sounds continued to sound. The angry bear was lifted by Sword Wushuang 5 fingers, his neck was lifted, his face suddenly flushed. He kept snarling and roaring. His hands drew on Jianshou's arms, and his legs continued to move in the air. However, no matter how hard he struggled, Jian Wushuang's 5 slender fingers were shaped like molten iron and could not move at all. Stop it now! Release Brother Fury Bear! The disciples following behind the angry bear suddenly changed his face when he saw this, and opened his mouth and scolded him. The sword has no expression on both sides, and it is ignored. For him now, the angry bear who can't wait for the mark, even if he doesn't use divine power, he can pinch himself by virtue of the physical power brought by the chaos. If Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him, it would be simpler than pinching an ant. Remember, don't mess with me. Jian Wushuang gave him a cold look, and loosened his 5 fingers. Slap. Suddenly, the angry bear fell to the ground with one but, he raised his head and looked up at Jian Wushuang, and his forehead kept seeping out rows of bean sweat beads. To outsiders, Jian Wushuang seemed to be preemptive, and caught him by surprise. But only he knew in his heart what he had experienced that moment ago. Jian Wushuang's glance just now gave him a sense of great horror between life and death. This feeling, such mountain-like pressure, was only on his master, Elder Ban Shan. Experienced. Flip-flop. Jian Wushuang held the tailored Excalibur sword hilt in one hand and the other with books in his hand and walked out slowly. This guy. The angry bear turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang's back, and his heart was still full of astonishment. His back was already wet with sweat. Brother Fury, would you like to chase? Brother Fury Bear, this person has just entered the refining god sect, so I won't put brother in your eyes. What will happen later? Brother Fury Bear, in my opinion, we must go and teach Wushuang a lesson. He is too much for nothing. These disciples said indignantly. To shut up! The angry bear spoke coldly, interrupting the rushing words. A bunch of idiots, don't you see? Even if not his opponent, what do you teach others? The angry bear stood up from the ground, took a deep breath, and said, This mist is not easy. From now on, you must not provoke him for half a minute. Otherwise, what happened? I can't save you anyway. Don't blame me for not remind you in advance. When these disciples heard the words, they couldn't help but stare at each other, open their mouths and wanted to say something, but at last they didn't say anything, nodded obediently. Let's go! The angry bear shook his head. After such an interruption just now, he had lost his face, so naturally there was no need to stay here more. Wow! A masked disciple followed behind the angry bear. Black-winged Sushir, Zhengheng Sushir, and other main disciples of the Four Veins could not help squinting. Black Wings, it seems that Wushuang is not simple, Xianyang Sushir said. Well, I'm afraid it's a hard stubble that hides strength. Alas, just one move made the angry bear so scared and respectful. The strength of this misty pair is probably at least the same grade as us. Blackwing Sushir nodded and said, Well, no matter what the cultivation of the misty pair is, we don't take the initiative to provoke him, but if he dares to do something secretly, I will make him regret coming to the refining Shinzone. Zhengheng Sushir snorted coldly. Da-da-da. Just then, there was a dull footstep outside the door of the library. Here is the line of the suzerain. The three chief disciples of Xianyang, Blackwing, and Jingheng looked at each other, and their faces were full of dignity. For them, Jian Wushuang is only a small disease, the real enemy is the vein of this master. Alas! Jian Wushuang stepped into the air and quickly flew back to Shurian Mountain. Below Shurian Mountain, the enchanting woman named Jiao Shi was still there, and when she saw Jian Wushuang intact, she wondered. Miss Shuang, how are you all right? Have you not met that five-pulse disciple? Jian Wushuang smiled at the words and replied casually. Meet them, but they didn't bother me. Ah? Master Wushuang, you're in luck. Jiao nodded, and then deliberately raised his face and said, But Master Wushuang, you must not care, these five-pulse disciples are not good masters. You are the only super-qualified in our case now. Disciple, they will definitely come to you. Well, I see. Thank you. Jian Wushuang persevered a few words casually, and didn't talk too much. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, and suddenly rose into the sky, straight into the corpse hole on the top of the mountain. With a wave of his right hand, the enchantment at the entrance of the corpse cave suddenly started again, and Jian Wushuang stepped into the stone bed and sat down with his knees crossed. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's divine power poured into the books and began to carefully read the information recorded in the books. In this book, only the approximate formation of virtual forces is recorded. As for the detailed and careful formation of the structure, Jian Wushuang still needs to constantly try to combine. But Rao is so, for Jian Wushuang, it has been a great help. Before, he was like a headless fly, and even if he wanted to disrupt the structure of the divine power and reorder it, he couldn't help feeling it. But the appearance of this ancient book is tantamount to pointing him out. Let's start. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to continue in his heart, repeatedly researching and deducing, disrupting the most primitive and original structure in the divine power, and turning it into virtual power. This is a huge project. 1 day has passed. 2 days have passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half-month it was calm and calm, no one disturbed Jian Wushuang's practice, which also made Jian Wushuang completely immersed in the transformation of divine power and power. The dragon's incense candle on the candlestick keeps burning green smoke and never goes out. One day after half a month. Found it! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely. His eyes were covered with bloodshot, but he was not half tired, but exulted to the extreme. The time of 15 days is usually as short as a breath for a practitioner, and it is short enough to be ignored. But for Jian Wushuang, the harvest of these 15 days is huge. For 15 days, Jian Wushuang deduced every minute and every second in his mind, and the effort involved in it could hardly be calculated. Fortunately, he finally found the most critical transition point between divine power and virtual power. Chapter 4479. For the current sword Wushuang, nothing is more important than transforming divine power into virtual power. As long as the divine power is transformed into a virtual power, he can not only find a way to completely hang off the spell power left by Willow, but also he can break through the middle extreme. He has stayed for too long, and too long in the elementary supreme realm. As long as he has not yet traveled to the extraterrestrial battlefield, he already has a chance to break through the medium supreme, and when he travels to the virtual universe, he can finally break through the medium supreme. Medium extreme, for him, is just a kick. It was just a breakthrough, but because of such and other things, it was delayed again and again, until after entering this virtual universe, it completely broke the path of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough. In this refining deities, there are many inconveniences to break through after all, and the breath will inevitably leak out. Once the breath is leaked out, it can be said that the calamity is coming. And if he transforms divine power into virtual power, all this naturally no longer needs to worry. As long as he converts divine power into virtual power, he can not only break through the supreme supremacy without worry, but also completely solve the worries of his worries. Even if he fights with others, he will not be exposed to the risks. Start now. Jian Wu's eyes flickered and he extended his right hand. Suddenly, innumerable divine powers poured out from him and turned into a divine orb. Change! Suddenly, the power at the very source of the divine power began to change quietly. Alas! Divine power orbs constantly twist and change, making a clicking sound like glass breaking. Huh! The next moment, the entire magic ball exploded. Did it fail? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, but was not discouraged. But after taking a deep breath, the ball of divine power condensed in his hands again. Alas! Located in the deepest place of divine power, which cannot be seen with the naked eye, a trace of protons and electrons separated again, and then reorganized. Jian Wushuang held his breath and stared at the divine power ball held in his palm. Click, click. The divine power twisted and made a sound like glass breaking. This orb of divine power began to flicker, and seemed to be changing in the other direction. This made the sword unparalleled, and there was a rush of joy on his face. However, he hadn't waited for a smile to come out of his mouth. Huh! A blast came, and the whole magic ball was broken again. Did it fail again? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. This time, instead of rushing to reunite the ball of divine power, he began to silently reflect on the changes. After a long while, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and continued the experiment. Huh! Failure. Hey! Failure. This cycle continues until 3 more days have passed. A ball of divine power gathered together like the sun suddenly jumped, making a dull wave sound. The next moment, the Jinli Xunli ball trembled violently. Its breath began to move towards an unknown territory. Jian Wushuang stared at this magic ball. He could feel that he was far from successful, but only one step away. The surrounding space was madly compressed, and a tiny crack cracked open in the void. Boom! Suddenly, a blast exploded. Endless smoke filled it. Jian Wushuang slammed his sleeves and spread the smoke away. The next moment, he saw the original golden divine ball, which had turned black. This is... Jian Wushuang's eyes soared by 3 inches in the eyes, and his unshakable face couldn't help but burst of excitement. He reached out and touched the magic ball. Virtual force! This is virtual force! Jian Wushuang laughed out loud. Succeeded. Finally succeeded. He spent countless mental deductions, calculated the structural arrangement of divine power and virtual power, and then continued experimenting. Finally, he started with the divine power from the source and changed its structural mode to make it into virtual power. Then the next step is to transform all my divine power into virtual power. Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, thinking quickly in his mind. As long as the first step is completed and a way to convert divine power into virtual power is found, then the divine power and virtual power will be transformed later. But it is just according to the original declaration, and so on. Turn! Jian Wushuang whispered. In a moment, his whole body was as powerful as Wang Riyang, and he changed as much as possible. Card. The structure changes instantly and reorganizes. Jian Wushuang's body was up and down, the breath began to change dramatically. After a while, it's done! Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Now he has transformed all the power of the body into virtual power. Even if at this moment he exerts his magical powers and fights with people, he can never see that there is a trace of half power in his body. Of course, this is not to say that Jian Wushuang has really become a dummy. His spirit, his source of life, still comes from the divine universe. The next step is to break through the middle extreme. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and never stopped doing anything. He planned to take this opportunity to break through the realm and rise to the highest level. Once he breaks through to the middle extreme, his strength will have a qualitative improvement. Miss Double. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to make a breakthrough, a sudden voice sounded outside the door of the corpse hole. Huh! Elder Wind Moose? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, and then waved to remove the enchantment at the door of the corpse hole. Standing up, Sword Wushou swept to the door of the corpse hole. Elder Wind. Jian Wushuang saluted him slightly. Okay. Elder Moose nodded his head as a response, and then asked, Miss Shuang, how can you adapt in the past few days? I heard that you and the chief disciple in the vein of Ban Shan, the angry bear conflict? Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but mute this Moose Wind Elder. Is the news so well informed? Nodded his head, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and said, Elder Huifeng's Moose Winds are just some minor contradictions that are harmless, so don't worry. Well, that's fine. Elder Moose Wind nodded his head and smiled. Miss Shuang, with your talent, in the future, we must be the dragon-like figures of Shinzong in the sky. We don't have to worry about those ordinary disciples. But when you break through the trace level, this seat will recommend it to the suzerain, so that you can become an elder in our suzerain. Thank you, Elder Moose. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. You don't need to be polite with this seat. Elder Moose shook his head and said with a smile, Miss Shuang, this seat should have come over to pick you up to see the suzerain, but something happened temporarily, which delayed time. Well, now you take a walk with this seat. Lord Suzerain is curious about you. Chapter 4480. Alas. Jian Wushuang followed behind Elder Feng of the Moose, and quickly swept towards the highest peak of Lian Shinzong Mountain Gate. There, it is the place where the Sovereign Lord of Refining God is located. According to Jian Wushuang's observations for more than 10 days, he can be considered to have clarified some of the strengths on the Ming side of Lianzong. Refining the Emperor of the 8 sects of the Sovereign, the 6 marked Sushi, corresponding to the divine power universe, is the invincible supreme. Under the 8 sects of the Emperor Shinzong, there are 5 elders. The 5 elders have reached the level of 4 marks even if they have the lowest cultivation. Under these 5 elders, there are nearly 20 ordinary traces of false men. This is the strength of the refining Shinzong on the bright side. If you compare it with the divine power universe, it's almost the same as the life shrine, but when you really count it, it's better than the life shrine. Because everyone who refines Shinzong, each person has a corpse that has the same strength as his own, so if converted, it is equivalent to double the number of false relics. In addition, Jian Wushuang's heart determined that there was definitely a more incredible power in this huge refining Shinzone. Jian Wushuang thought silently, and constantly compared the refining Shinzone with his own divine universe. Once the two universes are fully engaged in war, then the refining Shinzone will be afraid of a difficult bone. Led by Elder Moose Wind, the speed of both of them was fast. It didn't take long for them to swoop to the highest peak of Lian Shinzone. A palace formed by countless skeletons of bisonson appeared in the eyes of Elder Jian Wushuang and Elkwind. Countless faint yellow ghost fires float in the void, shining like fireflies. Miss Shuang, Lord Sovereign is in it, go in with this seat. Elder Moose looked back and smiled at Jian Wushuang. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. From the moment he stepped on the gate of the palace, he could vaguely feel that in the darkness, a pair of eyes were watching him hidden in the darkness. If you guessed right, these eyes want to be the Lord of the refining deities. If the divine power has not been converted into virtual power, perhaps Jian Wushuang will still be quite worried, but he has now figured out the nature of divine power and virtual power, and the conversion is successful. He is confident that even if he has a pair of fire eyes and golden eyes, it will definitely can't see through his identity. Crunch. The two black iron gates of the Sovereign's Hall automatically opened inward, and Elder Moose Wind and Jian Wushuang strode in. The first purpose was the elders and elders standing on both sides of the hall, including the Elder Sickle. He saw Jian Wushuang walk into the hall, and suddenly there was a shadowy smile that was difficult to understand. At the top of the main hall, a majestic middle-aged man wearing a very long black robe with the corners of his clothes scattered on the ground, with raised eyes, sat on the main seat. You don't need to guess, this person is bound to be the master of this sacred Dalian sect, the Eight Desolates. Sovereign, the mists are here. Elder Moose Wind arched his hand at him, and then stepped into the sides and returned to the position. Disciple Wu Shuang, see Lord Suzerain. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and immediately lowered his head and said in a loud voice, Look up and look at me. A low, majestic voice came from the mouth of the master of the refining god. Yes. Jian Wushuang looked up. I saw the Lianshan sovereign stare at him with staring eyes, no expression on one face, no emotions. A mountain-like pressure suddenly radiated from him, like a mountain, pressing on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sinking. Miss Shuang, my lord heard that when you came to participate in the selection of our mentor disciples, did you go with the 3 men halfway, right? The Lord of the Refining Gods spoke indifferently. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He knew that the Lord of the Refining God was pinching him. In other words, the Sovereign Lord did not fully believe in his identity. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but twist his eyes slightly, glanced at him, and saw the elder Shinxian, looking at him with a smile. The eyes of the two people couldn't help but be together. In an instant, Jian Wushuang understood it. I was afraid that it was the elder Shinxing who said something behind his back. Then do you know the identity of these 3? The Lord of the Refining God asked again. The momentum pressed on Jian Wushuang's body suddenly became heavier. Unknown! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and decided to return. Oh? Really, or pretending not to know? The mouth of the refining ancestor slightly lifted up, and asked blandly. Master Sovereign, what do you have to say? Jian Wushuang raised his head, seriously, and said to the Lord of the Refining God. In the face of the rather powerful and overbearing eyes of the Sovereign Lord, Jian Wushuang's eyes were clear and not half-hearted. The Lord of the Refining God heard that his pupils shrank. You little guy is quite courageous. The Refining God Sovereign shook his head and continued to speak. Miss Shuang, that Sovereign said straight away. Now the Sovereign suspects that you are one with the 3 spies who want to enter the Refining God sect. You can let this seat. Use soul search? Speaking of this sentence, in the eyes of the Lianshan Sovereign, God's Mang suddenly surged 3 inches, staring at the sword unparalleled. The elder Sickle had a playful expression on his face. Jian Wushuang heard the words, could not help sinking in his heart. The soul-searching technique also exists in the divine power universe, which is to directly enter the soul of the divine body through the large magic power, peek into the cause and effect, and clearly see the past and future. What dare you? Jian Wuxuang quickly thought in his heart, but his mouth answered with a laugh. He knew that he must not be half cowardly. Once hesitant, he will only exacerbate the suspiciousness of the god sovereign and increase the risk of exposure. He can only bet. He bets on the god sovereign, he will never perform soul-searching on him. This technique is to forcibly glimpse the heavenly avenue, and it is extremely harmful to the person being treated. It can be said that it destroys the foundation of the road, and it is not unreasonable to break the future. And now, he is the rare superior qualification of the refining gods, and the master of the refining gods will never reverse the cause and effect and forcibly destroy this good seed because of an unspecified guess. Sure enough, as soon as this remark came to an end, before the refining monk spoke, he saw the elder Feng Mo stepped out, his face anxiously. Master Sovereign, this is absolutely necessary. Miss Shuang is our rare superb qualification for refining the Emperor Shinzong and refining the first corpse in our case. The future is limitless. If the soul-searching technique is forcibly used, it is equivalent to breaking his promotion path. The Sovereign Lord suddenly snorted and said, Elder Moose Wind, the higher the talent, the greater the harm. The three people who appeared outside the Shanmen selection on that day, should you be clearer than the Sovereign? Wu Shuang's misconceptions are from the same place as those three people. Then the millions of years of our universe have been leaked and damaged. Can you afford this responsibility? After finishing speaking, the Lord of the Lianshan looked coldly at Xiang Jian Wuxuang and said, Miss Shuang, this matter is of great importance. There is no 1/10,000th risk, and it is blameless for the masters of this suzerain. The words fell, countless feigned forces, and rallied in the hands of the master of the refining gods. Suddenly, Jian Wuxuang's heart sank to the extreme. Chapter 4481, Escape. At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed wildly in Jian Wuxuang's mind. It is absolutely impossible for him to perform the soul-searching technique. Once he is allowed to perform, the things from the divine universe will be fully exposed. Although he is now transforming divine power into virtual power, the soul-searching technique goes straight into time and traces the deepest memories. This point is how Jian Wuxuang can change, and it is absolutely impossible to change. Instead of exposing and being killed after performing soul search, it's better to retreat now. For a moment, Jian Wuxuang's face remained calm, but his heart began to think back. If the two original supernatural powers of the primitive universe and life shock are directly applied, coupled with the mysterious skills such as dragon blood mysticism, when the explosion erupts in an instant, they will be caught off guard. Go out. And he also has a card called Divine Power Breakdown, which can confuse magic. However, in this way, it is equivalent to all the previous actions of Jian Wuxuang, all of which failed, and the supreme corpse of Tai Luo will not be taken away. Misty Double, come on! Just when the Sovereign Lord is about to prepare for the soul search, Elder Ban Shan, one of the 5 elders, flashed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, Sect Master, Moose Wind is right. This mist is a good seed for our refining Shinzong. With his talent, it will be inevitable in the future. Will be on an equal footing with me, if after the soul-searching, he is indeed the same person who is out of the same place with the 3, if not, it is equivalent to us personally stifling the power of the future of our refining Shinzong. In this matter, I also ask Lord Suzerain to think twice. Jian Wuxuang, who had already exploded far away, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and look towards the Elder Ban Shan. I saw the Elder Ban Shan nodded slightly towards him, and there was a flash of anomalous in the eyes that only the 2 sides of the sword could see. Okay? Jian Wuxuang saw this, and could not help but tremble in his heart. Yeah! Lord Sovereign, can you test whether Wu Shuang and the 3 are from the same place, and there are more discernible ways? Why use the soul-searching technique? Elder Moose said quickly. The Lord of the Refining Gods heard that he could not help but flash a slight hesitation. It seemed to be thinking. After a while, the Lord of the Refining God nodded and said, "Well, just as the elders said. Miss Shuang, let's do this. You will release the weak force and let this suzerain watch." As soon as this remark was made, there was no expression on the other people's faces, but the elder Sickle burst into a smirk. He had inquired that Jian Wushuang had not really used virtual force since entering the Refined God sect. Included in the library, conflicts with disciples of the Four Pulses, and confrontation with the Angry Bear, the use of physical power. It can be deduced from this that this fog double definitely has some reasons why it is impossible, or dare not use virtual force. However, after just a breath, the smile on Elder Shinsickle's face instantly freezes on his face. How can this be? I saw in the hall, Sword Wushuang spread out 5 fingers, in his palm, a group of black condensed by force, is constantly breeding distortion. The virtual force in it is pure to the extreme. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he looked at the Refining God Sovereign and said, "Master Zong, do you think that's enough?" In an instant, the expression of the Emperor of the Refining Gods sank down, and the Elder Wind flashed an unexpected color of satisfaction. Before that, he held the unparalleled sword to the Elder Banshan, and his eyes were a strange color. Seems to be quite surprised, Jian Wushuang released a weak force. "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! There must be something weird in the middle!" Just then, Elder Shinxian screamed. He stared hard at Jian Wushuang, his face full of gloom. Jian Wushuang looked at him with a bland expression and said, "Elder Shinsickle, the disciples have offended you somehow. Since I was still participating in the introductory selection, you have been targeting me. The disciples remember that it seems that neither I nor you too many intersections. This soul-searching technique, I'm afraid you also suggested it to the Lord Sovereign? Elder God Sickle, my disciples are curious now, is it why the disciples offended you, or did I accidentally offend you? Interests that make you so hate me?" As soon as this remark came to an end, the other elders seemed to be hindered by what they thought, and narrowed their eyes to look at Elder God Sickle's eyes, which became complicated. They could not help but think that the biological son of Elder Shinxian is now the chief disciple of the suzerain, and is now recognized as the first day of refining Shinzong. Before Jian Wushuang future refining Shinzong, the Elder Shinxian had proposed to the suzerain in the hall 3 or 5 times to have his son be appointed as the next suzerain of refining the suzerain. All of a sudden, thoughts flowed from the minds of many elders in the hall. And once this idea begins to take root in my mind, it will gradually sprout, grow stronger, and then go on. Miss Shuang, you talk nonsense. The Elder Sickle's face suddenly changed. He wanted to say more. Enough! Lian Shinzong Su looked at him coldly, and then looked at Jian Wushuang again, expressionless. Miss Shuang, you are a descendant of Zongmin. You must not frame the elders without any evidence. After a pause, the Lord of the Refining God continued. Wu Shuang, that's all for this time, but after Zongmin big match, there is a task that you need to perform. You must not refuse. Do you understand? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, let's just go away. The Sovereign Lord regained his seat and closed his eyes. The 5 elders of the hall, and the elders, looked at each other, and then resigned. Miss Shuang, let's go. Elder Moose patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder and smiled. It is good. Jian Wushuang left with the Elder Wind Elder. Suddenly, the hall was quiet, and only Elder Shinsickle left. He stared at Jian Wushuang's departed back, with extreme resentment in his eyes. Miss Shuang, you wait! Don't be too proud of yourself, this one will grab your feet sooner or later. The Elder Sickle rattled his teeth refining Shinzong. Jian Wushuang and the Moose Wind Elders fly in the air. God Sickle, it's getting too much. He thought that because he was a suzerain, even his disciples dared to bully? Elder Phone's face was particularly unsightly. The sword's eyes twinkled, and the Elder Shengxian's attack on him and the temptation of the Master of the Refining were all within his expectation, and it was no accident. It was the elder Ban Han's sudden words that surprised Jian Wushuang. In the midst, Jian Wushuang has a kind of intuition. This is too much for elders. I'm afraid it's not easy. Chapter 4482. This sickle is becoming more and more wanton. It seems that this is the time for this seat to find a chance to beat him, Elder Moose said. Jian Wushuang was thinking about the Elder Banshan too, and couldn't help but ask. Elder Mok Feng, what is the origin of this Elder Banshan? Is Banshan? After listening to the words, Elder Moose Feng thought for a moment, and then said, I don't know much about Elder Banshan. Although we are the elders of the 5 elder monks, Banshan has always been lonely, and we are extremely lonely. Deal less. Speaking of which, Elder Banshan has a longer history of refining Shinzong than me. It is said that before tens of thousands of chaos ages, the previous monarch returned from a remote forbidden area of the universe, and then Elder Banshan stayed in this refining Shinzong. There are tens of thousands of chaos periods, and no step has been taken. Speaking of Elder Banshan, the number of shots is also very small, but each shot is a thunder strike. I am afraid that it is not in this seat. Is that so? There was a flash of thought in Jian Wu's eyes, and for some reason there was a speculation in his heart. However, if this guess is correct, it will take time to verify. The two flew in the air while chatting, and soon reached the top of Shurian Mountain, outside the corpse cave of Jian Wushuang. Wushuang, Zong and I will soon have a Zongman disciple comparison. Would you like to participate? If you do, I will leave a place for you. Elder Wind asked. Jian Wushuang thought for a while, shook his head and replied, No, the disciples have recently realized something, but I am afraid that the breakthrough will soon occur. The suzerain master will have a task to be given to the disciples later. The disciples want to take advantage of this time to first prepare to ascend. A breakthrough? Elder Moose Wind immediately heard the words, and raised his palms and laughed. Okay, that's why it's important for you to break through the realm. As for this disciple, it's nothing more than a chance to show your strengths. Why do disciples have to compare themselves to prove themselves? After speaking, Elder Feng was afraid of disturbing Jian Wushuang's practice, and after a few more words he left with a smile. Jian Wushuang sighed a little as he looked at the back of Elder Moose. In this refining deities, his impression of this Elder Wind Elder is quite good, but the two are inherently hostile camps. I am afraid that they will inevitably face each other on the battlefield outside the territory. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang no longer thought deeply, striding into the corpse hole. In the main hall today, it was really thrilling, and there was a little difference, and I was afraid that it would cause death. If it wasn't for the Elder Banshan suddenly speaking at the last minute, I'm afraid that at this moment, he is either already killed in the hand of the refining Shinzong, or he is currently on the way to be pursued. Banshan. 10,000 epics of chaos, returned by a former master from a remote forbidden zone, rarely shot, withdrawn by nature. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed, his eyes twinkled, and he kept pondering the description of Elder Mofeng's Elder Banshan. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Even if his guess was true, he must not easily and recklessly recognize him before the Elder Banshan gave him a clear signal. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes, no longer thinking, and began to break through the middle extreme. Ha! In that moment, Jian Wushuang's whole body power was fully mobilized, like boiling water, and started to run frantically. In his body, there was a roar of bones like fried beans. Suck! Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and sucked, and suddenly the body seemed to turn into a huge vortex, swallowing a large amount of imaginary force, and then transformed, like a rolling wave, toward the barrier between the first and the middle supreme. A roaring explosion, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, exploded in the corpse hole. In an instant, the entire Shurian Mountain was aflash. This is still the situation where Jian Wushuang has set hundreds of suppressions. Otherwise, just fearing the impact just now, a huge shock wave will be formed, which will blow up the entire Shurian Mountain. What? What happened? Who is breaking through? Suddenly, in Xianxin's densely packed corpses, countless disciples who were condensing the corpses or devoted to spiritual practice all changed their faces and looted out of the corpses. The top of the mountain! It's a corpse hole on the top of the mountain. Someone is breaking through. I remember the 7 corpses on the top of the mountain, where several chief disciples lived. I haven't heard of any major disciples who want to break through recently. No, not the chief disciple, but Wu Shuang. Miss Shuang? Is that the one who has been rumored in Zhong Nei recently and has superior qualifications? Nice. Some time ago, Wu Shuang was brought back to Zhong by Elder Moose Wind and given him one of the 7 corpses on the top of the mountain. In the corpse hole of Jian Wushuang, there was another explosion. Suddenly, Xianxin shook even more intensely. I remember Wu Shuang seems to have only Samsung or 4-star strength, right? Why is his breakthrough so terrifying? Is this the superior qualification? Even the breakthrough is different from us. Want to be exceptional? Looking at it like this, I'm afraid it's not a breakthrough in a small realm. Well, I am afraid that when the fog double breaks through, the 5 chief disciples will not be able to sit still. I heard that some time ago, Jian Wushuang had a brief encounter with Angry Bears in Zangshuj. In one move, he defeated Angry Bears. In my opinion, there should be a good person who spreads the word through deliberate exaggeration. But it is also obvious from this that I am afraid that the strength of Wu Shuang is not weaker than those chief disciples. Well, Zhongmen disciples are much better this time, and I don't know if Wu Shuang will participate and what position will be impacted. A whispering voice came from the foot of Shurian Mountain, and many disciples of Refining Shinzone looked at the location of the peak sword Wushuang in surprise, and immediately opened a discussion. The voluptuous woman, named Nine Musk, is extremely graceful and uneven, and here too, she widens her beautiful eyes looking at the position of Jian Wushuang. How long has this guy come to Refining Shinzone, and will he break through? Rumble. At the top of the Lian Shinzone mountain, there was a rush of wind, and the wind was screaming wildly. Thunder continued to flash, reflecting the ghostly Lian Shinzone, bright as day. Swordless sat on the stone bed cross-legged. A powerful breath was released, and in his deity, an immense amount of divine power impacted the first barrier level and the last barrier level. If in the past, Jian Wushuang broke through, and he was also worried that the breath would leak out and be exposed by the power of the Refining Shinzone. But now that he has turned all the divine power into virtual power, even if the Refining Suzerain came in person, he couldn't see the right or wrong. Like Wan Dao Jianzun, please collect. Wan Dao Jianzun green beans update the fastest. Chapter 4483. Boom boom. Like the waves, the divine power in Giant Shuang's body, like the turbulent rivers and rivers, rushed towards the barrier level that crossed the elementary and middle extremes. Wave after wave. Broken! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened, and there was a dazzling shimang in his eyes. A mighty spirit, rising from Jian Wushuang's body. An extremely terrifying and sharp atmosphere, centered on Jian Wushuang, has skyrocketed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's strength once again produced a leap. In just one breath, this breath was immediately withdrawn by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, stood up from the stone bed, and smirked at the corner of his mouth. Medium Supreme, it's done! He can clearly feel that whether it is the strength of his divine power or the strength of his physical body, he is a lot stronger than before. If this is the improvement of the basic attributes, in addition to this, Jian Wushuang can more clearly feel that his fit with the Tiandi Avenue and his understanding of various supernatural powers have become clearer. It was as if a leaf with a barrier was removed, and the sword's unparalleled mind became rare and clear. Even between the feints, Jian Wushuang's heart also gave birth to a thought of creating a supernatural power. I'm stronger! There was a flash of enlightenment in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Now he is confident that if he meets Bingyu Supreme again, he will definitely be much easier to win, and he will not be forced to the point where he can't get caught. It can be said that as long as the invincible Supreme cannot be reached, his sword is unparalleled in the Supreme Divine Realm. In other words, even in this great Refining God sect, as long as the Lord of the Refining God sect does not come out, even if the 5 elder elders, the sword Wushuang only needs one sword in his hand, he is not afraid. It's time to improve our strength on the next level. The lights of Jian Wu's eyes flickered for a while, and then he was exposed to Samsung's virtual power, which doubled in an instant and skyrocketed to 6 stars. 6 stars, that is, invincible dominates the realm. Now I just need to continually consolidate the corpse of Taro Supreme. If I can refine the corpse of Taro Supreme to the state of Supreme, I will join forces with the corpse of Taro Supreme. By then, the universe will be big, and I will. Where can I get it? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to think about the plan behind. Now that he has just broken through the middle Supreme, if there is no opportunity to make a difference, if he wants to increase his strength to reach the high Supreme, there is no hardship for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Therefore, the fastest way to improve his strength before him is to refine Taro's Supreme Corpse. After all, these 2 universes now seem calm, but the dark tide is already surging and storms are coming. No one knows when the big war between the 2 universes will erupt. Once the war breaks out, it can be said that the Supreme is like an ant, and it will fall at any time. There is no minimum high combat power, and even the qualification for admission is not. Therefore, Jian Wushuang must take advantage of the buffer period before the outbreak of the war to reach his peak strength. Only in this way can he have a hint of self-protection in this battle of mass calamity. Refine! Jian Wushuang didn't stop. After turning his thoughts, he took a deep breath, continued to sit down with his knees crossed, and began to refine Taro's Supreme Corpse. A force of virtual force emerged from the hands of the sword, and then, like a thin needle, pierced into the body of Tai Luo Supreme, like Xiao Huheng's tone, refining Tai Luo Supreme. At the foot of Shurian Mountain, many disciples were shocked, then walked out of the corpse cave, watching Shurian Mountain's summit gradually returning to peace, staring at each other. Breakthrough? It seems that the fog double breaks through smoothly. I don't know what the state of Wushuang is now. Once he improves and breaks through, it is presumed that the night of his corpse will skyrocket. Ha ha ha, I'm already looking forward to it. Wushuang is on the Zongmen disciples, and he looks like he became famous in World War I. Many disciples looked at the excitement, and didn't think it was a big deal, smiling and discussing. In the other corpses at one of the 7 corpses on the top of Shurian Mountain, the chief disciple Heixing Shusher, Jingheng Shusher, Xianyang Shusher, and so on, became gloomy. They knew that this time the selection of beginner disciples, I was afraid they would be sprouting. At the same time, in the sovereign's dormitory far from Shurian Mountain, the main disciple of the Lord's Pulse, Yan Dan, the elder of Shixian, was already meditating with his knees, and his eyelids jumped. The volatility caused by this breakthrough just now. In my father's mouth, is the super-qualified man Wushuang who made me try to kill everything? Interesting, it seems that the Zongmen disciples have a big rival this time, and finally have an interesting opponent. Yan Dan sitting cross-legged in the dark, the corner of his mouth slowly pulled a smirk arc. Miss Double? Super-qualified? Ha ha ha, somebody finally can make me a desire to fight. Boom! An 8-star breath spread from Yan Dan. Immediately, this breath is getting stronger and stronger, and it is violently impacting towards the mark-level virtual soldier. For a while, because of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough, the situation that was originally dominated by disciples of Wumai became faint. Among the disciples of Lian Xinzong, there was a discussion about the word shuang shuang, which started to sound one after another. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, the sacred refining Xinzong has become even more lonely, and it is rare to see that there are disciples of the refining Xinzong walking outside. Everyone took a sigh of relief, retreating in their corpse hole, hoping that they could go one step further, or study the killer at the bottom of the box. What I did was I longed to be able to show my strength in the sky when compared with the upcoming Zoman disciples. This is related to their practice resources, status promotion, and so on, which are extremely important. Finally, one day after 10 years, with the order of the Lord of the Refining God, Zoman Dabi opened the curtain. For a while, the entire Lianshan zone was boiling, and countless disciples who could not retreat for a long time came out of the dark corpse hole. Some of them are eager to try, and some winds are in their hands. Obviously, they have gained something in the retreat during this time, and many have a sad face and anxiety in their hearts. At the same time, on the same day that the news of Zoman disciples Dabi came out, a similarly eye-catching news came out. In this decade, he was hailed as about to break the five-pulse disciple's dominance, and was killed halfway through. The most promising dark horse, Wu Shuang, refused to participate in the Zoman disciple contest. In a short time, countless expectation of Jian Wushuang disciples of Jianzong who can show their strength, dazzled, their eyes startled. Wu Shuang even turned down the Zoman disciples? Chapter 4484. In the refining deities, as the priest-disciple Dabi approached, it became more and more lively. The 5 chief disciples, including some long-term retreats and lonely mysterious disciples, have all borne out of the corpse hole. Suddenly, the entire refining Shin zone was in full swing and the stars were shining. Theoretically, the focus of discussions at this time is usually those who have participated in the Zoman disciples and have the most popular candidates to win the championship. But this time, it was a little strange. Wu Shuang, why don't you want to participate in the Zoman disciples? Numerous disciples in the Refining God sect were puzzled. At the same time, compared with the doubts of these ordinary disciples, the chief disciple of Wumai was quietly relieved. Only one person is the exception. In the Refining Deities, a side hall of the Lord's dormitory, the main disciple of the suzerain, Yan Dan, studied here. There were no candles in the room, and it was dim. Don't participate in haze? Yan Dan opened his eyes violently, and in his eyes a hint of black mist poured out. In front of him, Elder Shinsickle sat cross-legged, his expression cold. Father, the boy Wushuang didn't even participate in the big game. What should we do next? Yan Dan frowned. The elder Shin sickened with a somber face and said, I didn't expect it from my father. The mister was such a chicken thief and directly rejected the Zoman big comparison. In this way, we were not very good at shooting him. Now. Yan Dan nodded when he heard the words, and couldn't help but ask with some doubts. Father, the baby is also very confused. Why does the father hate this Miss Double so deeply that he must kill him and then fast? Stupid, do this for your father, haven't you paved the way? When the elder Shuxian heard the words, he could not help but open his eyes and gave Yan Dan a glance. He sneered. This Wushuang is a rare superb qualification of all ages. Superb qualification, what is that concept? It can be said that Wushuang already has tickets for the 6 marker class. That's it. In the main hall that day, the Lord Sovereign wanted to perform soul searching, but was discouraged by the 2 old guys, Ban Shan and Moose Wind, only to wait until the back of Wu Shuang if he wanted to compete for the supremacy. The 2 old guys and Mofeng will help him. After a moment's pause, the elder Shin Sickness glanced at Yan Dan and continued. If I don't try to kill him as a father now, do you think you have been able to fight for the title of supremacy? Baby, you remember, do everything for your father, but you want to clear the obstacles for you, and let you gradually become better. Elder Shinsickle finally took a deep breath and said. Yan Dan couldn't help but smiled and replied casually. I thought, my father, you really suspect that Wu Shuang is from a different universe. This is one of the reasons. The elder Sickle nodded his head. Theoretically speaking, Jian Wushuang used virtual power and passed the test of the test bedrock. He should no longer doubt Jian Wushuang. But somehow, in the vagueness, he always felt that there was something wrong with Jian Wushuang. This is his intuition. After thinking for a while, Elder Shinxian shook his head and said, Well, don't say this. Although Wu Shuang did not participate in the Zoman disciples this time, it does not mean that we have no way to take him. Huh! Father, what's the point? Could we still have a chance to kill him? Yen Dawn's eyes brightened, and he asked curiously. When I saw the elder sickle smile at him mysteriously, Fusa said, that day, the Lord Sovereign was in the hall, and said that when the Zoman disciples ended, he would send Wushuang out to perform the task. The adult is definitely going to let Jian Wushuang go to explore the land of the gods. At that time, I will add a task quota to the suzerain, and this quota will naturally be you. Hee, when the refining Shinzong comes out, who can protect the boy in Wushuang? At that time, his life and death will not be controlled by you. Speaking of which, the elder sickle's eyes shone coldly. Ha ha ha, Master Father has done a great job. Yen Dan heard a loud laugh and immediately chuckled. At that time, the mists will die one by one. When the current sovereign lord abdicates, is this refining Shinzong the world of our father and son? The sister-in-law can teach. Elder Shisian nodded with satisfaction and said, Baby, Lord Suzerain is pretty good to you. When you really become suzerain, don't let your villain get your way, just as much respect for the current suzerain. Understand? Baby knows well. The two looked at each other, and had begun imagining in their minds, waiting for the scene of the suzerain. After 3 days. After the speech of the refining suzerain, and then under the auspices of the elders of the 5 elder monks, Zoman disciples, Dabi, officially opened the curtain. The competition officially started, and the eyes of all the disciples of refining gods were all put on the competition. Naturally, no one paid attention to Jian Wushuang. The whole refining Shinzong, a warm color. Countless disciples burst into the air and made their mark in the game. The 5 leading disciples who won the championship are each like a dragon in the sky. As soon as Fang played, he immediately attracted all the attention, attracted everyone's attention, and showed his magical powers. Xianchen became lonely. On this day, an enchanting Qianing swept up from the foot of the mountain and flew straight to the top of the mountain. This guy, why are you still retreating? Jiumu muttered, shook her head and said. After that day, Jian Wushuang met the suzerain and returned to Shiyan Mountain. He has been in retreat as if out of step with the lively world outside. Ugh. With a sigh, Jusu originally raised her arm, put down her hand that wanted to knock on the door, and turned away. And at this moment, in the corpse hole of Jian Wushuang, Refine. The sword sat cross-legged, with a dignified expression, and sweat dripped from his forehead. In front of him, Tai Luo's supreme corpse was quietly suspended, and an invisible flame composed of divine power spread and burned in him. A sense of effort flowing from the corpse of the Supreme Lord of Gods continued to become strong in Jian Wushuang's body. In the midst, Jian Wushuang felt that he had become Tai Luo's Supreme, able to control everything of Tai Luo's Supreme. Boom boom! Under the burning of this divine fire, the breath on Taro's Supreme corpse became stronger and stronger. The most critical time is here. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and his face sank. The flame on the corpse of Taro Supreme suddenly became more and more turbulent. Tai Luo's Supreme God's corpse will return to Supreme Realm immediately. Once Taylor Supreme's corpse is restored to the Supreme Realm, Jian Wushuang's strength will be epically strengthened again. Jian Wushuang is confident. As long as he controls the Taro Supreme corpse that restores the Supreme Divine Realm, plus the self-cultivation now, it is absolutely enough to sweep all enemies under the Supreme. The existence of such old monsters as the ancestors and the Supreme monsters, Jian Wushuang also dared to pinch his wrists. Chapter 4485. Alas! Inside the corpse cave, the sound of invisible divine fire burning the void constantly sounded. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, carefully controlling the fire of God, 1 inch by 1 refinement of Taro's Supreme corpse. Under this refining, Jian Wushuang only felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the body of Tai Luo Supreme, as if his body was transformed into his second incarnation. Broken! The next moment, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and drank. The voice fell, and the eyes of Taro's supreme god, who had closed his eyes and hovered quietly in front of him, opened his eyes suddenly. A sharp to the extreme shenmeng burst out from the eyes of Tai Luo's supreme. Howl! A terrifying roar sounded from the mouth of Tai Luo's supreme, forming a rolling sound wave, sweeping in all directions. The next moment, Tai Luo stood up suddenly, opened his mouth and sucked, and directly sucked the mysterious flames of divine power, like the killer whale swallowing water, and sucked the endless flames into his belly. In that room, Taylor Supreme exudes intense golden light. His body kept ringing like a sledgehammer drumming. Click. The next moment, Taro Supreme's unpretentious atmosphere began to skyrocket. The key time is here! Qi Jian Wushuang stared at the dead body of Tai Luo Supreme. Whether Tai Luo Supreme can recover to Supreme Xiuwei depends on now. Black Wings win! Jingheng win! Furious Bear win! Yan Dan win! As the game goes further and further, it becomes more intense. Everyone's thoughts were all attracted to this contest. No one pays attention to Jian Wushuang anymore. The word Miss Double seems to be abandoned in a corner. The most commendable match is the 5 chief disciples headed by Yan Dan. The strength of these 5 people is obviously a lot stronger than that of the same level of disciples. When they are fighting, they are crushed by force. Don't mess with water. Besides that, a rookie named Fu Qin was born out of nowhere and rose strongly. This person is also one of the superb qualifications that have arrived during this introductory selection. He should have attracted much attention before, but he was under the limelight by Jian Wushuang's unqualified qualifications some time ago, leading to some disclaimer. However, in this contest, he thoroughly demonstrated his strength, soaring into the sky, losing his opponent in a row. In the later stage of Zongmin University, he defeated the 2 chief disciples of Black Wing and Xianyang and met Yan Dan in the finals. Everyone is saying that Fuqin Xushi is the strongest disciple solicited by Lian Xinzong this time, and this is a real dark horse. After watching the battle of Fuqin, the master of the refining gods even spoke in person and praised him. This makes the rookie, who is already in the limelight, completely clean. After 3 days, the decisive battle begins. Sun Fuqin and Yan Dan fought over 9 days. This battle has caught everyone's attention. Countless people are waiting for it, want to see who will win the championship in the end. This battle lasted a whole day. The aftermath of the encounter between the 2 was actually a vision of heaven and earth. The billowing black smoke, like a tide, rolled up and covered the clouds. The rookie called Fu Qin is indeed strong. When he got to the back, he forced Yan Dan to play the strongest hole card. Yan Dan broke through. On his left shoulder, the 8 stars representing invincible dominance disappeared, and a long mark twisted and spawned. Yan Dan, promoted to the rank of virtual honor. Sun Fuqin was filmed for 9 days by his palm. Yan Dan stood alone for 9 days. Wanzhang Xiaoguang served as his background. The sun and the moon formed around the whole body, like the Lingqian. Take Tiandi Avenue and crown him. He stepped down from the 9-day cloud step by step, like a new king ascended the throne, unparalleled in the world. This sector comparison, Yan Dan won the championship, and closed the curtain. After Baba Tai was over, the emperor of the religious sect, Ba Ji Su Zun, ordered and celebrated all the disciples, so that all the disciples would go outside the sovereign hall to start the banquet. Including disciples who did not participate in the Zongmin Debi Oishi Rock Mountain, inside the corpse where Jian Wushuang is located. It's done! Wu Jianxia's face was slightly pale, and his eyes were weak. When the mortal body of Taro Supreme resumed his first supreme practice, the moment of breakthrough directly drained all his divine power. When he saw the quietly standing in front of him, the exalted Taro Supreme with sword-like breath, the sword's mouth could not help but reveal a smile. The corpse of Tai Supreme has finally recovered to the supreme practice. The sword Wushuang has soared a great deal of strength, and suddenly it is even more powerful, and the strength once again has a leap. Don't look at Tai Luo Supreme just restored to the elementary supreme practice. less than 1/10 of his heyday, but Rao has been able to crush a large group of people in the Supreme Realm. Su took a deep breath, and the smile on Jian Wushuang's mouth gradually closed, and he began to recover his spirit. At this moment, a clear and majestic voice blasted loudly in the sky of Lianshinzong, and directly passed into the ears of all Lianshinzong. The end of the Zongmen Big Match. All the disciples of the Refining God sect will go to the Sovereign Hall to host a banquet at tomorrow morning. Wu Jianshuang heard the words and closed his eyes for a moment, and then he remembered that there is still a case of Zongmen disciples. I was not able to participate, and Jian Wushuang did not have any regrets. For him now, the so-called Zongmen disciples are much better than others, but Jian Wushuang has no interest in even raising a trace of interest. Close your eyes, sword warriors begin to recover again on the second day, the hour is full. Wu Jianwu opened his eyes and stood up, left the corpse whole, and swept towards the Sovereign Hall. Wu Tailuo's supreme corpse put on a black robe, closed his eyes tightly, like the same shadow, followed behind Jian Wushuang. From the sky, countless disciples transformed into gods flying from all directions to the Sovereign Hall. Oh? Isn't this misty? Is it finally closed? Hey, I was still looking forward to what rankings Wu Shuang can achieve in the Zongmen competition, but it was a pity that Wu Shuang did not participate directly. In my opinion, it is wise for Wu Shuang to fail to participate in Zongmen. Otherwise, in case of poor performance, wouldn't it be a shame for her to have an outstanding qualification? Yes, in the event of a poor double performance, you will be defeated as soon as you enter. Isn't it embarrassing then? A whispered discussion sounded. The angry bear was also in it, but he did not speak, but looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang, which was quite complicated. He had a brief encounter with Jian Wushuang, so only he knew how frightening Jian Wushuang was. The sword has no two sides and no expression, as if ignoring it, swept away towards the Lord's Hall. Immediately before reaching the Sovereign's Hall, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Miss Double Master! Immediately, I saw a shadow of Qian, flying from behind, and soon stood beside Jian Wushuang. Sister Nine Musk? Wu Jianshou turned his head back, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes flashed with astonishment. Nine Musk today, something is wrong. Chapter 4486. The Jiu Musk landed next to Jian Wushuang in one step, her undulating slightly. She wore a tight red gauze and a phoenix crown, making her already bumpy figure even more charming. Master Wushuang, have you finally made it through? Yan Jiu smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, and then his heart jumped suddenly, his eyes gradually appearing suspicious. Miss Shuang, have you broken through to 8 stars? Well, just fortunate. Wu Jianshuang smiled at her. Okay. No wonder I didn't participate in this Zongmen disciples comparison, and I dared to break through the realm. Jiu Jimu stretched out her pink fist, and gently stabbed Jian Wushuang's chest, urging a narrow smile. Oh, don't say this. Sister Jiushu, look at your dress, are you going to get married? Jian Wushuang spoke sharply. As soon as this remark came to an end, Jiu Shishang still had a cheerful and pretty face, and she immediately stepped down and sighed. Yes, the Lord Sovereign has already made his own claim and assigned me to others to become a lover. Oh? Who is so blessed to be able to marry Sister Jioshin? Wu Jianshou said with a raised eyebrow. Jiushi heard nothing, but looked up and looked at the ancestral hall in the distance. He said, This person you should have heard, the son of Elder Shinsickle, is also the chief disciple of today's Lord. It is he who personally proposes to the Lord Sovereign and wants to become an acquaintance with me. When Ji said this, Jioshin looked lonely, and seemed unwilling in his heart. Yandan? Wu Jianshuang frowned. He had not heard of this person, but the identity of the elder of Shinxian made Jian Wushuang uneasy. This Yandan is the son of the elder Sickle, the chief disciple of the suzerain, and the champion of this sectarian disciple. It can be described as a stunning background, talent, and all the honors in the world. You can be married to her, and you should be happy. How can you be sad? Don't you like it? Wu Jianshou shook his head and asked at will. Yes. Wu Jusi nodded and replied. Yan Dan is too arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He likes to gang up and behave in a domineering manner. I really don't like him. After uttering a long and short sigh, Wu Jusi sighed suddenly in his eyes. In this world of strength, if the strength is shallow and no talent, even if the skin looks good-looking, it is just a chess piece controlled by others. She looked at Jian Wushuang, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind like electricity. Miss Double! I have a way! I saw her pair of beautiful eyes glowing with light, and then she immediately held the arm of Jian Wushuang, her expression excited. Miss Shuang, can you help me once? With your talent, she is no longer under Yan Dan, and again with the elders of Taishang Moose, as long as you wait to say at the big banquet, you and I have long been privately set for life. Presumably the Lord Suzerain will never embarrass me again. What do you think? Okay? Yan Jianwushuang frowned, and he refused. I was joking, but he came to refining Shenzong as an undercover agent. What is it to start a family here? What's more, from the beginning to the present, his heart was only cold and frosty, and he could not tolerate others in the early days. It seemed to see the rejection of Jian Wushuang, and Jiushi quickly said, Master Wu Shuang, of course, what I said just now does not mean that you really want to set a lifelong relationship with my sister and me, but to deal with the Lord Sovereign. Wait here. If it happens, I must not be entangled in you, you can rest assured. No. Wu Jian shook his head. Although his tone was not tepid, it was full of unquestionable taste. This matter will be discussed again. The chanting voice fell, and Jian Wushuang no longer cared about her, stepping on it, and suddenly stepped on the air in the void, rushing towards the Lord's Hall. You! Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang, who was leaving like a flea, the 9 Musk couldn't help but stunned, and then a look of shame appeared on his pretty face. She first glanced down at her proud twin peaks, and then looked at her long and straight white legs, stomping her feet angrily. Damn! Alas! Wu Jian stepped out without a step, which is the distance. Refining the land and mountains of Shenzong seems to shrink at his feet. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at the Sovereign Hall. There is a square of hundreds of miles outside the Lord's Hall. The banquet was held in this square. At this moment, this originally quite spacious square was already filled with disciples of the Shenzong sect, and everyone sat down in their seats. Seeing Jian Wushuang's arrival, many disciples of refining Shenzong all stared at him, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Fog is here. Finally willing to show up? The man in the black robe behind Wushuang is the corpse of his god, right? It doesn't seem to be that bad. Wait. You see, Wushuang seems to have broken into 8 stars. 8 stars? Hiss. How is that possible? Didn't he hear that he was only 4 stars when he entered the school? I'm afraid that Wu Shuang did not participate in the entry disciplinary contest, not because of fear of losing his reputation, but because he was anxious to break through. He whispered, Miss Shuang, come here. At the forefront of the square, Elder Moose noticed Jian Wushuang, and suddenly waved his hand toward Zhao Wushuang. Yes. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and strode toward the Elder Wind Elder. 8 stars? Not bad. It's worthy of being a qualified person. The speed of such breakthrough is unheard of. Elder Mufeng stroked his palm and smiled. Next to Elder Moose Wind, there are 4 other elders. This elder, Jian Wushuang, has seen them with the Sovereign Hall, so it is no stranger to them, greeting them one by one. Behind the 4 elders, the 4 chief disciples, such as Black Wing and Fury Bear, stood like him. The Black Wings, Jingheng and others looked at Jian Wushuang up and down. His heart was slightly surprised, but there was no fluctuation on his face. It was only 8 stars, but it was just at the same starting line with them. Shi Wei was angry, the pupils shrank sharply in his eyes, and a chill grew in his heart. I don't know why, he can feel keenly that the sense of oppression and threat brought by Jian Wushuang even more. Before the sword Wushuang, it was like a fog, so that he could not see through it, but the current sword Wushwang is like a thunderous thug that hides behind a thick dark cloud. It has no prestige, but once you start, you will be shocked. The angry bear couldn't help lowering his head, deepening his jealousy of Jian Wushwang. Banquet open! With a long tune, refining the Emperor's sexoctogenarian Emperor Baji, he slowly walked out of the Lord's Hall. He was next to him. Yen Dan was slightly behind by half a figure, with a respectful expression, and followed step by step. The banquet started. Chapter 4487. Noisy on the square outside the main hall of the Emperor Zhuan. As the refining suzerain and Yen Dan walked out of the hall, the noisy square suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Yen Dan, who was half behind him, and his pupils shrank slightly. The Lord Sovereign brought Yen Dan alone to the banquet. I am afraid that the next sovereign person, Ji, is not far away from 10, is brother Yen Dan. Everyone looked at each other and thought so. Qi Yan'an walked behind the 8-pole virtual emperor, and raised his head to glance at the crowd, his face full of pride. Of course, he also has this proud capital, not only a supreme father, but also a close disciple of the 6-marked virtual respect, and at the same time he has broken through the mark level, and in the virtual universe is a rare talent. That person is Wushwang? Ji Yan'an looked around, then fell on Jian Wushwang's face behind Elder Moose Wind. 8 stars? Not bad, no wonder my father wanted to kill him. If he were allowed to grow, he might one day threaten my status. A sneer whispered secretly in Yan's heart. Yen Dan's eyes continued to turn, and landed on Jiu Mu's face, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. I have to say that the 9 musk is indeed beautiful, even if it is placed among the major saints and goddesses. It is also the most outstanding pearl that stands out from the crowd. Today, she is wearing a red tight corset long skirt and wearing a phoenix crown, and she looks like the unsuccessful fire-saddling auntie. She adds a little coolness to the charm between her eyebrows and eyebrows. Wu Jusi also noticed the evilness in Yen Dan's eyes, and she couldn't help but look cold, and lowered her head to not look at him. Ill wait, see suzerain! After a few moments, thousands of disciples of refining God's sect were kneeling on their knees, and their voices went straight to Jiuxiao. No need to be polite today. Su Baji nodded with satisfaction and looked at the disciples beneath him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the mainstay of the future of refining Shinzong. The banquet began, and everyone pushed a cup for a change, just happy. The atmosphere immediately warmed up. After drinking wine for more than half a round, the first master of the refining who sat down put down the wine glass, and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, The banquet is held today because of 3 joys. The first joy is this time of the Zongmin disciples. This sovereign sees that the superior descendants in our refining deities are outstanding and heart-centered. With your presence, why do we worry about growing up? Decline! The second joy is to congratulate the great disciple Yen Dan, the close disciple of this suzerain, who finally completed the avenue, breaking through the mark, and adding another for our refining Shinzong. The road to the future must shine. The third happiness is also related to Yen Dan. This suzerain announced that he would distribute the moon disciple Jiu Mu to Su Yen to his suzime Yen Dan. From then on, the two became partners and supported each other. After the Lord of the Refining finished speaking, there was a sound of approbation in the crowd. The Refining saw the slight jaw head, and then looked at Jiu Mu. I saw Jiushun lowering her head, biting her lower lip tightly, and clasping her long skirt with uneasy hands. There was a little joy on her face. When I saw this scene, the face of the Refining monarch was originally smiling and pulled down slowly. 9 musk, don't you kneel down and thank the Prince Su for your good marriage? You can be married to Yen Dan. It is a blessing that you have repaired in the 3rd century. Do NT hurry to thank you? Elder Lan Lan paid attention to the face of Lian Shin Sovereign, and suddenly he drank softly when he saw this. Lan Yaya is the only female elder among the 5 elder elders and the lowest elder among the 5 elder elders. Yen Ming's eyes can be seen. Yen Dan breaks through the mark, and the future will be limitless. If there is no accident, it is already the next master's choice. If it is not necessary, Lan Yu really does not want to offend Yandan. Nine Musk was unmoved. What do you want, girl? Suddenly, when she saw the moon, her face suddenly turned. Nine Musk's head is deeper. She bit her lower lip and seemed to be making a decision. Next moment, she lifted her head and said categorically, Elder Lan Yu, Lord Sovereign, I don't want to marry Yandan. As soon as this remark came to an end, there was an uproar in the audience. The expression of Elder Lan Yu became instantly green, and the master of the refining was ugly. He didn't expect that an ordinary disciple in the Jiuzi district refining Shinzong dared to violate his order. Suddenly, Yandan, the original smile on her face, slowly solidified. Slap! This is hitting his face in front of the whole refining Shinzong. Presumptuous! Master Lian Shinzong patted the armrest of the seat with his right hand, and a moment of pressure was released, pressing toward Jiumu. What is the practice of the Divine Master? Lu Qinxunzuan set up the gigantic arm of the top of the entire virtual universe. And Jiumu is just a star-like virgin who has not even entered the mark. How can he resist this coercion? Suddenly, Jiumu fell to her knees, her face pale. If you do not control the strength of the coercion carefully, then the fear of this coercion will crush her into a fan powder. I ask you, why don't you want to be married to my son? Elder Falcon Sickle also scolded with a somber face beside him. Wu Jiu shuddered, raised his head hard, clenched his teeth, and said, Elder Huishin Sickle and Lord www. Mtnavel. It's not that Jiushin doesn't want to become a mate with Brother Yandan, but Jiushin already has his own heart, and set a private life with him. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole house was uproar again. Countless people looked at each other. Who does not know that Jiumu has been regarded as a prisoner by Yandan and the refining deities? Who dares to grab Yandan woman? Bad! I ask you, who is the one who has set you for life privately? Qi Yandan yelled. His face was already a little bit sullen, his eyes flashed wildly. The Lord of the Refining God frowned. Yes, yes. Yan Jiu's eyes shivered and looked behind the elders of Elk Wind, with an expressionless expression, regardless of her lifeless swordsman, and gritted his teeth and said, It's Master Wu Shuang! After she said that, she lowered her head, dared not to look at the crowd anymore, and did not dare to face Jian Wushuang's eyes. What? Is it Misty Double? No wonder I was a big disciple in Zongmen before. Wu Shuang did not participate, and Jiushin did not participate. It turned out to be for some reason. When the disciples of Zongmen were comparing, I saw it several times. Jiujiu went to the top of Shurian Mountain. I was also curious about what Jiujiu was living under Shurian Mountain and went to the top of the mountain. Now I want to come, am afraid to go to the fog double. Suddenly, the entire square fell into a short silence, and then it boiled up. Chapter 4488. Alas! Among the crowd, Qi's gaze fell on Jian Wushuang's face. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang, their expressions were weird to the extreme. Meng Wushuang, an absolute qualification holder, is also the elders who are too senior now, and personally accepted the introduction. Oh, the person who took away Yandan imprisonment turned out to be Wu Shuang. Now I have a good show. One is the most talented person in the Patriarch today, the other is the Patriarch of today's disciples, and the next Lord candidate in the eyes of the suzerain. Now it depends on how the suzerain chooses. The discussion sounded loudly. Jane Yandan turned his head fiercely, looking at Xiang Jianwushuang sternly, his eyes skyrocketing. Su Shengshan's face also gloomed instantly. He was actually the eight-pole vanity of the sovereign lord, and his somewhat angry face calmed down and frowned. In addition to being a master of Yandan, he is more a master of refining the gods, focusing on a technique of balance. Yandan had asked him for Jiumu before, and wanted him to speak in person, so that Jiumu and Yandan became acquaintances. It seemed to him that it was as if the child was asking him for a beloved toy, naturally. Nothing is impossible. But now, with a fog pair inserted in the middle, the situation is different. It is like a steelyard scale. The weight of Jiumu and Yandan was completely different. Everything was tilting towards Yandan. He didn't mind agreeing to Yandan. But after the fog double, the weights on both sides of this steelyard suddenly changed. To tell the truth, as the Lord of the Refining God, he is not malicious to the sword Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang is an outstanding qualification verified by the test bedrock. What he said about the soul-searching technique in the Hall of the Suzerain was only because of doubt. Jian Wushuang is the spy sent by the divine universe. From the perspective of the overall situation, he is naturally a sword warrior is good. After all, sword warrior is a person who refines Shinzong. Sword warrior is better, and God of refinement is naturally better. The two are complementary and not hostile. If nothing else, Jian Wushuang's future will inevitably become one of the pillars of refining Shinzong. For a moment, the Lord of the Refining God really didn't know how to speak. If these 9 Musk-Deer have really become acquaintances with Jian Wushuang already, then the matter of the 9 Musk-Deer and Yandan should really be considered separately. After a short while, he frowned before looking at Jian Wushuang, and Xinxing said, Shuang, was Jiumu said just now, is it true or false? As soon as the voice of the Master of the Refining Gods fell, Yandan also looked at Xiang Jian Wushuang, and his face was cold and cold. Master Wushuang, have you done too much? Wu Jian Wushuang said nothing, expressionless. But in his heart, he was already so angry. What are you trying to do with these 9 Musk-Deer? As early as the air above the main hall of the Lord, the 9 Musk-Devil begged him to play with her and shirk her marriage with Yandan. Wu Kujian Wushuang had rejected her very clearly at that time. He didn't expect that these 9 Musk-Devil were so selfish, and did not care about his feelings. In this square, they openly declared that they had settled with him for life. Wu Jian Wushuang understood that he was used by Jiuxin. As for why Jiuxu chose him, of course, it wasn't because he was so charming. They have only seen each other only 3 times. Why is that charming? The reason is simple. What Jiumu is fancy is Jian Wushuang's outstanding qualifications. She believes that between Yandan and him, the Lord of the Refining Gods will be difficult to choose. However, she didn't think about it. After this incident, she apologized to Jian Wushuang and was able to pat her buttocks and leave like an okay person. But what about Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang will definitely offend Yandan, becoming a nail in the eyes of Yandan father and son, and a thorn in the flesh, which will attract resentment. If it is an ordinary disciple, such resentment is caused, it is simply not far from the death. Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed quickly, and he was naturally not afraid of the Yandan father and son. For him now, even if Elder Shinsickle and Yandan were tied together, it was not enough for him to punch and sword, but he was very displeased that he was people take out the feeling of blocking the gun. He stepped out, and Shin Wushuang said in a deep voice, Return to Lord Sui, what did Jusi Shurji say about a private life, my disciple? I don't know. Howl. As soon as this remark came to an end, the whole audience was upset again. I don't know. These 4 words are absolutely extinct. In that moment, everyone's face changed. Suddenly, the 9 Musk-Deer kneeling on the ground suddenly felt like a knife twisted in his heart. Jiao's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Her face turned pale, and looked at Jian Wushuang's indifferent and calm face, cannot help but utter a grin. Are you so heartless? Yan and Elder Shinxian, including the Lord of Refining God, are all one. Including the Elder Wind Elder standing next to Jian Wushuang, there is also a touch of surprise on his face. Wushuang, are you afraid of Yandan? They just said that? You can rest assured that if the 9 Musk-Devil is really the woman you fancy, this seat will leave this old face out, and it will certainly help you to put her in your hands. Elder Moose Wind spoke to Jian Wushuang. This cannot help but let Jian Wushuang be touched by heart. I have to say that Elder Moose is a very competent elder. If Jian Wushuang is in this universe, maybe he treats the relationship between Elder Moose and Elder Wind. Extreme Wave. He is just a pity, after all, they are not the same person. I sighed in my heart. Jian Wushwang shook his head and replied, Elder Moose Wind, no need to do this. I do not have a half-relationship with Sister Jioshin. Okay. Elder Mengfeng nodded when he heard the words. Since Jian Wushwang had already said so, he would not force it any more. Ha 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 ha, cheap, I want to see, who can take advantage of you now? Jane Yen sneered, first glanced at Jiao Mu, then turned his eyes, looked at Jian Wushwang. A sneer appeared in his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushwang. His face was full of satisfaction, as if to say, Count as your boy. This makes the sword unparalleled, a frown cannot help. He didn't like the move that Jiao Jutsu was good at advocating, but Yen Dawn's eyes were equally unhappy. Master Sect, my disciples implore, now let me bring Jiao Mu back. Ji Yen turned back and said to the Lord of the Refining God, Well, go. Master Lianshan nodded blandly. This result is better for him now. Xie Zongzhu. Yen Dan arched his hand towards the Lord of the Lianshan Zong, and immediately looked at Jiao Mu again, stretched out the corner of his mouth and licked his split lips, obscene and cruel eyes, glanced from Jiao Mu's enchanting, perfect body, after Hei's smile, stretched out his palm and scratched at the 9 musk. Suddenly, in the scream of Jiao Mu, she soared and fell into Yen Dawn's hands. He picked up the 9 musk deer and walked towards the square. Just when he was about to pass by with sword unparalleled, he seemed to remember something. His footsteps suddenly. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.